In the game of District and Seoul, there's a building of Group D, and on the top floor of this building are the one who are ranked number 1 in the world regarding the online game The Battle's Rift. Now in the pro gamer training room, one of the players is ready to meet his opponent Dex, someone he wished to have met. The gamer seems to have a deep hatred for Dex and decides to show him why he and his team are ranked number 1. So they start the fight and Dex easily is able to weigh all 5 of them. This shocks the gamer as he cannot believe that a single character was able to defeat them, the highest ranked players. The gamer thinks of Dex as some bastard and wonders what its identity is. But Dex is no ordinary man. It is Huge JM, whose nickname is not just one but hundreds. And recently he has been using the name Dex. JE doesn't find that nickname to be special, and the only thing that has ever mattered to him is having his rank as number 1. And now that he has gotten that, he decides to leave the game. And also doesn't forget to text the gamer from day 1 as well. And this makes the gamer believe that he is taunting the team. But Jay doesn't really care, and since his retirement from Dex a whole day has passed and a few staff members of Arcadia were sitting in the truck gossip about the news of Dex quitting. They consider Dex to be a troll since he played everyone till the end. But they also understood why Dex would quit, as many gamers are being dropped because it seems like the era of computer games is over. Arcadia is the secret work of the world's top 3 leading companies, Argos Corporation, Silica, and Ajin Electronics, which was done through lobbying into a machine called Dreamer, the world's first virtual reality. Arcadia presents itself as a place that has a world full of opportunities. The truck drivers have reached their destination, which is the place of the last purchaser of Dreamer, and it is none other than John. Jay, who is in his room, has apparently already sensed that his Dreamer machine has arrived. So the first thing he does is delete the character of Dex. He's over the move and try the Dreamer Arcadia. It's very evident that there are different types of games. And the best part of these, according to Jay, is that in each game, there is some sort of element hidden by the developers. It could be a simple joke or cheats that can totally change the game, and these are known as Easter eggs, or more commonly hidden pieces. Jay is eccentric about the virtual reality, which is digitally replicated senses just by connecting a device to someone's brain. And this helps in the player getting the most real-life experience in the game possible. And Jay is able to see how all of this is true. He first uses the Dreamer, and ends up in a marketplace sort of thing. He at first doesn't understand where he is, so he tries to use hand gestures to open the status window. After he's able to get the window, he studies it and finds that the interface isn't too complicated for a virtual reality game. He then knows this is the beginner adjustment quest in which he has to eliminate the slime, which he agrees to do. Now things are quite different in Arcadia, because of which is extremely difficult for the players to make precise movements, which is why there are established skills to help the players. Jay, however, is a highly skilled player, so he already finds the game boring. When he's able to eliminate the slime is single move. As he is updated about the finished quest, the system tells him that a new quest is created, which makes him realize that he will finish everything at once. So it goes on to see what the next quest is, and it is to read 100 books. And this makes him believe that it is nothing but a shitty game. And the next scene, Jay is in the public library in the game, where 2 girl characters, one with pink and another with purple hair, who are the librarians, notice him and comment that he is nice looking, and they have also noticed that he has been reading in the library for days now. So the purple-haired one asks what is so curious about reading in the library, and this makes the pink one answer, and a lot of people are borrowing books just to flip through them because of the quests, so it is rare to find someone who is genuinely wanting to read books. The purple-haired one comments that he will stop soon anyway when Jay calls out for her, and asks if she has the sequel to the book is reading. This makes her wonder why he would need the sequel if he's just doing it for the quest. Jay goes on to explain that he was reading the book and found it interesting, so he would like more knowledge from the sequel. The book turns out to be the Book of History of Arcadia, the earliest trace of Edeline. The purple-haired one gives him the book, and Jay asks why the sequel is saved separately, and she answers that is because the sequel is a special book, which can only be given when requested. Understanding, Jay picks the book in his hands. A very long time ago, a very legendary adventurer hid a treasure at the lake in the town Edeline, which was for beginners. However, these things were only ever considered speculations, as no one has ever seen the treasure, but the only thing that was sure was that the treasure was the earliest trace of darkness. It is believed that it was Ezreal who had the treasure, but since no one has found the trace of darkness, this legend has been forgotten long ago. Jay looks at the map and finds only Lake Arun to be the one in front of the village. So expecting nothing else, Jay makes his way towards Lake Arun, which is situated at the south of Edeline. Jay couldn't resist coming here since he finds it unbelievable that the earliest traces of darkness are hidden in a lake which seems so peaceful. Just then the status window appears, informing him that the conditions for the quest creation have been completed and that he has gotten a new quest and the quest rank has been increased to B+. In the new quests, he has to find traces of darkness and summer, and he has to find out whether the legend in the book he read was true or not. This word timeout, since he hasn't been playing the game that long. But even then, the rank was raised to B+, even though for a player at his level, the rank should be C at most. But he doesn't mind it and in fact finds it very interesting. The first thing he does is to look around the surroundings of the lake to find something suspicious. But the only thing he finds the most suspicious is the bottom of the lake. So about a second thought he jumps into the lake and finds it curious as to why such a small lake has such a deep bottom. Meanwhile, at Arcadia's Korean branch, there seems to be a ruckus going around. Kwon Myan-han, who is the general manager of the Korean branch, is mad over the fact that the main scenario of the game has been opened. A staff member comes up and informs him that by the information given by the quest analysis team, a player has found some specific elements related to the game's main scenario. Han is not able to believe that just by messing with a specific element, a single player is able to shake up the whole game. And now he has no choice but to report it to his boss. He also orders his staff to be prepared for what is to come if there is an emergency. Han is amazed by how the main scenario was opened by a player who joined the game 4 days prior, and yet in the past 3 months of opening in the US, no one has mentioned such a thing. Back at the lake, Jay is sitting on the bank of it fully drenched as the system informs him that his skill and diving has increased to B+ rank. But that is not what he is thinking. Is curious as to why he wasn't able to see the bottom of the lake even though he had gone 200 meters down. This makes him wonder if he should give up, considering how other players are trying every day and everything to succeed and get a lead in the game. He finds it a waste of time that he has to raise his diving rank at such an important time, since he wanted to buy the capsule installment which costs 920,000 a month. However, after you and how things are going, he finds it impossible to even make a few in a month. But there is a way, and that is through the hidden quest which was created completely separately from the others. He knows that if he is able to get it, it might be troublesome, but it is just not something he can pass on. Meanwhile, in the USA, it's Silicon Valley. Silica has headquarters inside the chairman's office. Jenica Paul, who is just 15 and also the representative of Silica, is over the moon with the fact that the main scenario has been opened in Korea. She asked her digital assistant named Jay if that is true, who confirms that it is, and that a player in Korea found some clues that were hidden in the beginner's town, and it is very likely that it leads to the main scenario. Jenica is amazed and disrupted by the fact that they have left such a huge clue, the beginner's town. Jay assures her that it was not them at that man, which makes her instantly search for the hidden class, Bard of Anarchy, which makes her question if anyone can even use this game. Meanwhile, 10 days have passed, and since then, Jay has been trying to find the trace of darkness, and after 10 days, he is successful in gaining it. As he gets it, the system tells him that he has completed the quest and he has found the scroll which has the records of the oldest traces of darkness and Laker Run. Now he has to make sure that the scroll is real and then look for the trace of darkness. And for completing this quest he is awarded a black necklace, which has unknown ancient traces, so we should be careful before using it. This makes Jay confused whether he should be using the necklace or not. But when the system asks him if he would like to use the necklace, he presses yes. This makes the system ask him again if he really would like to use it. He presses it, but it doesn't stop as the system keeps on asking if he is serious. And after the many times of asking, Jake gets frustrated and screams that he does want to use it. This makes the system comment that he's itching to use it. This makes Jay weirded out as a man behind the system says that he has pressed Java for much now, and yet he wants to use it, so he will be granting it. He also warns him that he should make sure that he doesn't regret his choice and to make sure that he turns the world upside down. Jay is confused by all of this, and before he can even ask what is happening, the system informs him that he has been changed to Bard of Anarchy. Moreover, the level system has been deleted, is acquired the stat possibility. The mission system has been added, and lastly, the character is now permanently attached to the player. Another update is that a new mission has been assigned to him in which he has to hurt the beginner users who have not yet changed their jobs, and the time given for that is 6 days. After changing into the hidden class and being bombarded by the notifications, the first thing he tried to do was to delete the character from the game. But no matter how many times he tries it, a system keeps on showing that his character cannot be deleted. The reason why he wanted to delete the character was since the leveling system for him has gone, which is the main foundation for any game. The possibility for him to be able to grow in the game is gone. And if that wasn't enough, you fear that other players would be able to level up and reach way higher, which would make the gap between them pretty long. This makes Jay instantly regret the choice he made and realizes that you should have listened to the system. But now that he knows that he can do nothing to change it, he tries to embrace it, considering that it is still a hidden class, so it might be somewhat useful. So he decides to find something that could be of use to him, and he searches the status window thoroughly, and he was indeed able to find one useful thing. That is plausibility. Plausibility is the capability of increasing interference, which can be used to intervene in the game world. So after using the corresponding stats, the rules of the world game can be twisted, but after being used the stats are going to be permanently destroyed. At first Jay finds it to be some sort of nonsense, but when he is updated that a new mission is waiting for him, that is where he has to hurt the beginners. He goes to find someone first. Now the beginner hunting ground slime colony. Jay spying on two new beginners, one girl and one boy who are eccentric enough that they can earn money by grinding slimes. Check doesn't know how he should feel about that, but decides to give it a try anyway. He hopes for the beginners to not hate him since he's also just playing a game. He takes his sword out and makes his way towards them, but before he's able to get there, three men swoop in, and as they are about to hit the guy, he is somehow able to dodge it. The men laugh and comment on how they could have knocked him out in one swift move. The guy lie on the ground asks who the men are. So the men in front tells him that they are the owners of the hunting ground and the guy and girl are trespassing on their property. This makes Jay, who is watching all of this, silently scoff since he knows that it hasn't been long since the game has opened up if they argue about its ownership. Hearing the men's statement makes the girl mad and she calls him out by saying that it is the beginner's hunting ground, so they are allowed to be here as a public place. This makes the men get too close to her face and threatens her by confirming that you can tell they are from school. Considering how they were talking about tests, the men concludes that they must be high schoolers. Moreover, he informs them that he will be able to know where they live just by searching up their names. This makes both of them very scared, and then they notice the red ID stating that these men have hurted players before, which makes them the PK players. The man then tells them to get out, so the girl starts screaming for someone to help them, but they notice that no one seems to be coming for their help and instead are just watching the whole commotion. The guy tells them to cut it out since it's just a game, and they all are trying to have fun, and this makes all three of the men laugh out loud. The man in front tells him that the reason why they're like this is because of the game, since is the best because the rules don't exist, and moreover, he believes that strength is the only way to answer in the world. This is enough for Jad, as he and his character as Dex makes his way towards the men and slices one's leg off. He then one by one keeps on attacking the men as the system updates him that his plausibility has increased, which makes him quite happy. Even though he still doesn't understand what's uses, his attention is dragged by the guy and the girl who are thanking him for saving their life, but he tells them that they don't have to thank him because he's going to hurt them as well for his mission. This makes both of them speechless as Jay tells them not to hate him since it is just a game. He then hurts both of them, and this makes his plausibility increase as well. So he turns to the bystanders and tells them it is their turn next to die. Chad and goes on a crazy hurting rampage, which starts a rumor around the Arcadia homepage that a real crazy one has appeared, and it seems like everyone agrees to it. Ever since then, Jay has been hurting all the beginners you can find, and like a true herder, he even makes them scared for their life before hurting them. One of his victims also threatens him that he will be reported to the company, but it still doesn't stop him from hurting the beginner. Now there are punishments in the system of Arcadia, or more like a death penalty. And what the death penalty issues is restricted access for 24 hours. It is done by the company to prevent addiction and also increased engagement with the game. Now in Arcadia's online customer service response department, there's chaos going around, which makes the manager ask what's going on. He's informed by a member of staff that there is a flood of complaints coming against a PK player. This makes the manager quite irritated and wonders who is the crazy person behind all this, as now the customer service response department has to work overtime. Now Jay seems to be checking out his stats, and after hurting 10-25 people he has gained quite impressive skills and stats. And not to forget, you also has hurt all these people within 2 days. And since he has been up and awake for the past 2 days, he's quite tired and wonders if all the spiteful things he has heard from the beginners he has hurted are taking a toll on his mental health. And he also wonders if what he is doing is morally correct or not. Hurting the beginners would obviously have some sort of effect on the game, and it might even lead to disrupting the game's operations. He doesn't understand why he is given such quests, but he doesn't have any other options as well, so he calls it none of his business. He then hears a sound coming from behind him, and he looks back and finds a group of slimes who he has saved apparently. And this has increased the slimes closest with him, and the most apparent way of showing that is the slimes lathering him up with affection. And Jake doesn't mind it either, because he knows now that he won't be able to get along with the players, so at least there's someone he can get along with. He then notices flamed sticks making their way towards him, and he instantly realizes what's happening. So he apologizes to the slimes that he has to run away now, or he will be in trouble, since he knows that there are people coming for him. And a group of people holding flame sticks are making their way towards him, and they instantly notice him, and one of the people calls out to other people to catch him. Jay runs away, but it is short since he ends up at the edge to the cliff, and seeing him at the edge makes a man among the group call him a pathetic rat in a trap, and also threatened him with death. But Jay isn't a bit scared, and with a smirk, Joe without a single thought jumps down the cliff, which shocks the group, and the man even calls him a nutcase to jump off a cliff like that. Jay instantly then logs out, and this part seems to have ended up on YouTube. where people are praising the new herder-themed game that has originated. The man from the group of people is reading all the comments and is not happy at all. He is one of the beginners that Jay had herded, and ever since then he is dead bound on monitoring the bulletin board. Now the man knows that Jay hasn't been herding the beginners for a long time, so that would mean that Jay is not a high level. So the man plans to build a squad, and he announces that if anyone is interested, then they can contact him. The next day, a lot of people seem to have gathered to be part of the squad, and the man initiates by saying that you will begin the meeting of Sweet Patroller. Now Arcadia has a special charm of its own with the scenarios that are not only created by the users inside the game, but also the reaction of users across the game, and these scenarios become a magnificent story, which can be then implemented in the game by none other than an ad, which controls each and every aspect of the game. The A's name is Alice, who detects the squad's gathering, so she gives all of them a similar quest, that is to hurt the beginner serial herder. Now this causes a ruckus in the Arcadia Korean camp scenario team of quest planning and management development. The employees are mad at the fact that a new quest is announced for the players every single warning, and moreover, is the same quest given to all the players. The scenario team leader Taehoon is certainly not very happy with this, and doesn't even stop before shouting at a member of staff who informs him that they are analyzing the cause. Tears man and screams at the employee if he's taking this thing lately, since they opened the servers not too long ago and things are already going downhill. Tae knows even if it was a quest abruptly given all users, then the whole department would be at rock bottom, but because it's a quest related to the main quest and Act 1 has made things quite troublesome. It seems like their team's estimations were very much off as within the 2 days of the main quest production coming out, the chaos has begun. Now there's a difference in the production of something in the start of something in the game. That is, the produced quest only reaches all the users through a ripple effect and in the form of substantial quest, just like how a seed doesn't sprout and produce fruits immediately after being sown. Moreover, quests like these take months to pass, and this was the estimation that the scenario team has estimated. Seeing the huge gap of 2 days, attacker cannot believe it to be just an incorrect estimation. He believes that there must be a cause behind all of this. Just that his eyes fall in the video of John, and he reads the title, it is the beginner murderer. So he asked one of the employees what it means, and the employee tells him that one of the players of the game seems to be going around hurting the beginners, and it is believed that the users have a direct connection to the main scenario. Tae then asks for Jay's information, his address, etc., and the employee confirms that they have been trying to get it but they are not able to at the moment because of the restriction that is set by the headquarters. This further pushes TOS suspicions as to why someone would go to such lengths just for an ordinary user. So he checks G stats and is shocked when he sees that Jay, till now, is herded 1025 players. Meanwhile, Jay, who doesn't have a care in the world, is woken by the poster of Arcadia promoting the Catch the Murder request, and this makes me giddy thinking that it must be about him. He sees that the post seems to have over 2,000 comments, and then he realizes how much trouble that is. He even contemplates whether he should just end things in the game, but his heart doesn't agree with that considering how many achievements are still left for him to gain in the game. Grudgingly, he still logs into the game and already irritated. He didn't expect the game to make a quest just for him to be caught. His gaze falls onto the slime colony, the palace, which is the ground for the beginners, and wonders if he should start looking for a new place already. Just then a slime comes up to him. Jay looks at him in confusion, and that is when he hears some people talking who seem to have a hard time hunting slimes. They notice the slime next to Java, and without recognizing him they call out to him and announce that they were the ones hunting that particular slime, so you shouldn't try to steal it. They go on and on about how they want to hunt it, while Jay looks at the slime and seeing Jay not make a move makes one of the two players angry, so he goes up to John and pushes him while yelling if he is deaf. Jay seems to have formed a plan in his mind, so just as the man touches him, he lies on the ground while screaming at the top of his lungs that the PK is here and that he's going to die. The man stands there baffled, not understanding what is happening as he just pushed John. He's crying out like someone has hurt him, but Jay screaming that the PK is here is enough to gather the attention of all the players, and they all make their way towards the two unfortunate players who had made contact with Jay. The player tries to announce that whatever Jay is saying is a lie and tries for Jay to chip in his favor. But when he looks back at Jay, he sees him running away. The player announces that Jay is running, but the bloodthirsty players for the blood of PK don't hear his words and call him a psychopath for hurting beginners. This is the exact moment when the other one of the two players recognized Jay and his dreadful expression. And then he was rumored to be the PK. So he tries to convince everyone that they are being framed, but it seems like no one is ready to listen to them, and they eventually seem to have heard of them. Meanwhile, Jay, who is very expertly managed to get away, is asking the slime to follow them. When the slime showers in with affection, he can't help but find it very adorable. And since he has yet again saved his son's life, the closest with him is increased. He has earned the title of Friends of the Slimes. Jay is happy with the title considering how many beginners he has hurted. He knows this is the title he may deserve, but this isn't enough. He knows that if he has to make sure he stays part of the game, he has to find something that will help him in breaking through this situation he is in. The system keeps updating him that he has met the minimum requirements for the possibility. Moreover, his former cooperative relation with a slime race, so he is allowed to use plausibility in order to help them. Jaya is then able to view the status window of the slime, which means the plausibility of 1025. And this makes him finally understand why the plausibility is in the game. So without waiting a second, he decides to use the plausibility, which ends up in changing the basic stats of the slime from level 1 to level 15. Monsters are something that are required by every player to defeat, and not to mention how much their existence makes the game more engaging. Among these monsters, there are ones that are used as the tutorial monsters which the beginners have to hurt, and their main purpose is to provide the beginners with the basic techniques. And just like in any other game, there are surely the monsters in Arcadia as well. And those are the slimes. Arcadia often releases videos regarding these where they show different players were able to move ahead in the game just by hurting the slimes. In one of those videos are beginners recording themselves playing and is enchanted by how well the graphics of the game are. They then notice the slime and go on to hunt it, but before the beginner could do any harm, the slime jumps on the player and they die. The video is posted with the title "Slimes are too strong." And this makes the people comment about how the beginner was just hurted by a simple slime. And even though many don't believe that the slimes have become stronger is somehow true because of the plausibility which has increased the slime's level to 15, it seems like the one's very weak monster is causing quite a ruckus in the game. DJI watches from a height as the beginners try to hunt the slimes, but no matter what they do, the slimes won't suffer any damage. Jay has become quite fascinated by the slimes, and he found the slimes to be quite passive. That is, they only try to attack someone when they have been attacked first. However, after the plausibility changed the slimes to have become more aggressive, Jay questions if plausibility is the cause behind it. And if the plausibility is the reason behind the behavior change, then he is convinced that this is how plausibility is able to change the game. He finds it way more complicated than he originally thought it would be. And then Novice is the group of people who are surrounded by the slimes and recognizes them as the group of people who came after Jay to hurt him. The man who has started the squad to hurt Jay is the first one to be hurted by the slimes, and that too, and a single hit. Then the slimes hurt every member of the group. Chad is very happy with this and finally confesses that this is going better than he thought. Within 2 hours, Jay is able to collect double the plausibility he had initially gathered thanks to the slimes. This makes the 2 days he stayed up and awake mean nothing to him. And now he doesn't want his aim to be just to clear the quest, but rather to try to strengthen the slimes as much as possible. But when he goes to do that, a notification hits him that the slimes cannot be strengthened further. This makes him sigh, since he had a hint that things wouldn't be easy for him. But even then he doesn't really complain, because the number of slimes is quite enough for him. So he decides to count the slimes first. Meanwhile, in Arcadia Online, the Korean branch hand is fuming with anger. He orders his employees report, and the employees, scared of him, report that the slimes have been strengthened abnormally. Because of this, there is a huge increase in the beginners dying in the game, and the number keeps on growing as they are talking. He then asks if there have been any reports from the headquarters, and the employee confesses that they have been trying to get in contact with them, and also have sent a lot of inquiries, but no response is coming back. This makes Hans sigh. He announces that he will take care of it. He also asked how much stronger the slimes have gotten, since if the slimes have strengthened more than double, it would be a problem they would have to worry about. The employee confesses that the slimes have strengthened 10 times, and this baffles Han as he gets lost in his thoughts. Recovering from his thoughts, he asked the employees how much HP does a new user have access to, which according to the employee 100 HP. Is this again baffles Han as he realizes that with the power the slimes possess currently, they would be able to hurt a beginner in a single shot. Understanding the situation, Han doesn't want to waste any more time and rushes into a room. Han, it's confirmed about the fact that everything that is happening in Arcadia isn't just a simple mistake, and considering how this is a technology that was planned to the very dot, such an incident is not something that would be overlooked. And because he doesn't understand what is happening, he decides to look into the matter himself. So it goes into the Dreamer machine, which confirms his authority and grants him access. Inside the virtual reality, he makes his way towards the AI Alice. Meanwhile, at the beginner hunting ground, she finds the whole ground to be empty, and this makes him believe that something must have happened. Upon seeing the clock for his quest down to 1 day left, he realizes that the rumors of the beginner's ground being dangerous must have spread all over. Moreover, players of level 15 have been coming around to hunt slimes. It has becoming hard not only for him, but also for the slimes to take so many together. Jaya now seems to find nothing to gain from the ground, at least. However, when he is able to hurt 10,000 beginners, the system congratulates him and informs him that this is an achievement that not a lot of people are able to achieve. Because of this achievement, he is now taking the title of beginner herder, a villain recognized by everyone. Moreover, the mission's rewards have increased, so he will now be receiving an intermediate reward. Jay is quite happy with it, and it's quite curious to see what the reward is. So he accepts it, which ends up opening with a flashy purple light. Among the light, he sees a black mass sort of thing. He wonders if this is the prize, but upon looking more carefully, he thinks it is an egg, which then bursts open. The system announces that he has gotten the prize and has obtained a familiar. Jay instantly feels the intense power and pressure surrounding the figure that has come out of the supposed mass. Impressed by it, Jay suddenly comes to the realization that it is the monarch of chaos. The demon kingdom is Satan. It seems like the Demon King couldn't summon itself as the adult version, so it was summoned into the younger version. But he doesn't care, because the Demon King knows that even with this number of players, he would be able to hurt the angels that he so much despises. Just then the Demon King realizes that he is somewhere he doesn't recognize. Even though he was okay with being summoned in the younger version of himself, he didn't expect to be summoned in such a small size as well. He didn't looks at Jan, asks if he is the one who summoned him. But Jade himself doesn't know how to summon someone and confesses that he had received an intermediate reward. When he opened it, the Demon King popped out from it. He also mentioned that the system tells him that the Demon King is familiar now. This makes the Demon King consider it an insult as to why he would be considered a familiar. It seems like he had no knowledge of this binding contact, or he had no chance of negotiating his way out. Jay finds his behavior to be bratty, but it's still amazed to see the Demon King in front of him. While the Demon King is cursing his fate for making him go through so much in his old age, he then turns his attention towards Jaya and announces that since he is now going to be his familiar, they are going to be working together for a long time, so they should make sure that they get along. He proceeds to head up and sit on Jay's head, and G doesn't know if he should be happy about the fact that the Demon King is sitting on his head. The demon in the meantime seems to have sensed Jay's power and comments to him that he seems to have some good power. This makes him question what powers he is talking about. This is when the system informs him that he can use the plausibility to unleash his familiar's power. It also warns him of the deception and temptation that the Demon King might present, considering that he is a demon. This makes the Demon King understand why he was pushed into this without a contract, because if he is able to go through it, that he will be able to crush all the angels. Seeing the Demon King, Lawson himself questions what he is doing. This makes the Demon King question if Jay can give the power he possesses to the Demon King. This makes him ask what he is talking about. And this makes the Demon King scream out loud about the powers Jay seems to be possessing that can turn the laws of the world upside down. Jay finally understands the power of the Demon King has been going on about is the plausibility. The Demon King confirms it, informs Jay that considering the fact that he is a human, there must be a limit to the amount of power he can use, so he should give the power to him instead. The Demon King also tempts him with rewards that he will give, but Jay is smarter and he knows that a stat that the Demon King wants must mean that it is something powerful, so that would make plausibility a very powerful and important element of the game. But still, Jay asked the Demon King what he will be giving John instead of the plausibility. The Demon King suggests that if he gives him all the plausibility, then Jay will be given the Nurdle's Limit, which is the cloak of Narvel, who leads the Demon Roam's second course. But the problem with it is that in order to be able to equip it, one has to be at level 150. John himself finds it nuts, especially considering the fact that the ranker in America, who started playing the game even before it was launched in Korea, is still at level 50. So Jay announces that he doesn't need it. The Demon King understands that Jay doesn't find it good enough and knows that no one would have been satisfied by this. Instead, he asks Jai if there is something he desires. Jai at first doesn't recall something he desires, but he then recalls one thing. So he asked the Demon King if he can strengthen the monsters that are the slimes. This makes the Demon King burst into a fit of laughter as he believes that Cheer's joking. But when Jay questions if he can do it, the Demon King confirms that there's nothing he can't do. So the Demon King asks how much Jay will give him plausibility for it, and Jay says all of it. The Demon King doesn't wait a second to form a contract, and as his contract he strengthens the slide to a level of 100. In the next scene, a few high-level players are going around hunting slimes, which they still consider weak monsters regardless of their level. They find it easier to hurt the slimes to gain experience, and hence the beginner's ground seems to be the perfect place for them. They believe that if they keep going like this, they would soon be able to aim for the masked ranker spot. To achieve that, they just need to keep on hunting slimes. However, their happiness is short-lived when all of them are shaken by what they first think is an earthquake. That purple aura surrounds not only them but all the players. They watch a slime seem to line up in front of them, and without a single warning, the slimes fly towards them. The players, thinking they're going to die, open their eyes after a few moments when they feel nothing happening to them. That's when they realize that the slimes are coming for them. they're going past them. So they look behind and watch as all slimes seem to be falling together. Just then the status window of every player opens in front of them, informing them that the slimes were once peaceful monsters, but they have been mercilessly slaughtered by humans. After waiting patiently for a very long time, the slime community has come to the conclusion that they don't want to be patient anymore. Instead, they want to fight for their peace. In order to do that, the slimes have joined together and waking their warrior, the slime queen. The queen wastes no time in establishing her first attack. Her scream is enough to hurt many of the players. Jai watches all of this happening stunned. Jay asks the Demon King what he has done, to which the Demon King simply answers that he has strengthened the slimes just like Jay asked. Jay corrects him, saying that he did ask him to strengthen the slimes but not to make them excessively strong. Both John and the Demon King are scared of the power as well. When they feel the single force of its power, they start running. The Demon King laughs and comments how the queen is the perfect amount of feisty to make it into the ranks of the Demon World Army. He also finds it amazing how even with the weakest of animals, the smallest amount of stir can make them thirsty for revenge. Jay questions him about what he meant by that. The Demon King clears up that he saw how humans kept hurting the slimes. So he went ahead and awakened their thirst for revenge with the help of some of the plausibility he gave to the Demon King. The Demon King continues that he has the power now to bring any species to the next level of evolution, just by using a little bit of plausibility. Meanwhile, the slimes so thirsty for revenge make their way towards a crowd of people trying to shield themselves with the help of shields. They scream that they need to stop the slimes from getting past the lines, because if they do, then all of them will be annihilated. As these players try to protect themselves, every other player in the game gets an update from the system about a new quest. They are informed that the slimes have consumed the ancient evil darkness, which has awakened their wrath. Because of this, they are willing to destroy anything that comes in their path. Players are given instructions on how to win. They have to protect the beginner town and then hurt the slime queen within 6 days. They will lose when the guardian crystal of the beginner's town is destroyed. Moreover, if they lose, the beginner's town will be destroyed forever. This sends all the players into a panic mode where they wonder what will happen to them and also blame the game, calling it ridiculous. When the players see the slime queen, they all internally realize that they are doomed. Meanwhile, Jay, who's watching all of this unfold in front of him, is asked by the Demon King what they should do. What Jay asks, "What do you mean?" is the Demon King suggests that they should go ahead and destroy the guardian crystal secretly. He points out that everyone is trying their hardest to stop the slime queen, and this way all of this will end quickly. Jay understands that the Demon King is trying to get him to do what he wants, but Jay knows better and comments that he just wants to observe for now. This makes the Demon King question if Jay's waiting till the last moment to crush their hopes completely. Without waiting for the answer, the Demon King calls him the true evil among them all, but Jay doesn't pay much mind to him and decides to ignore him, while he gets notified by the system with each update of the slime queen hurting the players. This makes Jay realize that he does need to make a decision and now has to think about where he would gain more by helping the monsters or the players. Meanwhile, Han and a few other people have been watching the slime queen skills. In a meeting which includes the roar of a ruler, and Elite Cortez screams out that the server must be shut down, as he believes that there's something wrong with it. He couldn't come up with another reason as to why level 100 monster would appear out of nowhere, and especially where the beginners are. His statement is backed up by Won Jai-hai, top designer of the design team. She also adds that the Korean branch has never designed such a monster as well. Tak continues that they should complain to the headquarters, considering the developers there must have a reason behind all of this. But Han is in deep thought at his own. All the events that happened, like the sudden start of the main scenario, the suspicious murder request, and the appearance of the slime queen, he believes that all of this is instigated by a suspicious user. Han announces that if it is done by a user, then they cannot come and interfere in it according to the policy of Arcadia. So they have no choice but to see what the events of all of this would bring in the aftermath. Meanwhile, the players are working to their core to protect the town, and if it weren't for the high-level players, the town would have already succumbed to the queen's wrath. And it seems like the number of the slimes keeps on increasing. The players are tired, but the slimes' number doesn't seem to be decreasing. Among all the 2 players and made their way up a cliff where they believe the slimes won't be coming after them. One of them is the sick Geordie trooper Baron, who thanks the other one for saving his life. He keeps on praising the other men for the courage he has shown, and the men is clearly embarrassed by all of this, but still thanks him. Bei then comes to the point and tells the men to look for him later, since the records for all warriors are recorded in his grandfather's diary. This makes the men look at the window which is opened up in front of him, informing him that he has fulfilled all the requirements for job advancement. Then asked him if you'd like to accept the hero and the old tales, which makes them enemies because he was able to find the hidden job that he has only ever heard rumors about, and now understands what one gets by doing the main scenario, so he agrees to Bei's request only because he is curious about the warrior Bei has talked about. By now 3 days have passed since the queen has woken up, and half the time given for the quest is gone, and it seems like the players have been losing to the slimes at a very concerning rate. But even though they don't see much possibility in winning, they still don't want to back down, and the higher level players have heard about about what has happened, and they too have come voluntarily to participate in defeating the queen. This made the beginners form a team and move accordingly. Moreover, the player who hurts 1000 slimes is given the title, a slime slaughter, and as the players get the title, they're able to slow down the momentum of the slimes. And this helps the players in thinking that they can win. Chia is still observing everything that is happening, and it seems like by now this number for the hurting of beginners has risen up to 32,000. The Demon King who is beside him laughs and comments that he has never seen a more evil player than Jay, which makes Jay feel a bit weird considering he has been praised by the devil, but he neglects it and instead focuses on the plausibility are able to collect, which is about 22,000. He remembers how hard it was to collect them when he was the one hurting the beginners. The Demon King asked him what he is going to do about the current situation, as if he doesn't do anything then the humans will most probably win. Just smirks knowing that it would be fun. Things don't get much harder. The players were given 7 days in order to win against the Slime Queen's wrath. And this seemed like the time that was enough, but just not quite. The chaos of the beginner's town is so much that now it can be known as the battlefield. And soon the end approaches with just 10 minutes left until the end of the raid, and by the time the slimes seem to have become much calmer, which makes some of the players believe that they probably would have given up considering how they weren't able to get past the defensive line. Seeing how just 10 minutes or less, they are now much more than hopeful of the fact that they are going to win. But their happiness turns into confusion when the perfect 10 minutes until the quest is over is left, because just then the whole sky turns crimson red in color. This doesn't look good for the players, and they're worried about what is happening. But some players scream that it doesn't matter what color the sky is because the rain is over now. Suddenly, all their eyes fall onto the Slime Queen, who seems to be moving towards them, and Jay seems to be standing on the top of his head. It seems like the queen is now even more enraged. Not more slimes seem to have been hurted. Seeing such a huge monster in front of them makes everyone scared, but still, they try to maintain their formation. Troopers order others to attack with whatever they have and call them out to not be scared since it is just a game. Just then one of the main troopers who gave orders to others is squished by the queen, and this makes others believe how they're supposed to defeat it when it is built like this. Seeing this makes another player come forward and announce to everyone that they just need to stall the queen for 5 more minutes. So their aim should not be to attack but to try to distract it and then make sure that its attention doesn't fall into the garden stone in the village plaza. They all know that they need to protect the guardian's stone at all costs. They also believe that this puts the reputation of Korean gamers on the line as well. So motivated enough to decide not to worry about their death, but try to be as persistent. It doesn't matter if the Slime Queen suffers any damage, they should keep doing it. The players with the long-range attacks are joined together first, and all of them call this the human wave strategy. They keep doing what they have thought of, and soon only 10 seconds or less until its end, and they do everything in their book to distract the queen. As time passes by, the players get more confident that they are going to win against the queen. Meanwhile, Hen makes his way to his superior's office, where he requests her to give him the authority to stop the slime raid, but the senior tells him that this is not possible since she believes that they are just managing Arcadia, and they are not the gods of the game, so their role is to make the aftermath measurable and suitable, and not just try to erase the whole incident. Back at the beginner's town, players seem to have the illusion that they have won as the time ticks to 1 second left, but before it could complete, the 1 second cracking sound of the garden stone was heard. James stands with his sword struck inside the stone, has destroyed the stone, which means that the players have failed to clear the slime's wrath, and as the consequence was listed, the beginner's town will be permanently destroyed. Jay enjoying being the villain while the other players make their way to the stone, confused at first, thinking that the slimes must have destroyed it, but their confusion increases when they see that it is not slimes that have destroyed the stone of the player. They question him who he is and mad over the fact that they lost, scream at him about why he destroyed the stone. They all rush towards him with anger in them to catch Jaya and punish him, but he stopped all of them by saying in that this is not the time for it. That is when the players realize that the town is about to be destroyed, and the start of that is the slime queen bursting out, which makes slimes of her fall in the ground. The slime particles then join together to form new and huge slimes. The system announces that the slimes have won against the humans and they were able to chase the humans out successfully. Sort of slimes have decided to live in the territory that was once terrorized by the humans, along with the queen, who seems to become a normal size. Jay finds all of this very impressive. All the beginner's town turns into the territory of the slimes. This makes everyone's status window warn them that they have entered the hunting ground, and the recommended level for this ground is 80. So this should be careful. This makes everyone shocked as to how someone is even able to attain the ATF level. DJI watches this like a proud parent and wonders if this is what they meant when it is said to put the cart before the horse. And the next C in the news is talking about how RKT has become a popular game as a virtual reality one. But there seems to be a lot of complaints made by the users regarding the incidents that have been happening. That is the main scenario taking over the whole game. The news updates everyone about how a town was destroyed because the players failed to complete a quest. So the town has now turned into a dungeon. The news reporter herself says that being a player herself, she has never seen such a chaotic game in her life. Jay, who is sleeping like a lot of until now, wakes up and after taking a shower he notices the comments on the news video. He seems to be reading what the players are sad about, and many of them say that there is no hope for the new users to even become a part of the game because before they can even start, they will be heard by the slimes. It also reads the comment about how it was a player, not the monster, who had destroyed the Guardian's stone, and many write that this is related to the beginner's herder. Jay reads all the mess that has been made and wonders if now he has to keep a low profile, and becomes aware of how there are people who have lost stuff because of him. But he can't even consider himself guilty because he is doing what the game has asked him to do. He recalls being the Band of Anarchy, getting the Demon King as a familiar, but most importantly, the voice behind the system who gave him the instruction to create as much trouble as possible. But he doesn't want to think too much about it and thinks that if he has done something wrong, then the game company would ban him eventually. And besides, he has much more important things to attend to. Jay has an orientation to attend Sean University as a computer engineering student. He makes his way into the class where he sits down next to a guy who seems to be watching an Arcadia game video, which is Jay is his character in it. This makes Jay question when this was recorded, and after seeing that 2 million people have watched it, he finds it even more weird as to why someone would want to watch it. The guy watching the video then asks TJ if he is interested in the video. See how much Jay has leaned towards him to watch the video, which makes you apologize. He tells the guy they just found the video interesting. The guy that introduces himself as Jig-Yun and calls it faith that they are seated next to each other. As Jay introduces himself, Yun informs him that the video is a gaming clip from the game called Arcadia, where things are very crazy right now. He also tells him about the town that was destroyed. And this makes just sigh in relief as he realizes that Yun is just interested in the game and not into his character. But the next words out of you make just scared as you mention the beginner's herder. Jay thinks about why you would mention the herder and fears that he might be aware of his identity. Meanwhile, Han Sr. catches up with everything that has happened. So now she knows that things are going to be very busy from now on. They never expected things to go to such an extent, even though they considered things to be somewhat different. She hopes only now that with all the publicity Arcadia has gotten they can use it in good ways for the company's future. However, she is certain of one thing, that all these incidents were done by a single user, and now she has to find out who the user is. Meanwhile, at the university, Jay's frozen with fear that you notice identity, but he comes down when you put a hand on his shoulder and consults Jay since he believes that Jay doesn't know anything about the game at all. Yun gets all in to give all the knowledge to DJI and shows him the recent beginner's herder incident. He also tells him that it is believed that the raid was done by the beginner's herder as well. Yun also comments that the information he's giving is highly classified, which makes Jay ask how would a single user do such a thing. Joe seems to be making sure he doesn't say or do anything that might put any kind of suspicious light on him, as he believes that Yun is quite smart. But soon the orientation starts where Professor Kim Tae-hoon introduces himself as the in charge of the computer engineering department, and talks about the huge revolution that virtual reality has brought into the world, bringing all sorts of information about the world. One of the most popular worlds through which virtual reality has become trendy is Arcadia. He comments that people who have lived in the world of virtual reality know that the world doesn't revolve around someone just doing computer engineering. So the university and the education board have decided that since the current curriculum of computer engineers is not up to the era there, and they have decided to change the name of computer engineering to virtual reality engineering. This is something Jay agrees with as well, because he too has felt that the new technology, that is the virtual technology, is far more advanced than the old technology. Tae assures everyone that the name change might be confusing for a lot of people, but is compulsory for them to catch up with the world. If they don't, then they will be the ones falling behind. And soon the lunch break starts where Yun and Jay are having their lunch. Yun is shocked by the announcement that happened in the orientation, while Jay wonders why he's even sitting with Yun. But Yun doesn't get the hint that Jay is irritated by him and instead keeps on talking, even more amazed that Arcadia has been mentioned in the middle of the orientation. It certainly makes it clear for Jay that Yun is someone who is crazily obsessed with Arcadia, but his thoughts stop on Yun and asked him why he doesn't play Arcadia. Jay comes up with an excuse fast and blames the expensive Dreamer capsule because of which he hasn't tried it. Moreover, he tries to dampen it by stating that he isn't good at playing games and fear of getting caught. He tries to change the topic and pushes the question of you and playing Arcadia. Hearing the question makes you being with joy, where he brags about the fact that he might not look like it, but he is quite high-leveled. Jay feels relieved now that the topic is off of him and listens as Yun tells him to inform him whenever Jay starts playing the game. Although he suggests that things are quite rough in the game, Jay is fascinated by how strange Yun is. In the next scene, Jane has logged into the game where the Demon King is mad at the fact that G made him wait. The Demon King tells him that he must have a lot of guts to be able to do something like this. Che tries to convince him that he hadn't slept for a few days due to the slime raid, so he thought it would be better for him to rest for a few days before joining back into the game. This makes the Demon King comment that Jay is too weak and this is the reason why he doesn't trust humans. Jai then suddenly hears a noise coming from behind him, and as he looks back, the Slime Queen comes running into his arms, followed by a number of slimes. While Jay is feeling quite happy with the affection, the Demon King seems to be trapped under a slime and keeps on cursing at them. After they all get up, the Queen expresses her gratitude towards John as informed by the system. It further informs him that the slimes are eternally grateful for whatever he has done, and that they will remember his sacrifices. They announced him as the eternal savior of the slime race, which makes his title go from Slime's friend to Slime savior. They give Java Slime crown, which makes his plausibility increased by 2413. Jay is very much happy with the number of rewards he has gotten, but he also laughs at the fact that he has gotten to opposite nicknames of the beginner's harder on the Slime savior in the same game that he is playing. This makes him sure that he shouldn't show this to anyone. He is then interrupted by the Demon King, who says that they should leave the area because he sees any more purple than he will puke. Jay agrees with him as well, so they head off to their next destination. Now everyone is aware of the destruction of the beginner's village, so the users tried to find a new replacement for the beginner's town, which they were able to find faster than anyone had expected. The new replacement is the Michael Barony, which is about 10 camps north of the beginner's place. This place was recommended because the monsters around are not too high in level and the items that the NPC sell are nice as well. Once the rumors of the place started, every beginner gather at the Miko Barony, so J2 makes his way towards the Miko Barony, where he is stopped at the gate by the security who asked him his name. He tells his character name Dex, which makes a security ask him if he has come from the beginner's village as well, which he confirms he has. The security sighs and asks what has happened there, mentioning that he has heard about the slime rampage. This makes Jay shock as he realizes that the rumors seem to have spread to NPCs as well. But Jay decides to go along with the act, and he tells the security that if he visits down there, then you will see that the slimes are not the usual slimes anymore. He also informs him that the minimum level to even enter the place is 85, which makes the security shocked. This makes the security understand why everyone seems to have gathered in the Miko Barony. He then asks Jaya if he is here to settle down as well and tells him to wait for some time, while he makes some preparations and grants the permit for his entry. She was glad, but the Demon King stops and tells him that he finds the place very familiar, but he later takes it as his overthinking. He then asks Jai what he intends to do with the power of plausibility he has, since he gets even more of it than before. This reminds him that his plausibility has reached the mark of 30,000, and this makes the Demon King mention that from all the points he has gathered, that he must have heard it about 40,000 people. If Jay doesn't want to use it, then he should give it to the Demon King, but Jay stops him in the middle and announces that he doesn't want to, and this makes the Demon King whine again. He again tries to offer Jay something nice instead of the plausibility, even guarantees him that you will be able to take over the whole continent. Moreover, the Demon King promises that Jay would never have to worry about money for life. Jay simply tells him that if there is something he would need in the future, he will tell him. Even though Jay acts as if he is not interested in the offer that the Demon King gave him does catch his attention, especially considering how previously he was able to show John item of level 150, but he also was aware that it might not be a good idea to rely on the Demon King only. Considering how the Demon King is a demon, it might be possible that the item that Demon King shows him would have less value than the amount of plausibility he gives the Demon King. So he decides that he needs to be careful about using the plausibility, especially since he doesn't know anything about it. Jay has now been granted permission and he walks inside the Michaela Barony's marketplace, which is filled with chatter and noises of people. Jay decided to look around the village once to find what is available, and then complete a decent quest if one is available. His eyes then fall onto the two men who are sitting in a restaurant and they clearly seem to be in distress. One of them complains that the territory lord has ordered to increase the output of orcs, but he doesn't know where they can get more, not to mention according to him. All the men are on the verge of breaking down. The other man ships in invoices his concern that the Lord might punish them if they don't increase the output by the given time. Hearing their conversation gives John an idea and he smirks while stating that things are getting more interesting. So he makes his way towards the men and tells them that he might be able to solve their problems, which makes the men excited about the fact that they might be saved now. Jake gets a quest miner's concern in which he has to get iron ores for the miners who have been ordered by Baron Miko to increase the outputs of iron ores. The Demon King finds the quest to be pathetic and mentions that this is a quest that anyone can do and is repeatable, considering how all around Jera people either selling iron ores or buying them. Jet looks around, he finds a blacksmith selling a sword he made himself, which makes the Demon King mention that these blacksmiths are all the normal and ordinary ones, and Jay confesses that they do, but not all of them are NPC. Many of them are users as well. This is because there's a huge demand for blacksmiths due to the new users coming to the Michaela Barony. However, a lot of people reject the iron ore gathering quest because, just like the Demon King said, it is repetitive and a normal quest. So Jay asked the Demon King a question. What does he think would happen if the demand for a product increases if the supply stays the same? But it seems like the Demon King doesn't have an answer for it. So Jay assures him that he will find out even if he doesn't like it. But for now, it should start earning money. Meanwhile, Baron Miko, who is the territory lord, is worried that the price of iron ores has increased from 10 bronze to 15 bronze. At this rate, the village blacksmith might not be able to get enough margin. And if a blacksmith don't get the produce, then only low-grade items that are created by the trainees for specific training purposes will be sold of the market. This will cause a very huge drop in the quality and economy of the territory. Baron was worried that if he doesn't do anything, then things will only keep on going downhill. So he has no choice but to do something about it. Now Jay has made his way to Mount Finn, which has mine entrances are very high altitude. This makes him sure that not many people will be around. Jay plans on using the possibility here, which makes the Demon King ask why he's using the powerful skill on something so useless. But Jay doesn't answer the question and instead orders him to do what he said. Not having any other option, the Demon King does what he asks, and the system informs him that 8,000 plausibility has been consumed. All of this gets you the result that he wanted: a den destroyer, which is a drill made from the toenail of the den predator, which is a mole in the demonic world. Jay is happy with the result and cannot wait to use it to get rich. Now in the Miko barony things are going on like they used to. People are selling the equipment they have or have made. Among them, Blacksmith Adon and Blacksmith Kashim are watching the adventurers buy all the iron to make low-grade items, and Cash and chirps that they are the nobodies who are now trying to become artisans and masters. According to him, this is the end of the world. Aiden is however sure that the Baron would surely do something about all of this, because if he doesn't, the whole place is doomed. Arcadia has become a popular game because of how relatable it is with the real world. This includes its economy as well, where the resources for specialties are produced by different areas. Just like the real world, the demand for resources greatly depends on the situation and the seasons. Currently the most in-demand resource is iron ores. There is a great lack of iron ores, which once used to be sold at 10 bronze is now sold at 17 bronze, which is about 1.7 times more expensive. If one is able to get the iron ore and try to make something out of it, they either suffer a loss or barely make a profit. This has made the players complain more and more. Players say that even for a game which is supposed to be realistic, it is too much. Seeing the crisis makes many of the players who chose blacksmith as their profession regret their choice. One of the players questions why they can't just mine the iron ores themselves, which makes the other players understand that it takes more than 2 hours to travel between the city and the mines. One should not forget how hard it is to mine the iron ores, so they simply state that it is better someone else mines it and the other should concentrate on improving skill proficiency by repairing equipment. This is somewhat true. Mining is not truly profitable, but it seems like Jay is the exception in this case. Jana started mining with the help of the new tool that he has gotten. He is easily able to attain iron ores because of it. After gaining a lot, he decides to end it here. He hopes that with the iron ores he has now, he will be able to compensate for the cost of using plausibility. Just then the Demon King comes and gives John another offer for an item which would be perfect for the exchange of the rest of the possibility. He presents Jay Tears of Darkness, which he needs level 220 be able to use. When used, it gives the player a hostile relation with spirits, so the dark spirits won't attack him. But Jay refuses and again tells the king that he doesn't need it. Moreover, there is a requirement of level 220 to equip it, so it would be too overpowered for him to use. He believes that if he wears it, then it would make the game quite boring. He continues that if he even tries to sell such an item, people instantly recognize who he is, even though it might work if he sells it, and then quits the game. That won't be fruitful for him in any way. This that makes him realize that the Demon King was missing for quite some time. So he asked where the king was. He replies that it is nothing, but the way he says it throws the arrows of suspicion in the mind of Jay. But Jay doesn't get too much into it. The Demon King points out that the amount of iron ore he has might be more than the whole barony has, which pleases Jay a lot. Jay plans to mine the same amount of ores every day and then sell it, which will help him and gain friendliness points with the miners. And then he will be able to complete the repeatable quests. If everything goes according to his plan, then he assured the Baron would be very much interested in him. Meanwhile, the Baroness is in a meeting where she is reading all the problems people have written for her solve. She asked the others present in the meeting why such a problem has occurred. One answers straightforwardly that it is because of the new players who have entered the barony and chosen their profession to be a blacksmith. Others agree with him as well and comment that the new blacksmiths are now misses of best, so all the items they make are low grade. Even though they are aiming to become artisans and masters, they would still need a lot of ores to reach such levels. Moreover, another reason behind this is that the number of miners didn't increase along with the number of blacksmiths. This makes the Baroness conclude that the new adventures are the reason behind the whole problem. So she asks if they can be tasked to mine instead, but it is rejected by one in the meeting by stating the clause. Disappointed, she asks if then they can sell the manufacturer iron to the artisans first, but this is also against the law. The Baroness deserves to curse the new adventures for appearing out of nowhere. As she's about to lose hope, one of the employees comes bursting into the room and tells her about the big trouble. Meanwhile, in the barony, everyone has gathered around the ores, where they're baffled by the amount of not only iron, but also gold and silver, along with the magic crystals. The Baroness herself is shocked to see this. By yen, Jay is able to earn 5 gold and 12 silver. If he exchanges it for money, it would be around 512,001. Jay is happy with the earnings and knows that if he keeps on working like this, he'll be able to earn about 5,000,001 in no time. However, he still feels like the earnings not enough. He had to hear someone ask him if he's the one who brought the ores. When he looks at the voice, it turns out to be the Baroness. The system informs him that the Baroness is showing interest in him, and his friendliness points with her have increased as well. Jay smirks knowing his plan is working, so he confirms that he is the one. The Baroness introduces herself and offers a cup of tea now. Now inside the mansion of the Baroness, she and Jay are sitting for tea. She asked him how much time it took for him to mine so many ores, to which he tells about 3 days. This makes the Baroness shocked. He doesn't even believe that it is possible. So she asks if the other adventurers can mine like him as well, and GE truthfully replies that it would be impossible for them. Finally succumbing to all the pressure, she asked Jay if he can help her. She informs him that the economy of the barony is going down because of the new adventures, so it would be helpful for them if someone is able to help increase the economy. Jay has been informed by the system about the new quest the Baroness's concern, in which he has to mine ores amounting to 100,000 daily. Jay gets internally happy since he has been waiting for this. With the word that he will help the Baroness, he accepts the quest. Now back in reality, Jay knows that the quest he has been given is very hard to fulfill realistically. Because of this, many users find it quite boring and refuse to do it. So Jay decides to change my perception, and you create a channel with the name The Daily Life of a Destroyer. In the next scene at Siljin Middle School, Tak is asked by a friend if he's going to play Arcadia today, which he refuses to do because he finds the game a bit strange. He confesses that he was hurted by some stranger just as he was a beginner. The next time you log in, you found that the slimes had gotten really strong, and after that the whole village disappeared. Tak had to die so many times, we'll try and get out of there. This makes the friend comment that even after that, Tak was able to go to the barony and got a job as a merchant as well. But this is what Tak finds the most problematic, because there weren't many jobs he could have chosen from. He had to become a merchant. Because of this, he has a ton of strange non-combat skills. Not only that, he can also hunt anymore. So in total, he considers his character to be doomed. This makes the friend suggests that he can still do a lot of fun things even if his character doesn't hunt anymore. So the friend shows him a page with a video titled How to Earn Money by Arcadia. Curiously, Tak opens the video. The video was of someone talking about iron ores, showing all the money he has earned in just a week. The player gives a full tutorial on how to do this, informs them that they will be F rank miner from the start and they will be able to get 20 ores in an hour, which would be around 400 bronze. If players increase their level, they will have much more speed and success rate and can even get rare ores as well. The man in the video informs that he is at level A, and because of that, he's able to mine at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day. Tak skips the repetitive part and ends up with a person in the video has sold all the ores. It's gotten 1 gold and 82 silver. This amazes Tak, and now he desperately wants to try it. The video was posted on the channel made by Jay. Like anything Jay does, the video was taken over like a storm. However, what the players don't realize is that many of the things said or shown in the video are lies, especially the efficiency shown, which is only possible when someone has a cheap item like Jay. Jay had carefully taken all these details out and made the video look like anyone can earn so much money. As he expected, a lot of people were interested in it. This was able to influence the players in Arcadia on such a huge level. Many players went on to become miners, which made some other players question why someone would want to be miners all of a sudden. Baroness in the meantime is over the moon that the players who wouldn't budge before are willingly going to the mines. This makes her question Jay how he was able to do it. He tells her that he didn't do much since he simply stimulated the basic desires of humans. He explains that it is just money. People will do anything if it means that it will earn the money. So short the adventurers or capitalist pigs. Baroness doesn't get what Jay is trying to tell her, but she doesn't care because everything seems better now. But Jay tells her that she shouldn't be satisfied just by this, as she needs to prepare for other measures as well. That is, reduce the wages given to the miners and instead give them the right to be able to own a part of the ores that they mined. Jay believes that this will motivate the miners even more, and the slackers that only pretended to be working will go away. Baroness likes the idea, and this makes Jay believe that the Baroness is truly clueless. What explained for her to do is how one manages performances anywhere, but she isn't able to catch it. So now Jay has to teach her about economy and efficiency from now on. Baroness asks what they should do about the prices of iron ores as the prices have gone over the roof. Jay, however, tells her to just ignore it, which makes Baroness quite shocked. Jay explains that the price won't matter for the ones who want to buy it. considering how the earnings of the master bank have not been affected even when the prices have increased. It could also be contemplated that the previous prices were very low, so he assures her that if there are people who seem to be complaining about it, then they just have to mind for themselves. Baroness is way too impressed by Jaya and offers for him to become her finance minister with a promise that she will pay him handsomely. Jay appreciates the offer but turns it down because he still is not done with his adventure. According to his plan, he anticipated that the next thing the Baroness would ask is if he needs anything. As she does, he presents to her his business proposal. He assures her that she will like what the proposal is after she goes through it. Jane knows and is very well aware that one has a limit on how much they can earn, so he believes that one way to break those limits is by ruling above others. The Baroness seems to have gone through with the proposal, which makes Chair offer that if she gives him 10% of the profits that he will give full business authority to her. The Demon King, who is asleep on Jay's shoulder, wakes up with the horrifying dream he had. In the dream, the great war between the demons and angels was going on. In his adult form, he stood against the Ascendant Holy Glory, the Archangel Michael, who destroyed the Demon King. Shaking off the bad dream, he asked John what was in the business proposal he gave to the Baroness. This makes Jay start speaking about how mining is not so easy. If one is able to choose a good spot and get good results, they will get around 10 iron ores per hour. He knows that the occasional rare ores he gets are because of the special item he has, which means that mining is low-efficiency manual labor. But even then, there is a way to earn money through it. Jay simply sold the rights to enter the mine, and those who cannot pay will pay later on. Jay knows that people will only be tricked by the scam once, so he wants to sell it for 1 gold. This makes even the Demon King surprised, and he comments out loud, doubting whether anyone would really pay this much for the mine. Jay assures him that seeing how crazily people had gathered after he leaked the information, that people will pay for it without thinking much. Through this, Jay will be able to earn free money without doing anything. This makes even the Demon King think of Jay as a demon and notices how he doesn't even feel guilt for mooching all the players off. But it still impresses him quite a bit, and he declares that Jay is the most perfect player to be his master. The Demon King tells Jay that there is somewhere he would like to take. John also assures him that he won't be suffering any loss. You're most scared. Jay still decides to follow the Demon King. They end up in front of a huge gate. The Demon King informs him that he was able to find it after he has been searching for it crazily. He confesses that he always had a sense that he found the place familiar. So when they came into the mine, he remembered this place. The Demon King is over the moon that he was able to find the place, and Jay notices that the palace seems to have been abandoned for a long time, but there doesn't seem to be any rest anywhere. He wonders if there's some special magic that was cast on it. The Demon King pushes Jay to open it, so he does, but a window pops up stating that a powerful seal has been cast on the door, so humans won't be able to approach. Just then his own window informs him that if he reports the location of the place hidden in the mines to the Baroness, that he will be given a special reward. Jay doesn't understand why the Demon King brought him here. See how he doesn't have a seal, the spelling spell. He doesn't see any other way he could be able to open the gate. This makes the Demon King comment that Jad himself doesn't know how powerful he is. Then, since his master was genuinely clueless, this guy tried to give him more hints. He finds it unbelievable that his master took so long to realize this. Satan made another attempt and questioned Dex about his level of power knowledge. Dex fought about plausibility and ultimately got this thing right. This power was not within Providence's purview. It gives the user complete control over his actions. The ability that came closest to being the world's creator was plausibility. Following all of these justifications, Satan now anticipated that Dex would be aware of his power. However, this man told him no, and after that, he made it more simple for him. He assured Dex that he was free to do anything or everything. After 10 more minutes, Dex discovered that plausibility was what allowed Satan and other transcendental beings to move around. Satan went on to say that although normally this power would just build up over time, it was insufficient. It would take him 500 years to obtain those based on the amount Dex had given Satan. This guy then deduced the reason behind his familiar's intense desire for these points. He also realized that he could use plausibility to open this door. Dex's knew that this still had a seal on it, so he asked Satan how he should handle it. The man then advised him to simply touch the door and consider opening it. Dex must after all learn to think like an absolute being. His only requirement was the will to accomplish it. When Dex attempted to open this door once more, a magic circle materialized. The door seal was responding to the RMCS plausibility already. He was prompted by the system to open the door, but doing so would cost him 15,000 points. Despite knowing that this amount was excessive, Dex decided to open the effing door, because he had nothing else with which to spend it. His points were quickly consumed by this, but the seal was actually broken. Dex had found what was known as the unknown heavenly altar. Satan disclosed that the angel's lair was located behind this door. The High Heaven Stereo was another name for this location. More about this great war of the holy demonic. Arcadia served as the backdrop for this vicious and bloody conflict. Thousands of lives were impacted and death struck the entire continent. The World Tree's existence was the only thing that allowed the weaker realms to endure, and it had remained rare throughout Arcadia even a millennium after this war ended. In the hopes that it won't happen again, the survivors of that war left a warning for future generations. An alert about the highest stairs of heaven reached Arcadio's main database. The entire operations team was placed in an emergency mode as a result of this incident, which set off a legendary grade quest. It was intended that no one would find out about this quest for a long time, but now someone had broken the seal regarding this one. Kong Tae-hoon called a meeting immediately away. These are the expressions on the faces of all the prisoners present at the meeting. They haven't fully recovered from the stress they experienced previously. These workers believed they could unwind for a little while, but this was obviously untrue. Tae-hoon proceeded to update them on the events that transpired within Mount Fine. The group examined and assessed the severity of the emergency. The fact that this was once Angel territory was only recently discovered by the director. Despite the fact that nobody in their branch knew this information, they were able to uncover some background on it. The first angels to descend from heaven arrived at Mount Fine, which was formerly referred to as the entrance of the high heavens. It was intended for the auras surrounding the mountain to serve as barriers concealing the entrance from prying eyes. This location was named the Hidden Holy Land by them. The director became more intrigued by the idea that there are a lot of unexplored storylines in Arcadia. The entire team examined every corrupted quest impacted by this development, and they believe they may have discovered something. Even though Kong Tae-hoon was still apprehensive to share this knowledge, it was already too late. He warned everyone that the second holy demonic great war could start with this newly found quest. The director considered all the headaches he was about to suffer after hearing this. Meanwhile, RMC was the one responsible for this issue. He remained astonished by this revelation. Satan was ecstatic to be able to exact his revenge on the angels at last. He recommended to his boss that they now go loot everything in this place. Dex moved in the direction of the object in the middle of the space. He questioned whether the treasure truly resided inside this object. When RMC attempted to touch it, these notifications reappeared. Someone who can understand ancient languages is needed for this one. Additionally, a holy energy entered Dex's body, speeding up the recovery of his MP and HP. He was also given a new quest named Hidden Ruins. As a result, Dex began to suspect that there might be a very valuable item inside this thing. And Satan was bothering him even as he was still considering how to handle this. The system recommended that Dex go and inform the bareness of this before opening the door. However, he can't do that right now because he already opened the door. He believed that this woman who had no knowledge whatsoever of the workings of the economy would be of no assistance to him. Dex also knew that since he opened this store, using his plausibility, whatever he was doing right now might already be a crime. He wouldn't want anyone to know about this place. He then smiled as he decided to open the treasure box. This made this Stephen King too happy. But more than 10 minutes later, these two are still struggling on opening this thing. It was really close. These two were already catching their breaths because their strength was all drained down. Satan thought that if only he had more strength than him, this thing would be a piece of cake. He never thought that he would have such trouble opening a mere rock that didn't have any barrier or seal on it. And this statement from his familiar gave Dex an idea. He then confirmed if there was really a treasure inside this thing. And since he got the answer he wanted, our hero prepared himself. This guy just equipped his then destroyer again. Satan was now confused about his master's actions, but since they didn't have any clue how to open this treasure box, Dex opted to just destroy it. He started drilling into the treasure box and it was effective. Cracks appeared. Satan thought that this was real proof that humans were way worse than demons. And after a while the treasure box was opened. It gave Dex an extraordinary achievement. The beings from the heavens were also shocked by what Dex had done, and it made his affinity towards them hit the rock bottom. This guy was now forbidden to show his face towards the holy beings. He also gained a title called Relic Destroyer. But it all seemed to be worth it by the looks of our hero. But Dex was confused as he saw the thing that was inside the treasure box. It was just an effing skeleton. Our hero was starting to feel bad because the one that he destroyed was not a treasure box but a sarcophagus. He blamed this thing on Satan, but since it was already done, Dex thought that they should still take something from it. Satan advised his master that all they needed to do was take the skeleton's necklace. This one had an enigmatic glow surrounding it. Satan was aware that this necklace contained a holy object that angels were storing for a special occasion, and he reasoned that the plans of the holy beings would be foiled if his evil master managed to obtain that. He used this as a means of retaliation against the angels who had defeated him. Our hero Dex had acquired the Medallion of Glorious Heaven, another significant relic. Holy energy responded to him immediately after he received it. The force was overwhelming and Satan was being destroyed. Meanwhile, Dex sensed the rush of energy coursing through his body. He was experiencing something. The medallion's unique power had been applied to Dex. He also obtained access to the Holy Prophet hidden class. Our MC's new job went against the rules of his current class, the Bard of Anarchy. The medallion's effects were momentarily disabled by the system, which also issued a number of warnings. Dex was able to locate 2 medallions that granted him access to various hidden classes. The amount of holy energy that thing released nearly killed Satan. He then inquired of his master about what had transpired, but Dex was likewise in the dark. This was one mysterious item. Its description was absent as well. However, the game had already started looking into this deadly mistake. Dex felt that he had overcomplicated the situation and hoped that the game would address this. Meanwhile, close to the location of Mikhail Bear mining, when the guards stopped this child, he became confused. The guard went on to inform him of the new rules pertaining to the mines. Before they could have mined, everyone ought to have passed the unluckiest player in Arcadia. When Tatch was unaware of this, he thought back to the widow he had seen and argued that perhaps things had changed. The guard disclosed that in order for players to enter this area, they had to pay. Unwillingly, the child inquired about the cost of the said pass, and this was his reaction. The moment he learned that it would cost 30 gold, this pass would equate to 1 gold per day, as it was already valid for the following 30 days. 1 gold was already worth $77 or 100,001. Furthermore, a middle school student could not possibly afford this cost. His hopes of making a fortune through mining were now dashed. However, this guard offered him an alternative, and this child would readily fall for this trap because he was already in a desperate attempt to make money. The player who couldn't afford the past was the target audience for the program, which the guard began to explain. When Touch was informed by him that it was more like pay later by now, the guard also indicated to him where he could find out more details about the program in question. This woman right here was also in charge of the consultation office. This was more than enough to draw this young person. In this instance, they got another one, and that made him feel a little bad. This kid was going to grow up to be a mining scammer. Not too long ago, there was hardly any labor at this mining site, but as of right now, it was nearly these were the players who were duped by Dex. They could hear their shouts even from outside the mining site. This woman was quite impressed with the newly installed system. She finds it unbelievable that someone could be duped by this scheme. However, she was aware that this idea was not the Baroness's, since it was too evil. She only knew that the person who had proposed this plan was extremely ambitious. Dex completed the quest regarding the 100,000 iron ores he needed to mine even without exerting any effort. This resulted from the players' collective contributions. He then instructed Satan to bring everything to a close right here. This familiar was perplexed because his master had even performed some stretches. Even though Satan still doesn't know, he said something sinister about this. Dex then informed him of the actions they had taken, which may result in punishment for RNC, and nobody should be aware of the crime scene. In order to conceal all of these crimes, Satan continued to defy his master's orders. Nevertheless, Next outfitted the Den Destroyer once more. He informed Satan that all he had to do is destroy all the proof. This one was perspiring already from Dex face with a smile. RMC assured him that he would destroy this place, and he proceeded to carry it out. This millennium-old archaeological site began to collapse. Even after he destroyed the place, he had this glowing surrounding him. Satan reasoned that since he still had a lot to learn from people, he ought to start making notes from them. Returning to the Mikhail mansion, the Baroness was ecstatic to see RMCS, and she had been anticipating his visit. She stated that they were now bursting at the seams with miners after Dex's plan proved successful. After that, she thanked RMC. She was also salivating because upon hearing the ticket price, many players fell prey to their trap on a particular track. Approximately 9,693 players have signed up as of right now. In addition to the transaction fees of 30% that they already charged, she also needed to buy all of the ores. Mikhail was genuinely enthralled with our MC's methodology. Additionally, Dex began to feel that this woman was becoming more insane each time they saw one another. He is now afraid for the players who were forced to work for her. Dex truly smashed this one. He also informed the Baroness of the honor he was going to be bestowed with. Mikhail moved faster, informed Dex that she had already ready this for him. This represented a 10% profit on their business venture. Our MC did nothing but gain 120 gold and 23 silver. Mikhail also came up to our MC and asked directly if you could collaborate with her on this. She'll give Dex all the power he desires and treat him equally. On appearance of a system notification confirmed that this proposal was genuine, Dex was contemplating it already. This offer was too good to resist. The creation of the massively expensive game Arcadia was attributed to just one person. This man was Jay, the man who created Arcadia. He is currently in contact with Alice, the game's administrator. It's been a while since they've spoken, so he welcomed this AI. Alice stated that there were numerous fatal inconsistencies in the game, and there is one particular incident that she is unable to solve. She wants him to investigate and determine the best course of action. Jay thought it was interesting. As soon as he could see what had happened, he witnessed the Bar of Anarchy, the hidden class. This was an aspect of the game that not even he knew about. He believed that a true disruptor had broken into his world. It was all due to this enigmatic man, and the disruptor in question now also possesses the Heaven's Medallion. This was a weapon meant exclusively for the holy demonic Great War's protagonist. The two most significant relics belonging to the two races have been obtained by this player. Jack was happy to see things like this occurring in his world, but now that it was impossible to elevate Dex to the status of holy prophet. At this moment, Alice was asking this man what they should do. The creator informed Alice that there was not much significance in the advancement of the hijab, giving Dex his prize was all that was required. Jack told Alice that they would only be altering the characteristics of the item that Dex received. Given that Dex had already upset his Arcadia, it was his responsibility as the creator to restore equilibrium. He informed Alice that Michael would now be handling this assignment. Returning to RMC, the system continued to question him regarding his choice regarding the Baroness proposal, but he later turned this one down. Mikhail was taken aback because she had assumed that her terms would suffice. Dex informed her that he was an explorer and that he still had plans to explore the continent. After his travels are over, he will give this some more thought. He had the unspoken feeling that he should stop interacting with her. The Baroness was overjoyed to hear the news. She gave this letter to Dex as well. She personally penned this letter of recommendation. Dex will now have protection everywhere in this kingdom. As a result, the letter of recommendation was given to Dex as his quest reward. However, he questioned why he would require security. Mikhail went on to say that this kingdom was in a terrible state right now, and if Dex truly plans to cross the continent, he will require a letter similar to this one. Our MC was unaware of this circumstance and believed that speaking with NPCs would be the only way to get this information. She clarified that the prince will have to take the throne because the current king is too old. However, this prince's youth was the issue, and as a result, those who had been angling for more authority were beginning to take advantage of this prince. But this dude by the name of Byron was the worst of these men. He presented himself as the head of the noble faction and revealed that he was really the king's puppet. In addition, this man was starting hostilities with nearby nations in order to obtain substantial war profits. Mikhail was certain that if that occurs, this nation will suffer far too much. Dex wanted to keep his distance from this issue because he felt it was too bothersome. The Baroness went on to say that the letter of recommendation she had given to Dex was focused on how he handled the issues in her city, and the Imperial Palace will undoubtedly treat Dex with great respect if he gives them this. Now that Dex knew the Baroness wanted him to assist with this issue, this made our MC's quest for the Maroon Kingdom official. He must go and make a contribution to the kingdom while searching for the main character who has the power to alter this place's destiny. He realized that since he was left with no other options, he had to complete this quest. Dex assured the bear on us that he would try his hardest despite his anger. This only increased the lady's admiration for Dex. Following that meeting, Dex and Mikhail beat each other farewell. RMC was assured by this way through that she would simply wait for him here, and that he was welcome to arrive at any time. Dex's gave a final wave. He was aware that he had developed a problematic relationship with the Baroness. This woman was now confident in her emotions. She was aware that this journey held the key to reshaping the world. Given that Dex had already made numerous contributions that altered the Arcadian world, this idea made a lot of sense, and both those inside and outside the game have been impacted by these changes. The destinies of the humans and even the monsters in his immediate vicinity were drastically altered. Even to these fortunate ones, Arcadia is a world designed exclusively with the players in mind, and the only player who was actually following the game's original design was this guy. The quantity of trolling he committed during this game will have no bearing on what he was going to do the next time. Satan was now questioning his master about his level of certainty about entering the political sphere, but Dex was stuck with this outcome, because it wasn't going any other way. Even so, he would make sure to do these things in order to gain greater credibility. And a dazzling beam of light suddenly emerged. Our MC was informed by the system that the issue has been fixed. The Magnificent Skies medallion has already undergone modifications. Then this object began to radiate this luminous holy light, and our MC nearly lost his sight. Devil and Dex could only watch as this thing misbehaved. This medallion was emitting something. Our MC was astounded by what he was witnessing. Satan was even alarmed. The medallion informed Dex that he would now be under the protection of a guardian angel and bestowed upon him a holy attribute. It was also impossible to deactivate the item, which was now permanently attached to him. In front of Dex, an angel did indeed appear. This incident left him in disbelief. This angel was the light of holiness and glory, Michael the Archangel, and she was in this form right now. It is the devils and angels. These races resemble dogs and cats. Since the two have been sworn enemies, they are really unable to coexist. And both of these races' leaders were currently in front of Dex. They fought like little children. Michael challenged the devil. When she woke up, she discovered that Satan had already begun destroying their holy base and Mount Fine, and she was still wondering what this guy was doing. Satan retaliated. If she had woken up first, he knew Michael would have responded in the same way. These two continued to argue without really stopping. This was the look on Dex's face. He commanded the two to cease. Now he was merely positioned between them to prevent them from touching. Satan declared that he would have already vanquished Michael if he had his original body, but this angel would not give up. She brought up the last war's conclusion to Satan. Satan mentioned that she only prevailed because she opposed him with a supernatural weapon. This drew the attention of RMC, but all in all, they resembled children. Additionally, Dex recalled the details he had learned from the library. They accurately described these two in their description. Then, as this angel called to Michael, he turned to face him. If Dex was the person who had actually created an act contract with Satan, she questioned, and RMC said, yes. He clarified that he truly had no choice and that the contract was forced upon him. Dex's gave the impression that he truly didn't want this setup, which made Satan cry. Michael then informed him that Dex possesses a power known as plausibility, which in the wrong hands could be extremely dangerous. He became enraged when she specifically mentioned and referred to Satan as a downright bad. Michael warned Dex not to fall for this demon's flattery since there was really nothing they could do because the contract was completed. She added that she would guide Dex toward the correct path and act as his guardian angel. Although Dex censors sincerity in her words, Satan simply burst out laughing. He informed Michael that her wish was unattainable. He was asked why he couldn't stop smoking by this angel as the ruler of the demons. Satan assured her that he knew one thing for sure. He disclosed that among all the humans he had encountered, Dex was the most akin to a demon. He went on to say that this man could be even more evil than any demon. After being shocked by this, Dex came to the conclusion that Satan was not entirely incorrect. He was given a hidden class called Bard of Anarchy, which calls for him to alter and upend the entire Arcadian world. His actions were all viewed negatively as well, but because she didn't see it that way, Michael stood with her words. She explained to Dex that their creator always ensured that someone had kindness in their heart and that it was her responsibility to bring that kindness back. This angel pledged to use her best efforts to bring out the best Dex. She also said that Dex could just address her by her nickname. All Satan did was look at them. Mel was then informed by him that although he could ignore her traveling with them, he couldn't give her any credibility. With a smile, she informed Satan that it was quite arrogant of him to simply control this power known as plausibility. El told him to forget about it as soon as he showed up, and the two began fighting once more. They are actually incompatible. Dex was just in disbelief. He felt that he had two noisy familiars with him at the moment rather than just one. He called out to break up their fight. It doesn't really matter. Our hero reasoned whether his familiars were angels or demons. They weren't the reason the world was improving, and this one was capitalist. He grinned and told all that he didn't actually give Satan any credibility at all. The strongest angel was just asked by this guy what she could give in return for her power. Elle was surprised to hear this from her boss. She quickly made adjustments after learning that his master had a give-and-take mentality, as this was well known even in the heavenly realm. Dex asked her if she had any skills that he to us after she said she could give him some heavenly weapons. Elle wasn't entirely sure what was meant by skill. For the first time, Dex discovered that these familiars were not truly familiar with game terms. He went on to say that he was searching for something that would enable him to battle more formidable opponents because he was not very strong in combat. This angel evaluated and determined what Dex actually required. Because of this hidden class, our hero really needed some skills that could aid him in combat. It did away with the idea of leveling up. Plausibility was a strong stat, but he wouldn't really want to depend on it all the time. His only skills up to this point were in diving and mining, both of which were non-combat abilities. Bella's face lit up the moment she realized she could give her master something truly amazing. After then, Econo Trek was formed between this angel Dex. Our hero was informed by the system that he had acquired a new skill called Divine Descent. Dex was still able to use the skill in exchange for plausibility. Elle informed him that the Econo Trek was completed and that Dex could now utilize his heavenly abilities to his. Dex is unsure of how to react because plausibilities are still needed for this kind of power, but rather than nothing. This was fantastic. Then trying out this new ability he grinned. Divine Descent was used by our hero, and he was surrounded by a very bright aura. The pressure of this skill alone was blowing Satan away already, and the whole forest felt it. This bright light was also visible to the monsters surrounding the area, and it appeared that it attracted their attention. Elle described the operation of this skill. Now, Dex could momentarily harness the strength of legendary warriors with a devotional spirit within them. The first hero was the great thief of faithfulness, Parcel, the divine archer of the legends, Merlin, the great wizard of truth, and the knight of honor, Farron. Our hero Murphin was quite pleased with this talent. He was still testing out his new ability when he heard a sound nearby. He knew that this would be quite helpful. These enormous orcs were the source and they could speak human. When they ordered him to turn in all the expensive stuff he had acquired rather than feeling scared, Dex grinned, because he could now use his abilities to take aim at these monsters. Many explorers were still trapped at MT Find mining ores at the time. These people thought that by watching just one YouTube video, they could become wealthy through gaming. However, as they dug deeper into this mining site, they discovered that their once impossible dream had become unattainable. Even Tech, the extremely unfortunate person in Arcadia, has accepted his fate and admitted to being duped. Now all of his friends were having fun slaying monsters all over the city. Even though he wanted to ask for assistance, he was too ashamed to tell them what was going on. He truly doesn't give a damn about the money right now. His only goal was to escape this mess. He considered simply leaving this nightmare behind. His ability to make decisions was being affected by the volume of work he had completed. But this was interrupted when he heard someone yelling. The guards were leading this man back to the mining site. He attempted to get out of here. Tech was then informed by the other explorers that it was pointless to flee. The Baroness will give them an order and declare them deserters even if they are able to leave this place. In all towns and cities, whoever bears this title will be regarded as a criminal. This one made the suggestion that rather than being unable to play the game peacefully, they should just go work to pay off their debt. Tech was so moved by these words from other explorers that he forgot about his escape plan. He kept using his pickaxe to mine more iron ores, despite the fact that he was already in tears. Then the system informed him that his mining speed had somewhat increased and that his mining skill had leveled up. Persistent Miner was the title awarded to the unluckiest player. Additionally, he attracted the attention of a person known as Long as Burning Flame. This guy was watching him closely after gaining something. Since this was the first time he had seen the information, Tech was understandably perplexed by the notification. However, the guards ordered him to return to his work before he could examine any more of it. Coming full circle, our hero had employed his recently acquired talent Divine Descent. For in the Knight of Honor was the hero he selected. Throughout his life, this one was a holy water that consistently brought him victory. Even the mere sight of his sword was enough to terrify every demon in the prison surrounding him. Numerous lives were also spared by his shield. Every conflict in which he had engaged was already regarded as a win. Because of this kind of accomplishment, he was given the title Living Honor. Due to his immense strength, the demons referred to him by a different name. Nobody was even able to oppose this hero. Foreign was dubbed the Devil Breaker, and now our hero has taken control of this hero's power. Decks have taken up the spirit of this valiant warrior and absorbed it. Now he has access to all of this hero's abilities. Satan recognized the sword and shield that emerged from the decks right away, because the skill lived up to its name. Our hero was more than happy. The force actually entered his body. This was even more amazing than he had anticipated. Now, Satan was waiting because Farhan was the one who descended among all the heroes. He informed Dex that Foreign's name was known to all the demons. He disclosed that this man was insane since he could vanquish every demon, including those who pose no threat to him. Dex laughed at this because from the demon's point of view, the hero that everyone else was cheering for was actually a criminal. And having finished his preparations, he turned back to the orcs. It was time to fight these ones. He made them wait far too long. Since Deck's strength was almost non-existent a while back, the orcs knew that their opponent had just received a significant power boost. This was noticed by our hero because these monsters were not attacking him right away like other monsters had. He believed they carried a modicum of intelligence. After leaving Mikhail Barney, Dex chose a different path, which is how he came across these monsters. He took a route through the dense forest. The field boss, who was also a prison, and the numerous monsters that lurked around made this route unusable for explorers. Dex considered a level 25 field boss monster to be fairly powerful. Then this monster charged in our hero, beginning its attack. But Dex only managed to block its attack. It was a laboring will skill that came into play. He felt content since he had learned how to apply this ability. Dex was now prepared to counter that attack. He is no longer protected by the holy shield, it is now in combat mode. A number of skills were used at once. The belief in justice and stoking the flame of dawn, above our hero. These guys created an effing enormous light sword. These monsters had enough fear from this sight, but it was too late now. Dex was looking forward to the outcome of this attack. And then the whole forest was eliminated by a massive beam of light. This man is to chop down every tree in its path. Clearly, this was a light gets a utensil. The divine descent skill was rendered inactive following that attack. The system quickly calculated how many claws were used, arriving at 352. The Holy Knight's soul departed RMCS body. This guy was a little let down because these people perished from a single blow. Elle, meanwhile, was too taken aback by what she had just seen. This angel was surprised that a human could wield such a strong ability and even advance it. She was astounded as well. Elle discovered why her creator had directed her in the direction of this adventure. It was to see the incredible feats that this adventure was capable of. This guy right here has the power to alter the course of history just by virtue of his existence. Archangel Michael was ecstatic to have witnessed this firsthand. Although Dex was growing more interested in his familiar, he was disappointed that he was unable to use it in a proper fight. Elle and Satan were now dozing off on the ground later that evening. Our hero meantime was still awake. This guy was still studying divine descent. His most recent ability, because he was able to weigh all the advantages and disadvantages. Dex was also happy that he had used this skill sooner than anticipated. For the pros, it removes the possibility of a level and power disparity when he plays against more experienced opponents. Prior to gaining this ability, his only choice was to use plausibility to buy a weapon from Satan. However, this one is very point-intensive, and buying one kind of weapon would disadvantage him because he will eventually have to fight different opponents. Our hero was happy that he had persevered through this. Initially, Divine Descent has its drawbacks as well. Dex had already used up 352 points just from using it, and it only took about 3 minutes to take out 3 orcs. Dex pondered the financial consequences of facing a more formidable foe. The only drawback to this skill was that now this guy was really unsure about using the skill or not. In terms of the bottom line, though he enjoyed using it, then he heard a voice that startled him. Elle was the source. She claimed that in contrast to others, she simply sleeps lightly, and she was discussing Satan. This archangel began by discussing how employing his power took up a lot of plausibility, which were Dex. Elle went on to say that Dex's summon hero was not a native speaker, and all other demons dreaded this one because it was a strong being, and it was already a big deal to think that our hero could use his powers. She went on to say that the number of points was just right. After hearing her out, Dex concluded that the angel was utilizing her voice in a certain way. Ultimately, our hero came to the conclusion that having the skill offered him more options when facing off against opponents, so it was not truly a burden. All he had to do was use this prudently. Elle was happy that Dex was persuaded as her mission had been accomplished, because it served as the foundation for the Korean server in Arcadia. The Maroon Kingdom was a significant location, and this place's internal affairs were not in a good state right now. However, this location was regarded as strong and well established. Despite the competition for dominance, the Maroon Kingdom's key benefit was its advantageous location. Its location put it squarely between its neighboring nations, allowing it to serve as a middleman when other nations wished to import or export their goods. People were also inspired to establish their merchant businesses here as a result, and the GM Great Merchant Association, one of the largest merchant associations, was a prison. Now a non-permanent customer outside the building was grumbling that he had come here to meet the merchant tree business but could not find him. However, he was approached by someone who apologized. John Smith, the elderly man, held the position of branch manager for the GM Great Merchant Association. For the time being, he is the one who will help this NPC. He clarified that their leader had an important meeting in the building's main room, and was unable to meet with the merchant NPC. This white-haired man was speaking with the guild master of the GM Merchant Association about the impending war that would inevitably break out in their kingdom. Duke Barhan was this man, and he was the head of the Maroon Kingdom's nobility. And the guild's merchant tree master Jeju was the other man. Like Dex, he was an adventurer. He believed that Duke Baron had a wicked tongue for a non-player character. He also knew that the men in front of him had all the power to raise his own army and take this kingdom's throne with these. Duke Baron's strength and clout made him a man of great danger. However, this man who had the power to rule the entire kingdom just now approached their guild and asked for assistance. Choi can't let this chance pass him by, even though he didn't anticipate meeting this NPC so soon. A brief history of Choi Jeju. This one was the chairman of the GM Group's youngest son. His attitude made it difficult for his father to raise him. He had attempted numerous jobs within the company, but he consistently fell short of expectations. Because of all the mistakes he had caused their company, he was close to being disowned. Choi Jeju led the GM Great Merchant Association, which is currently the merchant tree with a stronghold in the Maroon Kingdom. He started his own business in the game with his father's money. This guild's primary goal was to profit from each and every player who joined the game. Choi Jeju plans to steal a large sum of money. At this table at that very moment was a symbol of authority and power. The two men were from virtual reality and reality respectively. Once more their paths have crossed with two distinct worlds. Duke Bahrain took a step. He informed Jeju that he wished to personally meet the head of the merchant association that catered to all adventurers. He gave Jeju a lot of credit for how quickly his company had grown and gained a lot of clout. Duke Baran desired to become their ally as a result. In exchange, he wished to request that the GAM group purchase every grain that was on the market. Duke Bargain would have to pay them dearly. They will become formal partners as a result of this. Duke Baran might grant the Jeju Merchant Association the power to handle the Maroon Kingdom's logistical suppliers if everything goes as planned. As far as Jeju was concerned, this offer was truly unique, and he consented right away since he was aware that Duke Baran had the potential to rule the kingdom. This old man then left the room, and Jeju realized that this was his opportunity, which is why he was left grinning. Speaking to the elderly man, he informed him that they had a truly amazing opportunity. Stowing up, Jeju asked the old man to get in touch with his father right away so they could request additional investment. However, John Smith forbade it. Jeju was taken aback and perplexed by this response. It turns out that this man was requesting more money for the game after having already spent about 8 billion and 1 or 6. 2 million US dollars on it. From his standpoint, the potential profits that our company could make from this partnership would far outweigh this sum of money. Helping Duke burdened with his plans and providing the Maroon Kingdom with all the goods they required was all that was required of him. This will guarantee that the men with the white hair will ascend to the throne. And following all of that, the GM Great Merchant Association will become the dominant force in the continent's economy. This man Count Rockham was conversing with someone at the same moment, and it was none other than our MC Dex. This someone. As it happened, Dex had made it to the location Mikhail had suggested he visit. Then he hurriedly gave the man the letter. Count Rockham was impressed, and an adventurer could obtain such a thing directly from the Baroness. As the Baroness had told him, Dex began to clarify that he was expecting some sort of protection. But the letter was ripped in half before he could say anything more. The fact that this man didn't even bother to read it first startled Dex. Then Count Broadcom asked our MC directly why he had been sent here in the first place. The Count stared Dex intently, but Dex smiled in response to this NPC's direct approach. Rather than feeling scared, he responded in jest, saying he honestly had no idea why he had been sent here. Additionally, he was unconcerned because individuals with highest stages were typically in charge of these affairs. There was pressure on these two from the moment this sarcastic statement was made. However, Count Brockham interrupted the quiet and burst out laughing. He complimented Dex on his attitude. This man has known for all this time why the Baron has sent Dex to him. It was done to assist them in resolving the ongoing dispute that was going to cost the Maroon Kingdom and Parkville Kingdom war. With humility, main character declined the compliments and informed Count that he was genuinely unsure of how he could assist them with this issue. The fact that Dex was not even startled by the prospect of war that had just been disclosed to him made Count Brockham even more impressed. This indicated that he had previously heard this information from Mikhail, and she had great faith in him. The Count then asked Dex if he had any suggestions for how they ought to tackle this issue. It was discovered that the nobles were all working together with Duke Byun, and that the prince was too young to make wise decisions for the realm. With this knowledge, Dex began to reason. Then he informed Count Brocken that they had both a difficult and an easy solution. Regarding Dex, the simpler one concerned Duke Byun, the primary offender. Typically, an organization would disintegrate as soon as the leader left. This man understood Dex's intentions, which included killing the Duke. Our MC approvingly validated this theory. Count Rakim laughed even harder at this because he thought Dex was an intriguing explorer. He was speaking in a loud voice that was now overwhelming Dex. Count Brockham admitted that he had considered that solution before he calmed down, but Duke Byun has many elite adventurers and guards surrounding him, who protect him 24 hours a day. So it was not as simple as Dex thought it would be. He said to Dex that he would like to meet someone who was crazy enough to continue working in this kind of situation. Then, pointing to himself, RMC informed the Count that he would carry out the assassination. This made the atmosphere around them uncomfortable. The Count then said to Dex that he believed Dex wouldn't be able to scuff the Duke's clothing in any way. He believed that Dex was only a level 1 adventurer, and then he was incapable of completing such a difficult mission. However, our MC asked him again, this time grinning, if Count Rakim truly believed that he couldn't succeed. Count Brockham experienced extreme pressure this time. He then complimented Dex and said that he exuded confidence. This man asked Dex to follow him as he got up. These two proceeded to the practice area. Count Brockham informed Dex that he must first establish his worth. This one needed more information before he could fully trust the Baroness's decision. Now Dex will be put to the test to see if he was truly qualified for this mission. The Count Brockham began to release his energy. This man is referred to as the Kingdom Shield. He was a skilled swordsman as well. He was hoping that Dex wouldn't let him down, and RMC was ecstatic to see this scene. He applied his talent for divine descent. This time, he called upon the spirit of the itinerant knight known as Costless. Then a dazzling green light began to encircle Dex's body. A while back, Count brought him since the difference in the aura emanating from Dex. Prior to the green light appearing, he believed that Dex lacked any prior sword handling experience. However, this one had the impression of going up against a master of the sword's dance. Then the system verified that Costless's soul had settled on Dex's body. Then our MC informed Count Rakim that the fight would end in 5 minutes or less. He knew deep down that he had to get this done quickly because it takes up a lot of plausibility. However, this man heard it in a different way. Dex's got moving and instantly used a number of skills. He moved too quickly for the average AI to follow. He was standing in front of Count Brockham in an instant. Fortunately, the attack was blocked by this man, who believed that Dex's sword was too heavy. Even though Dex was expecting to win this with a single blow, the sword master's skill level was extremely great. Then he put a little space between them. Count Brocken was aware that Dex was not your typical explorer, and RMC expressed gratitude that this NPC understood that. He then asked the elderly man whose skill was already proven, if he would like to continue sparring with him. Count Brockham grinned, realizing he had to prove to Dex that he was more than capable of letting things stand as they are. Then this swordsman employed a technique known as formless or a blade, and his body began to exude a sudden surge of power. The Count disclosed that he was proud of his abilities, and that he planned to demonstrate them to Dex. This situation had quickly escalated to the point where our MC was shocked. The elderly man finished his blow and looked around, wondering how Dex would respond to this. Now a deadly reed slash was approaching our MC. He was in a hurry to respond to it. Just as the Count's attack was about to land, a massive explosion appeared. He continued to look in the direction of Dex's position, but something startled him. In addition to using the same skill as Count Brockham, our MC was able to block his attack. The method of formless words. He was also aware of how different their techniques were from one another. The formless sword of Dex was more potent. Those who attained the title of Swordmaster could also employ this kind of skill. Additionally, the system informed Dex that the skill he employed was intended for adventurers who had already reached level 150 or higher. As a result, more plausibility points were used up. Dex questioned, though, about how much of plausibility she had already used, not expecting this kind of thing. This elderly man meantime concealed himself and kept watching Dex. Count Rakim was startled when our MC turned to face him. Dex advised him to put an immediate stop to their sparring. After saying that, Dex charged up an attack meant to end the fight and teleported in front of the elderly man. Although Count Rakim was able to stop it, the attack was simply too strong. Someone was pushing him back. This old man also believed that if he kept blocking this attack, he would not be able to survive, and Dex seized the chance as soon as he displayed a hint of weakness. Count Rakim was the target of a clean attack. This was sufficient to cause him to let go of his sword. Dex instantly disabled the Divine Descend ability after defeating the Count. This man was grateful that he had avoided being killed in the attack. Then the system informed Dex that he had used up an incredible 2,812 plus worth of ability points. In addition, he was given the moniker Fighter of Miracles for his victory over a far more formidable opponent. His strengths that gained an extra 10 points as a result permanently. But rather than being pleased, Dex was taken aback by how many points the skill took away. Elle showed up and said that because Dex had to use more power this time, there had been a greater consumption of points. Additionally, she failed to alert Dex about it because it appeared that he was enjoying the fight too much. She was equally captivated by her master's skillful utilization of celestial power. The full power of this skill would be unlocked if other players attempted this. Elle surveyed the battlefield before inquiring as to Dex's prior sword-wielding experience. Our MC informed all that he had gotten good at using this weapon from somewhere else, recalling the time he had spent on the other games. Meanwhile, Count Rakim remained frozen in place. He finds it unbelievable that a low-level adventurer could defeat a sword master of the Maroon Kingdom. He was not even able to see where Dex's sword was going. He believed that despite developing such incredible powers, Dex remained a mystery to the outside world. The elderly man also knelt before Dex and inquired as to what his sword was pursuing. Our MC argued about it and claimed that a wind was to blame. This response made this Count realize something. Abruptly he imagined the force of the wind. This element was sharper and freer than anything else, and it was faster than anyone else. At this point Count Brockman was considering making this his goal to achieve. The elderly man stowed away, and began savoring. Satan Dex just stared at him, thinking it strange that he was suddenly training. A short while later, the Count bowed his head to express his regret for his earlier rudeness to Dex. Dex assured him it was insignificant. The Count went on to ask if Dex was certain that he would carry out the assassination on his own. He was informed by our MC that this was the simplest solution to the issue at hand. Duke Burden was also on the side of evil. The only issue that Brocken worries about is the potential chaos this move would bring about across the entire kingdom. There is no doubt that everyone will be paying attention to this. However, Dex just asked him if he was familiar with the idea of a Gordian knot, and it was clear that he was unaware of it. The Gordian knot, according to RMC, is an abnormally complex knot that is impossible to entangle. However, there is a way to resolve this and untangle this one. Brockman was still clueless about the solution. Dex has disclosed that cutting it is the only option. There is no way that they could solve it even if everyone tried their hardest, and the easiest way to deal with the aftermath was to simply chop it off. Dex was confident that everything would turn out in the end. The Count was shocked by how careless Dex's behavior was. However, he was aware that they required this viewpoint to address the issue facing the Maroon Kingdom. The RMC solution is the best available. The account showed more respect for this man, and he gave Dex carte blanche to do as he pleased. He was aware that this adventure was not quite what it seemed. The most terrifying creature on the planet was standing right in front of him. Following this, the system informed DEX that he had progressed to the primary role of altering the course of events in the Marine Kingdom. The primary objective was also modified. There is now a sub-quest in which the RMC must kill Do Cover because the quests around him changed based on how he played the game. Dex found this one to be really interesting, and Satan showed up on Dex's side since it was about killing. This grabs his attention. Elle was trying to talk Dex out of doing the sub-quest when she appeared on the other side. This was essentially about how our MC would approach this quest, and it brought back their constant backstabbing. Elle said that although they could still kill the Duke, they ought to tell him and ask for a duel beforehand. This perplexed main character since it would negate the primary goal of the assassination. Angels truly possessed intriguing methods of operation. She insisted that the Duke should be informed at least 3 days in advance so he could make plans. Satan felt that her concept was too morbid. After they got into another argument, Dex said he didn't want to deal with the Duke straight away. These two were forced to pause and inquire of their master the cause of this. Then it became clear that Dex wanted to hear both sides of the tale before making a decision. He is certain that Duke Burden would launch a conflict without good cause. It was crucial to hear from someone who, unlike Dex, was not even born in the Marine Kingdom. He was aware that the power struggle was the cause of everything, which was to his advantage, because in the end, all that mattered to him was the potential profit from this mission, and he was currently leaning towards supporting the side that would be most advantageous to him. Is to familiars find their master's methods astounding. One could only characterize this kind of mindset as perfect self-centeredness. Promises, for example, would be readily ignored in the name of increased profit, and within the game. That's how Dex wanted to live. Meanwhile, information regarding the Ajin Electronics stock price was being disseminated at the GM Group during quarters. It broke $5,000 and established a new record. The primary cause of this was the increased interest from investors and their technology, particularly in Arcadia. The mere mention of this news gave Choi Sung-young, the chairman of the GM Group and the father of Jeju, a headache. The Dreamer capsule's Ajin Electronics irritated him a great deal. He recalled that his company and the aging group were viewed as competitors 5 years ago. However, they began to lose because the older population spearheaded the technological revolution. However, the Dreamer was the most well-known product that the older group unveiled. This sparked a global movement as well as one in Korea. He was now considering diversifying his company's business beyond traditional sectors like construction and autos, as doing so would cause it to become antiquated. His assistant called to let him know that his son Choi Jeju would be visiting his office while he was trying to come up with a solution to this issue, because he had good news. This guy opened the door and ran to his father. When he told his father he needed 8 billion, and Won Young immediately became upset. Jeju attempted to persuade his father to give him additional investment because he assured him that this would be the last time he would request financial assistance. However, Young quickly became irritated because his son believed that the sum of money was insignificant. Then he questioned his son about why he would require more before he could continue discussing how he had allowed Jeju to play the game their rival had created. A substantial business proposal was placed on his desk. Intrigued, the elderly man asked Jeju what this whole thing was about. With a smile, this man asked his father to go through a few pages of this proposal. Young quickly discovered that this had to do with his son's colonization endeavors in the Maroon Kingdom. A few more moments elapsed while the chairman perused every document that was presented to him, and after finishing, he questioned Jeju about the veracity of all of this information. Choi Jeju then gave his father the reassurance that all of these things were true, and that he already had a good rapport with Duke Byun. The non-player character, and the economy of the game that the agent group created will be in their hands if everything goes as planned. They'll see his complete command of it. Soon Young gave his son 50 billion and won instead of 8 billion. He instructed Jeju to use that sum of money to settle the dispute. He would not give him any more. This was also his son's final opportunity from him. The guy's expression brightened at the prospect of having another opportunity to prove himself. He expressed gratitude to his father for the chance. Jeju then departed the room. After that, the elderly man was left on his own to reflect on what he had just read about the game. He believed that the interior of Arcadia truly is a different world. He grinned, surprised that such intricate details could be found in a simple game. Choi Soon-young gave more thought to the idea that the world was actually changing at this point. Returning to Duke Byun, the state in Arcadia. This enormous home was extremely well guarded, and in Duke Byun's room right now was this guy called Serlina, from the Harmony Empire. The elderly man questioned him about his reason for visiting this place. His empire sent him because they had a proposal and knew Duke Byun was already getting ready for battle. The Herald Empire has shown a great deal of interest in the Herald Plains, and they would support Duke in this war. If he could guarantee them this location, they would also see to it that the elderly man ascended to the throne of the Marine Kingdom. This offer from their neighboring empire was quite intriguing. The Maroon Kingdom and Harmal Empire were centered on the Herald Plains, and their country's defense would significantly improve if they could obtain this. Duke Byun believed that this was a plausible suggestion that was not likely to become a trap. After that, he accepted the suggestion and they signed a contract. This elderly man expressed his gratitude to Sir Lena for their current type of relationship. Sir Leonardo responded to Duke in the same way, expressing his hope that nothing would persuade the elderly man to reconsider his choice, and the Duke of all the nobles acquired a new ally in this way. He was very pleased with himself because everything he had planned was working out. That's when he thought of this verse. Duke and felt that this verse was really for him under one person. but above the whole world. He could relate to it in a way because in a way, he now controls everyone around him. He grinned because the only person above him was a naive 8-year-old king. He believed that this nation sincerely needed a king to guide them toward prosperity, and he would like to be that king. And as he was grinning at these plans, someone else interrupted him. Choi, the head of the GM merchant tree, was the one who went into his room. The reason for his visit to see him face to face was questioned by the Duke. Choi then disclosed that his work was already completed. He bought every ration that would be produced in the future from the Parkle Kingdom's territories. Furthermore, he had purchased every item in the market's current supply. The fact that the adventurer in front of him accomplished all of those tasks in such a short amount of time impressed the elderly man. He then questioned the idea of purchasing the rations ahead of time. Choi revealed to him that he made use of the futures trading idea. This type of agreement was made in order to exchange specific goods on a predetermined future day. The concept obviously impressed the Duke, who commended the adventure as merchant tree. Then this man started to move since he had fulfilled his end of the agreement. He wanted to ensure that everything they had discussed in their meeting was in place. Duke Burton then grim in this way. He hit an informed choice that they were moving too quickly in this adventure, and at this moment, the Duke couldn't even be bothered with these things. After the war is over, this old man promised to talk to him about all of these topics. Once more, Choi attempted to interrupt and sought further confirmation. Duke Burton was irritated by it though, as it seemed that Choi was questioning him. This was more than sufficient to intimidate and quiet the men. He was aware of the Duke's capture. Choi then gave a courteous response because he was at a loss for words. He can't push this contract too far, because the Duke might decide to change his mind. Duke Burton escaped once more with nothing lost, and Choi Jeju punched the wall. Immediately after the Duke exited the room, he was really upset that a computer character in a game had defeated him. Having already spent a great deal of money to curry favor with the Duke, he reasoned that he should just go along with this arrangement. It turns out that Jeju purchased 500,000 gold and utilized it to purchase every grain available in the market, and he used up every one of the 50 billion ones that his father had given him. However, this sum was insufficient to purchase all of the grains that were presently found inside Arcadia, and that is how the idea of futures trading was born. He ensured that his move would allow him to turn off the Parko Kingdom. However, he had to pay 10 million gold to complete the deal. This would be worth 1 trillion and one if converted to their currency. If this plan fails, it will have an impact not only on the GM merchant tree within the game, but also on their primary GM group business. This guy knew that Sooner would not allow him to do something like this, so he kept this from his father. He was trembling a little since he was already considering how he could escape this predicament. All he had to do is ensure that a war would break out, and from what he understands it will undoubtedly arrive. Given that this was his last option, Jeju believed it should be successful, to demonstrate his worth, but he felt something because he was preoccupied with these ideas. He was wondering who the person in front of him was when they just passed by. Choi Jeju dashed to meet this individual, but it was too late. The men had left already. He realized he missed him while he was still gasping for air. This guy believed that the mysterious man's attire was only appropriate for new players. Now he was wondering why the Duke's mansion was being approached so casually by a low-level adventurer. This guy was acting suspiciously because he was under so much stress. Next, he released the single. Suddenly a group of men dressed entirely in black emerged. He informed the men that someone was now inside the meeting room, and asked them to watch out for him and bring him to Choi Jeju. This man would make sure that this mysterious beginner did not interfere with his plans, even though he did not know who he was. While all of this was going on, our hero gave the elderly man a letter of recommendation inside the Duke's meeting room, pretending it was from Count Brockman. However, Duke Bargain was too intelligent and realized that this was not the true reason Dex went to see him. With a smile, Dex informed Duke Byrne that he intended to have Count Brockman put to death. This took him by surprise. The elderly man was then given a detailed explanation by our hero, who concluded by saying that Count Brockman wanted Duke Byrne because he believed it was the only way to stop the war. This elderly man would never blindly accept something from a stranger. He requested some proof from Dex. Then Dex informed him that the mere fact that he was inside was sufficient evidence and that he didn't need to provide any more. Count Brockman was motivated to harm him as well. Then Duke Barn concurred with our hero. Then Dex's familiars began conversing with him. They informed Dex that he had the idea and that he was now distorting the truth. Satan, however, believed that Dex was acting intentionally. This was verified when our hero gave Satan a signal to keep things to himself for the time being. The Duke said to Dox that he never thought Count Brockman would act in such a way, but Dox pointed out that when people are desperate, they will do anything. The elderly man then moved on to the main topic. He inquired as to what Dex desired in return for all of this knowledge. Dex was already prepared for this king and waiting to pose this query. He informed Duke Burin that the response was clear-cut. Dex wouldn't want a young child to ascend to the throne. He was supporting a seasoned and astute individual. This was more than sufficient to win the respect and attention of the elderly man. Our hero, however, didn't end there. He went on to say that he would want this wise duke to rule over a kingdom, and it ended there. Duke Buren was left giggling uncontrollably. Then he called out his name to this adventure, and our hero revealed his moniker is to him the powerful elderly Dex. These two shook hands and seemed to understand one another. Duke Burton has already acknowledged how much he loves our hero. Following that successful brainwashing in a nasty meeting, Dex exited the mansion. Elle had already prayed to her god to part Dex for acting in such an insane manner. Not even Satan anticipated this move. Their master has positioned himself between two opposing forces. However, Dex later admitted that he was merely playing around with credibility, and it made these two silent. Our hero stated that sooner or later a war would break out, and the person who would start it was the only thing they were waiting for. However, one thing was certain all along. When the war began, Dex positioned himself for greater responsibility. This would imply that he will play a significant role once more and help him gain greater credibility. Similar to what happened with the slime incident, Satan realized that a war would be advantageous to his master. However, he questioned why he hadn't gone straight to Duke Burton. With a smile, Dex informed him that if he did that his plan would fail. In the unlikely event that Duke Burton ascends to the throne, our hero needs a fighter. With Count Brockman is their only option. This Demon King was astounded to see his master's intricate scheme laid out in front of him. He discovered that his master would incite an additional internal conflict in addition to the chaos on the outside that Dex desired to be apart from, and it would actually be more chaotic. With this one, Dex had intended to gain an advantage in 2 wars, and he was already in a great position at this point. Satan was now in all of his master's scheme. Double the conflict, make it twice as plausible. And then out of nowhere, a notebook appeared. The all-powerful Demon King began to jot down our MC's life philosophy. Dex's plans were enlightening him. This man was more of a demon than anyone he had ever met. Dex heard a voice as he was savoring this moment. Then 2 shadowy figures materialized in front of him, beckoned Dex to accompany them. And this guy kept a composed expression as usual. He even believed that the situation at the GM event later that night would be enjoyable. This location with these men's bases, and they have Dex with them at the moment. Choi welcomed him as he was being raised. Choi was sarcastically thanked by our hero for sending escorts to fetch him. And this man gave the compliment back. They have more than enough personnel available for a mission of this nature. The names of these 2 adventurers were kept a secret, thus they were aware that something was amiss. Now these 2 explorers who might one day alter the course of our Arcadia were seated across from one another at this table. Talk started by Dex. He questioned his upbringing in this place. He discovered that Choi's only intention was to double-check. Dex was obviously irritated by this reason, as it was not a very good one. Choi asked our hero why he was with Duke Byun without wasting any more time. Then, because he really doesn't need to tell him anything. Dex declines to respond to this question. Choi hit the table with his fist. This response kind of infuriated him, so he began threatening Dex. He attempted to project a menacing aura in the direction of our hero. His familiars appeared as a result, cautioning Dex not to screw around with this man. At that point, Dex began to consider his circumstances rationally. These 2 had already ambushed him from the beginning. This guy was pretty sure he could get away with this move because he didn't reveal his endgame name. Even though another 5 of them were blocking the entrance, he was certain that Dex wouldn't take offense. Already, our hero was beginning to rely more and more on his divine descent, believing he had no other option. But he was stopped by someone. It was John Smith, an elderly man. He quickly expressed his regret to Dex for their poor start. Dex sensed right away that this old man was someone worth speaking with. He also emphasized Choi's mindset. He doesn't appear to have been asking, inquiries only. And once more this man yelled, cautioned Dex against getting too close to Duke Baya. Our hero became more playful with him as he began to enjoy himself. Choi then informed next that he would ensure that things started to get harder for him going forward. But John Smith interrupted Choi. Before he could say anything more ominous, he informed his boss that he had already gone too far and that he should cool down. John Smith attempted to clarify what was actually going on while apologizing to Dex once more. Dex smiled at this because the elderly man was truly unique. Then it became clear that they belonged to the GM group, which was their true identity. Dex was obviously taken aback and inquired about their legitimacy as the GM group, to which they confirmed. Next, a bag containing gold coins was placed on the table. The elderly men informed Dex that while he really couldn't reveal everything, their company had already made a sizable financial investment in Duke Baya. They then inquired as to whether our hero was aware of their predicament, and he accepted it cheerfully because it was free money. He will simply abandon the mission that the Duke assigned him in return. These 2 are taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. After the meeting that night, it was over. Additionally, Dex was currently being questioned by his acquaintances. The fact that the GM group also desired to start a war startled Satan. Their master was also pleased since he thought the GM group had given him an unplanned allowance. He now understood that the GM group had also made significant financial commitments to this game, and that should the war break out, they would profit. However, as he was also anticipating the war, This had no bearing on him. Then Dex abruptly stopped moving. There was a problem. This guy still had a lot of anger toward Choi because he truly irritated him. He declared to Ellen Satan that he already knew what to do. He made the decision to kill Duke by and while grinning. When he heard this, I was somewhat pleased, but Satan was not. Now he was objecting to his master's decision to assassinate a Duke who was more than capable of ruling the realm. L, in the meantime, was pleased that his master would at last take positive action. In this manner Dex could also honor his pledge to Count Brockman. L was also informed by Dex that he would not carry out her wishes. It broke this angel's heart, but if he tells them about this plan, he cannot be killed. Then she began to complain about this notion. She won't permit our MC to employ divine descent either. L began to chastise our MC for his behavior, and Dex did everything in his power to get his familiar to take his circumstances into account. Satan was left to watch and stare at them as they argued. However, he had a brilliant thoughts. This kind of smile was given by our bad boy, the Demon King. Then he gave his master a call. Satan assured his master that he was still capable of lending him some abilities, if he didn't mind that it came from the world of demons. Satan disclosed that he was able to give him the same ability, divine opposition. This is not what Dex was expecting. Then as Satan began to form the act and I attract, our MC was accompanied by a magic circle. After that, the system informed Dex that the agreement had been fulfilled. For some plausibility he can now borrow powers from the demon realm. Our MC now has additional ways to rock the entire Arcadia. Upon verifying the aconite attract, Dex experienced an influx of energy emanating from him. He can now choose from a list of characters for his divine disapproval skill. Dex found all of these guys to be fascinating, because these demons' power was directed toward destroying something different from that of the ones from the heavens. Satan discovered that his master was quite pleased with his newfound ability. Then Dex questioned Satan, asking him why he had not mentioned that he could also give Dex the skill. Satan argues that his master never inquired, and he believed that Dex merely desired the power of heaven. However, it was once more proven that Dex wasn't actually concerned with these things. He began selecting items from the list as though he were going shopping. He selected the individual who resembled the god of death. Satan questioned why Dex would pick this particular demon out of all of them. Then Dex informed him that he had previously seen this man's face in a library history book. L then made an attempt to verify had the choice made by his master, and he was pretty surprised when Armstrong was referred to as Death's Legion by this man. This one was thought to be the most malevolent dark mage that has ever lived. He was the pinnacle of necromancy and on his own vanquished 4 kingdoms and an empire. This demon's name was then permanently inscribed in the annals of Arcadia history due to his victory in the war, and at this moment, RMC became the embodiment of Death's power. Dexys has begun to take action. He investigated the Duke's estate. He decided that now would be the ideal moment to use his new power. After noticing that 2 guards were prowling the area, these 2 senior guards said something was off right away. This one informed his friend that there was a person on the roof. Dexys was the one who did it. Smiling, RMC performed his divine descent technique, and just as he was supposed to, he selected like our drummer's soul, causing the dark mane's power to pour into his body. There was so much pressure on these guards. Just by glancing at their opponent's face, they are unable to even move their bodies. The divine descent skill was then successfully used and Dex was notified by the system. Now he could make use of the link's power. Dex verified that all of these link skills matched his expectations. The guards were aware that this man possessed dark magic abilities, and they could tell that he was proficient in them. He was aware that he needed to exert all of his strength immediately and that he couldn't let his guard down. Additionally, he warned his companion not to attempt to capture this man alive, because the man was too dangerous and there was a chance the entire mansion would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this caution, our MC grinned. Then he launched his assault. Then several shadow figures were let loose in the direction of the guards. Fortunately, one of them was able to deflect the attack thanks to their Holy Shield skill. The fact that the rumors regarding Duke Burgeon's guards were accurate impressed Dex. They were all quite strong. He also noticed that someone was hurrying in his direction with paladin-like abilities. This man activated his talent for divine power. This was known as the Judgment Blade, which is why his sword began to shine. Dex was not even alarmed. He was aware that their qualities actually ran counter to one another. Our MC employed the Spirit Spear skill. A massive demon was called forth, and it sliced straight through its adversary. This man discovered something the instant he was attacked. It was already too late when he began yelling that Dex was a necromancer. His companion began to tremble with fear as well. He finds it hard to comprehend that the Maroon Kingdom has a lie. This one tried to flee by turning around. It was too late for him to alert everyone to the danger they were in. Knowing that Necromancer is our most vulnerable just before summoning the undead, Dex made sure this one didn't get away. Moreover, Dex wouldn't want to take a chance against every guard without a proper army. These 2 guards have fallen in an instant. Dex grinned, realizing that he had acquired everything he required. These two began to float in the air as RMC used his ability to raise the debt. The guards were then struck by a menacing dark aura, and in due course, they were transformed into an intermediate rank Death Knight and a low rank Goal Warrior. Dex has now devoted this execution to Choi Jeju, the young master of the GM group. There are also necromancers in the world of Arcadia. Because they infuse their mana into a corpse, they were the ones able to call forth an army of the dead. It was also known that a lone necromancer was capable of generating its own force. He was able to build an army far larger than that of any kingdom. In large-scale or siege warfare, these demons are also the most sought after, and with his own army of the dead, our MC was currently wreaking havoc inside Duke Burton's mansion. With the execution of his battle plan, Dex was quite happy. The other guards also began to move. They had no idea that an army of the dead would attack them from within. The Holy Knights they were calling for reinforcements from it also turned into undead. But they were still asking. This person was aware that there was nothing left to be done to thwart the attack. Dex informed them that it appeared as though they were abandoned. But our MC gave them one piece of comfort. See to it that their skeletons are properly utilized. They were stopped in their tracks by the dead's tremendous power. In a short time, the dead were replaced by new recruits in Dex's army. RMC congratulated these recently converted people while grinning. Additionally, he assigned them the most unique task. He desired for these ones to track down Duke Burton, the men who left them behind. These guys quickly knelt down and said they would do as Dex asked. There were even a few with tears in their eyes. They were appreciative of the chance. The zombie soldiers then continued on their way. Now that he was hiding well, Dex was hoping that Duke Burton wouldn't find him too soon for his army to find him. Now that Dex has taken control of the entire mansion, the noise outside finally caused the elderly man to awaken after a short while. He inquired of his guards as to the cause of the commotion. This individual unlocked the door and told the dude to leave right away. Alan had materialized inside the mansion, and the guard was already sobbing with terror. This old man's body erupted with terror the moment he heard the word Lin. He was already too late when the Duke told the guard that they should all go defend him. At last Dex discovered the Duke's hiding place. Then dark orbs made their way into Duke Burton's room. Then the dark orbs became these undead warriors. And this old man realized what was truly going on. When the guards tried to run away, they were apprehended. They could never prevail over these undead. Duke Burton began to retreat as soon as he noticed these creatures within his mansion. The room filled with more and more undead soldiers. Duke Burton was even able to identify one of these undead fighters' swords. This is the identical sword that Landry wielded. Then he realized that every monster facing him was one of his former guards. The fact that a necromancer had materialized in the Maroon Kingdom now frightened this guy. And Dex entered and gave the Duke another greeting. This old man began talking his way out of this mess after recognizing Dex. His face, he informed Dex that it wasn't necessary for him to take this action in order to meet with him. He stated to our hero that anything would be acceptable as long as he was kept alive. The only thing that Satan's role model disclosed was his desire for Duke Burton's death. Choi Jeju's haughty demeanor toward our hero could now endanger the Duke's life. The elderly man asked Dex why he was acting in this way, sobbing in terror. Then next advised the Duke to exercise greater caution when forging alliances with people. The war and him becoming king didn't really concern our hero. He continued, he was not even interested in making money from this war. The only thing that Duke should have avoided, he reminded him, was annoying the shit out of Dex. Dex was extremely disappointed because although he believed the Duke to be wise enough, he was mistaken. To finish his mission, the Duke had to rely on the emergency associations. Then he gave his soldiers the order to complete this. The personal guards who had been tasked with protecting the elderly men were now moving in his direction, and our hero had interrupted the entire game once more. In an instant, he was informed of Duke Burton's passing by the system. The old man's plans came to an abrupt end at this point. Additionally, 321 linked quests have been eliminated. The title of Noble Murder was added to our hero. Dex has gained 53,000 plausibility points with this attack. Dex was happy to see the large reward because it went much beyond the slime incidence rate. And these two familiars suddenly materialized since their master gained more plausibility points. The fact that our MCS familiar senses were so accurate about these things kind of irritated him. Dex asked Satan if he could use this power indefinitely. Satan promised that there was no time limit on this one and that he could use the necromancer as power for as long as he was credible. With his demon face equipped, this demon king now worried about what his master was going to do next. Duke Burton was transformed into one of our MC's undead. When he once more employed his skill, he assured everyone that he would make sure everything was done correctly even if he made a mess. Dex intended to obliterate more locations with this power, and he was talking about Choi Jeju right now. The Pope of this place, the young master of the GM group, was having some difficulty falling asleep at the Holy Empire. He hoped that no worshippers of their god would get lost this evening. The man was the name of this guy. Then something caught his ear. Someone was speaking to him. It originated from this white-haired woman. This person was named Sylvia, and she belonged to the Holy Empire's list of saints. She went to see the Pope after having a dream in which she experienced a revelation. She was shown that there was a massive dark movement occurring in Arcadia. The Pope's expression changed instantly as she sensed RMCS presence. He then inquired of the same test whether she knew anything about the location of this darkness. The tiniest detail would be of great assistance to them. Then Sylvia remembered hearing someone die while yelling Duke Burden's name. Pope knew this man's identity. The real force behind the Maroon Kingdom was Duke Burden. The same test wept more because she saw in her dreams the pathetic condition in which the guards were dying. The Pope then comforted her, explaining that their gods were warning them in this way. Shortly after, a woman with red hair approached the Pope and the saint has knelt down in front of them. Among the holy knights, this one was UDL, who holds the highest rank. The saint has had a revelation, and the Pope personally asked for his help. He desired that this holy knight look into Duke Burden's through circumstances. He ought to search for the hint of darkness that surfaced in Arcadia as well. There has been a lot of confusion in Duke Burden's territory since his death. Its military might was diminished by 98%, and its entire production capacity by 85%. Fear gripped every resident in the vicinity of the mansion, and they all fled the area, and one adventurer was the reason behind all of these events. Dex cast one last spell to complete his work. The official flag of the Baron Dukedom was destroyed by these black flames. Then the system informed Dex of his accomplishments. Duke Burden's domain had been subjugated by him alone. He was also given the new title Violent Necromancer. Our hero received 14,000 plausibility. In addition to all of these, and he was currently relaxing at the top of the mansion. He considered this to be a truly amazing sight. Now, Dex believed the Necromancer class was too strong. He wished he had made use of this ability sooner, and he began to move toward the soldiers, these skeletons beneath him. Our hero came to understand the one drawback to possessing this power. Eventually, he would grow weary of seeing them every day. Ultimately, Liger General's power proved to be very helpful as it enabled him to finish his quest and obtain approximately 60,000 plausibility points. However, something disturbed Dex. He was aware that if this continued, it would not be beneficial to him. Our hero continued to worry that he was abusing his position of authority. He trades his plausibility points for this power, which is why he can only use it to this extent. He may eventually need to use more points, otherwise the amount he was earning from quests might not be sufficient. Then Dex inquired of Tan how many points he had already used. Taking out a calculator, the Demon King began to add up the power that Dex used to kill the Duke, destroy the mansion, and call forth all the undead. This familiar gave his master a total wink when he informed him that he would need to pay 42,284 points. Dex heard Tan refer to his master as a weakling as well. The amount was simply too much, so our hero also requested access to some of it. Satan was taken aback by this since he hadn't anticipated that someone would try to negotiate with him. Tan attempted to persuade his master that, given the quantity of power he used, this was actually a reasonable rate. Dex, however, informed him that he ought to be considered a VIP at the very least, and that he would like some savings or coupons. After Dex treated him like a department store employee, Satan was already trembling. However, our hero then revealed his weapon to subdue Satan. He threatened to stop doing business with the Demon King and monopolize all the plausibility points if he did not give him discounts. The moment this angel heard this statement, her face lit up. Satan told Dex that he would accept 40,000 points as payments and he could not afford to lose his credibility. Still, our hero refused to back down and insisted on receiving just $35,000. After that, these two kept haggling with one another. Tan was obviously at a disadvantage. Though all I could do was observe the depressing negotiations taking place. Satan offered to pay us $36,500 to seal the deal, and our hero cheerfully accepted. They shook hands, but this one was incredibly inexpensive. After calculating every point required, the system subtracted 36,500 points. Additionally, Dex achieved something transcendent. He was the one who defeated the Demon King first. He received this as his new title as well. Additionally, he improved his negotiating abilities by 7 levels with this title. Our hero finds it unbelievable that this skill would increase this much just by ripping off the Demon King. Satan was irritated at the moment because he finds it hard to believe that he experienced such a thing. Elle explained to him the concept of karma. Dex came to the conclusion that they were done with this location after that. In a single night, this adventure turned an entire territory into a disaster. After that, our hero bid Dex farewell. He informed them that he still needed to go somewhere to finish something. Now that he had completed this quest, he would need to wrap things up. As time goes on, the familiars will understand what this object was. After telling Tan and LTE anticipated, our hero abruptly logged out. Without delay, he sat down in front of his PC and browsed the Arcadia website. Now there were forums. and news regarding what he did and Duke Burgeon's estate. The news also featured this screenshot, which depicted a necromancer destroying an entire region. The majority of comments find it hard to comprehend that the game would permit something like this to occur. However, our hero was happy to see all of these responses as usual. He pondered the reactions of others upon learning that the perpetrator of this was also responsible for the slime incident. Jen believed he had everything he needed. At that moment, he will now carry out his next task, which was to cause havoc in the life of the young master. Our hero had always loved playing role-playing games since he was a young child. Furthermore, he had previously interacted with members of the GM group who are similar to Jeju. Additionally, he discovered the ideal way to handle those who attempted to abuse their authority in order to accomplish certain tasks within the game. He then began his plan as soon as he became irritated with Jeju. He then started opening a number of his computer's recording files. This one was a recording of Duke Burgeon and Jeju discussing their intentions to take control of the economy of Arcadia. Only Satan and Elle were able to obtain these recordings. After that, Yen edit every scene in which he appears, leaving only the scenes that allow Jeju to be in this company. This guy was overheard conversing with someone and made it obvious that he wanted to rule the entire Maroon Kingdom. Even the part where Jeju declared he would receive all of the money from the falls participating in this game was included by our hero. This was more than sufficient to damage Choi Jeej's reputation with the general public, and he posted the video to his YouTube channel, which currently has over 274,000 subscribers. After he was satisfied with it, he even created this intriguing thumbnail and title. He just had to bide his time until this passed. The night wore on. Indian fell asleep. At this point, the video was receiving a lot of views, and it has received more than 1 million views as of right now. The fact that someone attempted to take advantage of them for their money made the viewers of this one even more enraged, and this guy was awake the entire time. He realized he made a mistake at this precise moment. Then suddenly the old man was there. They were curious as to how their confidential discussion had come to light. They only discussed these topics with places that even their hired mercenaries were unaware of, so they weren't prepared for this. Jeju punched the monitor out of frustration and lost all control. He made a vow to make the person who did this regret their choice. The elderly man attempted to comfort his boss, but they had to conceal this from the GM group, so it was no longer a top concern. However, it appeared that there was no more time. It was his dad phoning. Jeju freaked out right away. He was at a loss for what to do. This man realized he was truly out of luck. This scandal spread throughout their nation, even making it to the Night Up News. The reporter also disclosed that the GM group was the real cause of this monopolization within Arcadia, as the public was informed by Ajin Electronics. The rumor was indeed true, and they had purchased a significant amount of gold within the game. Additionally, the total amount of funds invested was made public that was reportedly close to $750,000. Lee Maya, the CEO of Arcadia, stated that the GM group should now hold off on taking a position on this incident until after the Fair Trade Commission's investigation and the prosecutions. Their game had created quite a ruckus, which made this lady very amused. She believed that this was the first instance of reality being impacted by a virtual reality game. Now the branch manager was questioning his boss about how smart this move was. Maya informed him that they could demonstrate to the world that other businesses couldn't simply target their offerings with this one. She grinned, wanting to see this through to the very end. The CEO was aware that the GM group would suffer greater losses the longer this problem persists, and in the interim, Arcadia will become more well-known and attract public interest. The branch manager believed that his boss's guts truly are the real deal. This woman wasn't particularly worried about what would happen to the GM group. In fact, the guy who uploaded the video now had her attention. Maya was aware that this adventure was also responsible for the incidents involving the slime, the Ironers and the burden ducked them. The fact that one person was able to accomplish all of these feats and create history both inside and outside of the game piqued her curiosity. And inside his classroom, the enigmatic user to whom she was referring was just dozing off. Then suddenly there was a John. He enthusiastically informed our MC about the hoarding event carried out by the GM group. The Yang was a very talented actress. He put on the act of being ignorant of this. Ligon continues to talk about how Arcadia's economy was strong enough to draw major corporations in the meantime. They would desire some degree of control over this priceless in-game asset. This guy asserted that Arcadia was no longer only a game, it had developed into an entirely new universe. Our MC was delighted to see his friend acting so enthusiastically. Something told him that everything was going as planned in the back of his mind. This was demonstrated by E.A. Jones and every other player's response within Arcadia. Most importantly, interviews were now being sent to this haughty young master. Ying was pleased with himself for having given the guy a lesson. Then our MC was distracted from this thought process by the sound of an unknown voice. It originated from a man identifying himself as King Paul Jun. He was an Arcadia researcher, and he will be the one to present the special lecture today. Although this didn't bother some of the students, Dex was really intrigued. They were going to learn some information about their course from someone from Arcadia. Meanwhile, back in Arcadia, Satan was already getting a little impatient since their master hadn't returned. Then he felt something approaching them, interrupting his nap. This familiar sensed the tremendous force emanating from those who are in close proximity to their location. Satan noticed the men marching towards the mansion after a short while. Already their might matched that of hundreds of men. He made the decision to go hide first because he knew he wouldn't want to be involved in this. Then the legions of undead confronted the Holy Knight army. Under the command of the most senior knight, your Gluteal cleared this area right away using his holy liability. His power was greater than that of the undead. The army of undead was nearly destroyed in a matter of seconds. Then he knelt to honor his fallen Holy Knight, who had become undead. The Aguda believed that if he had simply arrived here much sooner, none of this would have occurred. He also warned the other guards that there were many high-ranking undead in this area, and that they would suffer severe consequences if they tried to enter the mansion. He gave the guards instructions to report this to the Pope right away. Your Gluteal wished to notify the Holy Empire of the reappearance of a necromancer with historical significance. Now that we were back in the real world, the professor began his lecture from Arcadia. He is going to make a check that will alter these students' lives. Professor Kong Pol Jun talked about how the technology behind virtual reality was primarily related to the human brain. At that point, these two were communicating with one another and receiving simultaneous interpretations. However, he disclosed that these channels of communication might differ according to an individual's brain's ability to link to virtual reality. That simply meant that in terms of technology, there will always be those with that talent. VN showed a definite interest in this subject. It is now possible to measure the speed at which the brain and the device receive and send signals. The lecture informed them that the term synchronization rate is currently in use. With this new criterion that could aid them in their course, the students were all very interested. The instructor then inquired as to whether anyone would be interested in having their synchro rate measured. Someone offered assistance by raising his hand. It came to this one like Ian. He was a first-year student. While most of the girls found him attractive, other students were in awe of his bravery. Meanwhile, RMC noticed that John was reacting differently. Later, you discovered that Kings who attended the same class as Egypt. This guy was very well liked by all the girls and was typically the group leader. Our MC decided to break up the thought chain because he didn't think this guy was all that interesting. But he was startled by something. He said to you that he was excited to be in the same class as main character and that it was King too. Then this guy went up front and explained the process to the professor. It was obvious to you that something was happening at the moment. Kong Su made an effort to irritate him. After pulling John King Lee to inside the capsule with the help of his assistant, they explained to everyone that the purpose of this apparatus was to gauge the rate of synchronization. Although there is still a more accurate device of this kind, the one they brought with them is already adequate. They also guaranteed everyone's safety throughout the test. They were about to begin. The professor announced with excitement to all of them. The light inside the capsule turned bright blue. Came to believe there was no use in taking this measurement as he already anticipated receiving a high score. Additionally, he will use this to demonstrate to everyone that he was much superior to everyone in the class. Since he doesn't really like them, he wanted to make sure that John and his friend would begin to recognize him. People with eyes that give off the impression that they are only interested in themselves or hated by King 2. And for this one, RMC was the ideal illustration. While the capsule was scanning and measuring King 2's talent, he received a score of 21. 35%. This guy was certain that he would take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the job. The average person would only receive about 10s, so the professor was quite taken aback. This rate was extremely high. The highest record set by this guy nearby at 26% was broken. Su emerged and began to express his gratitude to the professor for his flattery. Without wasting any more time, Professor Pigeon asked the other students if they would like to give this one a try, but then came to identify the specific person. He recommended that this man take the exam as well. John was the one who did it. I believe that our MC had anticipated this event, i.e. John apologized right away because of him came to was now pursuing a John. The John merely grinned and considered this to be a mildly entertaining game. Our boy had already entered the capsule at that point. This man grinned because he was present. Now the rate of synchronization was increasing steadily. It's intense. Bright blue light started to come from it, i.e. John was ecstatic with his observations. Professor Pigeon's assistant was now in a panic, believing that the machine was already broken. However, the professor intervened. He was certain that this was not a mistake. The light eventually became less erratic and the overall synchronization rate was astounding. 82. 89%. Kane Pugio never imagined that a college student would just beat the record, which stood at 26%. In the meantime, this guy was perplexed. He was vanquished by main character. All of the other students in the Jones class were in awe. Then he just emerged from the capsule. He thought his score was interesting and he smiled. After a while the lesson came to an end. Now that Choi Yuju had apologized to the media, RMC was holding his phone and reading the articles, i.e. John was pleased with the outcome of the situation. He just gave some guys advice on how to be modest and kind. He observed something on his YouTube channel as well. His video has already received 88 million views, and it has greatly increased awareness of other nations, i.e. John reasoned that since this channel was already making a lot of money, he wouldn't need to worry about money right now. He was aware that he wouldn't have to worry about paying his rent or for the capsule he had purchased with this. By trading plausibility for something that he can also sell to Satan in the Elf, RMC could potentially make more money. He is shocked to learn that as a college student, this may be his last chance to eat kimbap. Then he heard his name being yelled, i.e. John was there. And he was still gasping for air after his run. His friend gave him congrats since it was evident from his score that he had defeated Songjo. Now i.e. John was being discussed by all the professors. His synchronization rate was only 15%. Then something that you just told him caught his attention. This guy believed his friend to be truly remarkable in every manner. He is now curious to know how John would perform if he took up playing Arcadia. Upon hearing this query, our MC became quiet. Then to Jen's surprise he disclosed that he was already playing Arcadia. There have been numerous instances recently where when everything went as planned, he was able to impart some wisdom to certain guys. He is currently eating some delicious kimbap. Furthermore, the day's weather was fantastic. Moreover, RMC revealed to his friend that he had been playing Arcadia since open beta, for additional reasons, either known or unknown. He also revealed to John that Dex was his in-game name. This made the atmosphere around them uncomfortable. It took even a few moments to comprehend what our MC had said to him. This guy remembered the nickname Dex and began to perspire. He recalled who Dex was. A shiver ran down his spine. Every Korean online gamer knew this player. The player with the highest ranking across all available games was Dex. It was also him who overcame several professional teams. Additionally, Eden believed that perhaps Dun was just a fan of Dex because this player was too legendary. However, RMC maintained that he is in fact Dex. He simply erased all of his accounts, so he has nothing to show his friend to support this. Then John recalled that she had achieved an astounding 92% synchronization rate on the capsule. Everything began to make sense. This guy instantly knelt down because the score was more than sufficient evidence for him to accept the John's words. Then John yelled that he was going to get some signatures from the legendary Dex. The fact that his friend was a major fan of his troll accounts caught our MC off guard. Meanwhile, due to the numerous powerful monsters that lurked around in the Valley of Cold Heart, it was advised that players level 85 in this area, and an expedition was currently attempting to clear this area. They were also in a panic because they had not anticipated there would be so many monsters here. Now this group was searching for the necromancer who had requested that they bring in all of the monsters. Then this woman showed up and employed the Dark Swarm skill. Numerous zombie frogs began assaulting the nearby monsters. The explorers were in awe of what they were now witnessing. With just one skill, a black mage was able to defeat every monster by themselves. With white hair, this woman ranked first among black mages in the game at level 86. The named Black Flame Dragon of Darkness refers to her. She thanked the explorers for luring them after using her skill to defeat every monster. They then gave her a thank you as well. They expressed regret for not recognizing her sooner as well. She informed them that was not very significant. This high-level player was too kind, which made a positive energy around them, and they agreed right away when she asked if they could still assist her in enticing the monsters outside. Out of curiosity, this guy also asked her a question. He questioned whether the black mage had utilized all of her abilities to slay the monsters earlier. She disclosed that by the time they extract the monsters, her skill cooldown should have returned, meaning that everything should be fine. This woman could cast a high area of effect skill with a short cooldown, which impressed him at that point. He now realized why other people claimed that having a black mage with them would help players gain strength more quickly. In essence, they were being carried out by this influential class. Their hunted leveling obsession came to an end after some time. They then exchanged gratitude. Now these guys were anticipating their upcoming hunt. It was now just the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness in this place. Xian, realizing that this game was becoming monotonous at this point, nothing noteworthy caught her attention when she checked her status window. She also witnessed the search for Duke Bargain's body. This one required an adventure that could find out if the black mage that killed him was indeed the culprit. This woman recognized Duke Burden and finds it hard to comprehend that he is no longer with us. She considered completing this quest, but she quickly gave up since the player who started the incident ought to be very intelligent. Since no one knows for sure who he is, even outwitted everyone in the Arcadia forums. She then questions who this player could actually be and what his true identity is. Her heart begins to race as she considers the likelihood that this incident was actually caused by a single person. However, she quickly abandoned the idea because even for a ranker like her this was truly unfeasible. The quest window then unexpectedly reappeared, startling him. A witch hunt was the name given to this linked quest. This was her mission alone. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, the top walk mage in the game, never anticipated seeing anything like this. She is now perplexed as to why the system assigned her such a task. back, return to the bar and dupe them. These familiars were delighted to see their master once more. They have been waiting for Dex for a long time. He told them to first calm down after Satan and they'll barrage them with facts. Dex was then reprimanded by the Demon King for using the necromancer as power. He's confident that with this sinister presence around, people wouldn't just stand by and take no action. And Elle accepted what Satan said for the first time. The name of Lick Our Gamer was even on the Heavens blacklist. She advised him not to make use of this ability once more. That particular statement infuriated Satan and they got into another argument. When Satan reached his breaking point, he asked her if she was ready for a formal brawl. The angel informed the Demon King of their current score, and she would have been delighted to retell the tale. Right before our very own and see the second holy demonic war began. It occurred to him that there isn't a single day that is peaceful. Nevertheless, despite everything that has been going on, Dex was pleased that he could still interfere with the game. This implied that he would receive additional recognition and skill points. He also wants to spread the word about this deaf god's resurgence. This will undoubtedly make everyone inside Arcadia fearful. Dex grinned as he considered how the game's protagonists would respond. We had arrived in the Holy Empire after a day. Upon his return, UDL told the Pope and the same test about the events in Berlin dukedom. He disclosed that Like Our Gamer was the real culprit. Sylvia was startled to hear this name. What the saint has saw in her dreams was also verified by this report. The greatest necromancer in Arcadia was the piece of darkness because they have kept their power hidden from the public. The Pope was currently suffering from a headache. They believed that the lost sheep would eventually return to enlightenment in turn from their transgressions. However, people eventually began to wreak havoc on the planet. This circumstance had brought about a significant event in the game. The Pope then requested that this most important holy knight handle the matter immediately. He desired the judgment of all evils and their expulsion from this continent. Udo gave the Pope his word that he would try his hardest to complete this task. This officially reopened the conflict between good and evil. Additionally, a formal quest was distributed to every Arcadia player due to the deeds of the Like Our Gamer. The Holy Empire moved to subdue all evils. They now requested the adventure as assistance in getting rid of the game's villains. This white-haired woman received her Link quest at the same time, and she is still unsure of how to proceed with it. There are two sides to the holy demonic war that broke out in Arcadia. The Holy Camp home to the Holy Knights was one of them. Priests and other groups associated with light. The evil camp home to Necromancer is undead warriors and other classes with dark attributes. Was situated on the opposite side. Naturally, there was animosity between the two sides. In fact, the players knew this going into the game. There were many conversations concerning one another's perspectives being raised. Players frequently suffered from player kill or PK as a result of these conflicts. Since none of these events resulted in a full-scale conflict, they were all acceptable. The rules of the game have also been established to stop this kind of thing from happening. They designed the villages and towns to be secure areas for the players. The security troops and PCs will then punish those who commit crimes. Currently, however, there is a mysterious quest that encourages more conflicts between good and evil, along with a warning stating that the Pope has declared a full-scale war against all forms of evil. The restriction that forbade players from killing one another was momentarily lifted. It was evident that the Holy Empire's lone proclamation had upset the delicate balance of power between these two races. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was still staring at the quest window when he returned to the snowy mountain. She finds it unbelievable that 50 million dark mages had to be used in order to complete this mission. This number was almost as large as the population of Korea, so she assumed the developers were already insane. Since this conflict persisted, she also intended to remain in the neighboring town for the time being, but a notice appeared as she approached the town. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness discovered that this area was now a prohibited area. She was taken aback by the lifting of the no PK rule. This implied that this town was perilous as well. There was just a battle inside this town. The system rewarded this priest for defeating a player of the dark class. He then added his contribution to the total quest needed to reach the holy camp. He was happier now, and when he turned to look around, he noticed someone who attracted his attention. It was this woman with white hair. She was aware that this was not encouraging. Now she was the object of the gaze of every member of the holy camp. It was too late when she attempted to urge them to cool down and discuss this matter. A black mage had entered the town, and a security guard and a computer shouted to everyone in the town. The guards advanced quickly to assassinate her. The fact that even the NPCs were involved led her to conclude that this quest was extremely serious. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was aware that she was left with no alternative. Using her Dark Swarm skill, she closed her eyes and dispatched these guards. Then a string of red alerts appeared. This woman's single strike had killed numerous players and NPCs. Her name was now emblazoned in red. That came too quickly. She's still gasping for air. This woman merely defended herself, but before she could gather her thoughts, an increasing number of players were moving in her direction. She decided that for the time being, she should just flee. While this was going on, Dex received notification of the most recent linked quests the game had produced in the area of Burunduktum. When Satan saw this, he informed his master that this was the reason he had asked him to refrain from going too far. Our MC clarified that this was not his fault, and that all he did was obtain additional quest rewards. Satan realized after hearing his justification that his master was actually a psychopath. They had just profited the beehive, and now the Demon King realized they were in serious danger. All of this resulted from the power of Lake Argamer. He paused and considered a way out. Elle was urged by Satan to take action in this regard, before it was too late. He asked her to go mediate this one. He clarified that there was going to be a war. This was also merely the result of their master's careless use of their abilities. Although he believed that angels wouldn't approve of bloodshed, Elle saw nothing wrong with it since it offered them the opportunity to eradicate all evil entities. She even anticipated taking part in this mission. That particular moment served as a reminder to Satan that this angel resembled his master. Then Dex spoke. He was aware that this quest would not be easily concluded and carried some very strong feelings, and he began hurling his rage at Dex because Satan's race was in jeopardy. He informed his master that he was solely to blame for this and that Satan would never again grant him power if he did not take action to stop the war from breaking out. RMC believed that since his familiar began acting strangely, this was actually becoming an issue. In the back of his mind, Satan is not far from the truth. Dex had no idea that it would have far more serious repercussions. Elle was then directly asked by Dex if she could take any action to address the issue. He even indicated a particular aspect of this quest that he wished to change. Currently, 50 million villains need to be judged by the Holy Camp as part of this quest. Regarding Dex, these folks essentially did nothing, and it would be incredibly unjust if the necromancer, his power, was the only reason they were killed. He went so far as to add hate the sin, not the sinner. He even assured all that doing this favor would earn her a lot of credibility points. This familiar was waiting for only that statement. She informed her master that she would take action right away and quickly changed her mind. Elle was acting like, which is why Dex and Satan were wearing this expression on their faces. She received 15 West plausibility points from our MC for this one. Elle left right away. As soon as this notification appeared, she also transformed back into her former self and traveled to the Holy Empire. A short while later, this angel appeared to the god's followers as she descended from heaven. The inmates were all in shock at what they were witnessing. Sylvia was ecstatic and even more amazed. Elle began delivering her message to them at that point. This one she claimed was directly from God. She was going to make an announcement and she needed everyone to listen. And with that, the witch hunt's linked quest was changed. Upon seeing this notification, Dex was pleased. Satan hurried to observe how things transpired. But from the expression on his face, we could tell that something wasn't right. Dex was astounded by the modifications that all made. He asked if this was a real thing, questioning the system. In order to balance things out, our hero specifically asked that some requirements be changed. When these two witnessed what had happened, they were in shock. Elle reappeared shortly after as well. She was beaming broadly, because she had simply followed her master's instructions. This angel exuded too much confidence and pride in her work. Meanwhile, these were the expressions of Satan. Dex. This was the new quest window for the witch hunt. I'll give you guys a moment to determine the actual change. There are now 49,999,900 players that needed to be evaluated. These two find it hard to comprehend that I'll just cut the number in half. Our hero was also let down because he had high expectations for that. Elle listened to their claims without flinching. She informed them that it was already a great mercy to have saved 100 lives from the evil camp. She was at a loss for a better offer than Satan approached. Ellen boldly challenged her to a duel. This angelic figure responded, though by emphasizing the bad aspects of devils and pointing out that Satan's rage remained unabated despite her efforts to mediate the conflict. Inside, Dex just stood there. Now he wondered what kind of developers created the angel in this game. On the plus side, though, our hero made a discovery. He discovered that these entities were capable of materialization. He believed that he had not really wasted his 15 all plausibility points. Then the game's biggest troll had an incredible idea. Dex had already started making plans. Our hero attracted the attention of Satan while these two are still fighting. Now he was verifying whether Satan truly intended to aid the evil camp in this endeavor. Back suggested to the devil that he might have a workable solution for this. Meanwhile, shouts from soldiers and players could be heard at the snow-capped mountains. They were finally able to corner the black mage, so they began to celebrate. These guys have a lot of pride. They were content because they were going to evaluate a member of the evil camp once more. The black flame dragon of darkness was the one they managed to corner. Considering how much of her MP she had lost in this protracted battle, this woman felt that she had made a mistake. Now she was limited to using 1 or 2 more skills. As she eliminated more of these players, she was also considering the penalty she would soon receive. On the other hand, she might not survive if she didn't take this action. Now the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was unsure of his next move. Now these players were coming toward her as they considered the prize they would soon receive. They even smiled menacingly. This woman was the top block magician in the world. At that point, the player charged his attack. This was about to come to an abrupt end for him. There was really no way for the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness to avoid this one, and with that she prepared for death. Her eyes began to well up with tears as well. However, nothing happened when she opened her eyes. A few seconds later, she saw the devil standing in front of her right now. The Dark Flame Dragon was in disbelief at what she was witnessing. Satan materialized and stopped the player's attack. This person was now thinking about who this devil was. They went so far as to consider the possibility that Satan is an amp. The king of all demons became enraged. Upon hearing this, then wax spheres began to materialize close to the players. They were now unsure of the nature of this object. In a matter of seconds, these things burst. Now these guys were really hurting. They were giving vent to their screens. The fact that this person called Satan and him truly offended him. The other players believed that the demon in front of them was merely the block mage summoned entity. However, this was obviously untrue. The Dark Flame Dragon was still in disbelief. She believed that this diminutive form of Satan was the most powerful of all the demons. Satan caught her attention when he saw that she was staring at him. He questioned the woman, asking if she truly was the Dark Flame Dragon of Darkness. The fact that this NPC knew her name perplexed the top block mage. She was aware of a problem. Then a stream of notifications filled her screen. She had just met the oldest darkness the system informed her. She also arrived at a crucial juncture in the journey. Now the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was perplexed as to what the oldest darkness meant in terms of the system. It took her several moments to comprehend the true nature of the situation. Satan then counseled her to remain motionless. He was going to cut these players loose. After hearing these claims, these people experienced extreme pressure. This guy chose to call it quits right away because every second that passed was a waste of credibility. Satan was beginning to manifest his abilities. This old man began running towards her, believing that Satan was actually just the block made summon entity. He reasoned that this demon would vanish as well if he could vanquish her. A holy spell had been cast and it was now moving in their direction. Satan had a moment of epiphany when these guys truly believed he was a summoned entity. He just ran out of things to say. The holy spell was then blocked by the dark shield that the devil had created. The player's attack suddenly vanished, leaving them stunned. The black sphere that had been there for a while receded. Satan was now very irritated. These players were informed by the system that they were now surrounded by a corrupt aura. Their holy power attempted to resist, but in vain. Now these men from the holy camp were becoming tainted. Not even their holy powers can be used by them. Then the devil spoke. He gave the order to kill all the corrupted. There was then a strange force applied to these ones, because his words were absolute. Now their wills were being subjugated. Satan observed these guys from the holy camp and just stood there. He was a little let down as well because he thought these guys would put up more of a fight. He believed that he and humans are truly incapable of communicating. The only exception to this was his master. Then the Dark Flame Dragon of Darkness bowed her head and began to thank Satan. She was giving him thanks for keeping her alive, even though it was their first meeting. This demon was acting strangely already, which made the other demon feel uncomfortable. She went on to say that she was already aware of this demon's identity. She added that she was a huge admirer of Satan. It was truly an honor for this woman to meet him. This one became envious of these compliments. He considered this woman to be pretty intelligent. Satan then got to work on his primary goal. He attested to the fact that among the adventurers, Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was the strongest block mage. Still, this one fell short of his standards. He believed that in terms of power, the evil camp had truly fallen. Then the Dark Flame Dragon of Black apologized. After accepting her apology, Satan advised her to pay close attention to what he had to say. This demon disclosed to her that he has a task for her. The Dark Flame Dragon became perplexed. She is unaware of what the devil was going to say. Then, according to Satan, this player will become the new embodiment of evil. Though she could already sense something sinister about this statement, she is still unsure of what to anticipate. An ancient black mage named Lin Arjun Mir sold his soul to the devil through a contract. He received eternal life from this one. He once covered the entire continent and blood throughout Arcadia's history. But someone brandishing this potent holy sword ultimately vanquished him. Maria, the holy saint's priestess, also rendered a verdict. She committed unpardonable sins while using the sacred light. Arjuna finds it hard to comprehend that a simple sword will be enough to defeat him. He then vowed to return and exact revenge on them for the humiliation he had endured. It feels like an eternity since this creature was brought under control. Grimmer is confined to the lowest reaches of hell. He still harbors resentment toward being imprisoned after committing his crimes. Even now, he said he never achieved the goals he set for himself. Now this guy was demanding still another opportunity to do as he pleased. Arjuna heard a voice a short while ago as he was pleading for mercy. It was none other than the appearance of Satan, the monarch of chaos. This person had shown up in his actual form. Orzammar became frightened because he hadn't anticipated encountering this powerful entity in his cell. He extended the highest respect to Satan. Then this one disclosed that he had come here to work on a project involving this leech. Arjuna has had lit up realizing what this meant. Then he thought they were going to launch an assault on the Holy Empire. But Satan was irritated by these presumptions. Gilbert was simply tune as he. Then the monarch of chaos put an end to this leech's speech. He informed Arjuna that Satan already had to use too much applause power to bring this one back to Arcadia. He asserted that it was simply not feasible. The Demon King assured Arjuna that he would not do such a thing since it would bankrupt him. Arguing or cowered in fear, there was more than enough aura. Then he inquired as to what his master needed from him. Satan got closer to the leech and assured him that they would put on a fitting performance. It was disclosed that Arjuna intends to utilize a human body as alone. They will be creating some issues in Arcadia. And after that, you will go back to hell. This one also forewarned deletes that he would undoubtedly perish if he ever did anything to escalate the situation. But not under Satan's control. The Demon King genuinely admitted that his master was a more powerful demon than he was. His statement caused Arjuna to consider who the demon was that was more evil than Satan. The person they were discussing was busy yawning in the meantime. Now Dex was wondering what had caused Satan to return so late. Once more to the icy mountains. Satan has now created a shadowy magic circle beneath the dark dragon's black flame. This one has already experienced the amazing magical force emanating from this magic circle. She was curious as to what was going on. Additionally, Satan informed her that he was now betting on her. He gave her an order to perform better and live up to his standards. Following that declaration, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was confronted by the shadow and strength of Leech Agramar. She was out of time to respond to this turn of events. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was then notified by the system that she had just absorbed the essence of Lee charged her. She also received a secret class known as Meister of Death. This incident changed the Witch Hunt quest significantly as well. This was the quest new window as of right now for the players in the evil camp. A new hope has appeared. When Satan realized their new strategy for winning this war, he felt uneasy. All the evil camp has to do is take over the kingdom or remove the Pope. He got a shiver when he considered his master's true intentions. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, meanwhile, was given some significant enhancements. Her entire equipment set was enhanced and modernized. These changes were also validated by the system. This woman's stats have significantly increased. This was the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness stat this window as of right now. She finds it unbelievable that she has so many new skills. She believed that these kinds of skills couldn't possibly match her prior performance in which he had secured the top spot for her position on the Korean server. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness even dreamed of becoming the top ranker on the whole Korean server. Satan then cut her off from her reverie, but she was too startled to immediately focus on anything. Then he forewarned her that unless she intended to be hurt, he would need a quicker response the next time. The King of Demons was pleased with this player's altered appearance overall. She now had a more role-appropriate appearance. The fact that they could now move on to the next phase of their playing relieved this one as well. Then the Dragon of Darkness. Black Flame received this scroll from Satan. He instructed the woman to commit all the information on this scroll to memories and she would have to recite it all at a later time. When Black Flame Dragon of Darkness discovered what they had planned, he was obviously stunned. Satan signaled her to begin filming as soon as he had committed the information to memory. After that, the night outside Arcadia was calmer than the one inside. Our hero was likewise seated in front of his PC. He was going through some significant articles. The Holy Camp players were the ones who posted these. They were still attempting to finish their missions. The UN was content with the chaotic atmosphere that surrounded Arcadia. Simply put, he felt that the linked quest known as Witch Hunt was excessively biased. Not even the NPC is labeled as members of the evil camp or safe. Players in the Holy Camp receive participation points as well. Our hero intended to take advantage of this disturbance to instigate further mayhem within the game. There will undoubtedly be more heat. Conversely, the malicious camp participants were now deluging the website with grievances. They can no longer play the game in peace because they are being hunted. Then believed that someone needed to step up and play the role of a hero for the evil camp. For this reason, he requested that Satan and Black Flame Dragon of Darkness record a little skit. He had to use every one of his remaining plausibility points for this task. All or nothing applied. Fortunately, Satan did a fantastic job. This guy was about to show off his latest work of art to the world when he smiled menacingly. The video that Satan shot some time ago has been uploaded by him. Now that the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness has addressed every member of the evil camp, all players could see it. This was one of her speech's topics. I say this to everyone who has been incorrectly labeled as filthy, repulsive and dirty. Numerous members of the evil camp have perished, are dying and will soon perish. I recently narrowly avoided death from an attack as well. We can no longer watch this pointlessly. It's not fair. there is an imbalance collapse here to all the dark knights, thieves, vagrants, bandits, gunmen, assassins and black magic users of Arcadia. Let's unite our mind and put an end to this ridiculous slaughter. Let's stop being shy now. Fight back and oppose them is the foremost black mage, the dark flame dragon, the leech in charge of Death's Legion, and our gamer will guide you all. I invite everyone who wants to unite with me and resisting the evil Holy Empire to come to the Maroon Kingdom. The following day, Baroness Mikhail examined her city's environs at Mikhail Barney. She was in disbelief at what she was seeing at the moment. Thousands of monsters were now circling around her territory, and someone waved to her as she continued to stare at this strange occurrence. Our hero was riding this enormous skeleton soldier at the moment. He returned to say hello, he told Mikhail. When the Baroness saw her friend riding a monster, she was obviously shocked. The monsters and skeletons were all like guardians of the city. Additionally, Dex and Mikhail met at this time. The adventurer was asked what he was doing at the moment by this woman, and our hero replied nonchalantly that he was merely on the road. Mikhail, however, was unconvinced because Dex was bringing an army of undead with him. Then this guy assured her that she didn't have to be concerned. This army of undead was sent there to defend her city against all of the players engaged in active combat. Furthermore, Dex acknowledged that he didn't want to lose important revenue streams from the mines. The Baroness received a letter from Count Brockman, so she was also prepared for this. He told her what transpired during next his mission. The appearance of the commander who oversaw the army of undead brought about by our hero. She also learned that Dex was successful in his mission because Duke Burgeon became a zombie and was giving direct orders to the skeleton soldiers. Her admired hero grew even more as a result of all these factors. She asserted that she truly possesses a keen ability to identify adventurers. However, Dex graciously declined all of these praises. She went on to tell Alex that what he had done was actually good for the entire Maroon Kingdom. He was able to overthrow someone who was going to bring this empire to its knees for a very long time. This Duke had been extorting the people of the Maroon Empire. In addition, he was going to organize an uprising against the ruling class. She reasoned that no one would truly be deserving of praise any longer if Dex was truly unworthy of all the accomplishments he had made for the empire. The Baroness went on to compliment our hero on his assistance to everyone. She went so far as to say he should be referred to as a hero. The hero became aware of this statement. He knew that he had done everything to gain more power, so he had this sentence written on his eyes at that point. Then Dex shifted the subject of their discussion. He inquired as to the reason behind the Baroness's tardiness in paying for his portion of the mines. She then admitted to Dex that she had been working too much lately. She expressed her regret right away and vowed that it would never happen again. Meanwhile, the CEO's chair at the Arcadia Korean branch was vacant. Lyman had entered her capsule now. Given that the conflict between the evil and holy camps had already impacted 2 continents, she was also compelled to log in. Their headquarters was unprepared for this emergency. Despite the chaos, they have no authority or justification to put an end to it. Arcadia's true purpose was to achieve this. Although they have a truly limitless amount of freedom in this game, they cannot ignore anything because doing so will ruin their future plans. In an attempt to lessen the impact of this incident, the woman then ventured into Arcadia. Mion moved swiftly to Alice's location. With this, I welcomed her boss. She asked how she could assist her right away. Then Mion disclosed that she had arrived to modify the material for the witch hunt mission. She declared to Alice that she intended to fully waive the user's death penalty for the evil camp. This one subsequently verified her request, and this decision was promptly approved because it came from a manager at a lower level. Alice turned off the punishment for those who use the evil camp. The players' balance was restored as a result of this, and it caused a great deal of unrest. The players from the Holy Camp are under attack from the evil camp members who refrain from retaliating against them. They simply resurrect and will continue to attack even in the event of death. The players he had killed the previous time then confronted the elderly priest. They vowed to kill him and follow him to the ends of hell. However, the Holy Camp moved as well. Seeing as the evil camp gained ground, they would not suffer in silence. These guys established a backup force to assist each group because they were better organized. Their small size actually improved the group's communication. They succeeded in developing a system for their assaults as well. At this moment, equilibrium was attained once more. The never-ending battle loop has started. A full day was spent fighting inside the Marine Kingdom. This occasion was even given the moniker Festival of Blood. Then a number of notifications showed up on RMC. The 2 forces were now engaged in a more intense battle. In the midst of all this chaos, Dex's plausibility increased by about 63,921. Shady Schemer is the new title he received. While everyone was busy fighting each other, this guy was relaxing at the top of the roof. He had no idea that his action would spark this much chaos and conflict. The word hero was then mumbled by Dex. When he first started playing Arcadia, he believed it would be an easy game that he could win. However, it far surpassed all of his expectations. Now his actions could actually have an impact on how this game is played. Now, our MC was questioning whether he truly deserved to be referred to as a hero. Specifically from this NPC, he deduced that this was the enjoyable aspect of Arcadia. He believed that the game was exceptionally well made. Satan then interrupted these thoughts with a disappointed scream. He was sorry to see such a waste of plausibility. Dex then informed Satan that since the demon had accepted his terms, there was nothing more he could do. However, Satan persisted because he had employed such a convincing plot device to bring argument back to life. This one then disclosed that he carried out their plan by using every bit of his plausibility. When Satan heard this, he became very silent. Furthermore, Dex informed him that Satan ought to be more appreciative as they were able to lessen the damage done to the evil camp. This one then conceded that he had lost. He has very little chance of defeating the greater demon. Then Elle entered and assured Dex that Satan was not a concern. She asserted that demons belong to a species that speaks one kind of language while meaning another. At that point RMC grinned to himself. The holy camp is the focus of their next scheme. This angel was jubilant as well. She'd stop at nothing to exact revenge on the evil camp. To win this war, she even offered to use her own credibility. Then Dex applied the skill of divine descent. Kate All was the name of the hero he chose for this moment. He is the Pilgrims and Adversity's Knight. Elle formed RMC that the hero's strength was sufficient to exact revenge on the leech. Then Satan got involved in the discussion. He asserted that the lead to defeat every hero, even if our demo was just a collection of bones. However, as soon as the demon realized who the hero was, he was unable to complete his sentence. The holy sword that initially vanquished our drummer belonged to Cadel. Still, it was too late. Dex has already received notification from the system that this hero's soul has entered his body. This guy can now take down the most powerful necromancer in Arcadia. Even the formidable holy sword is in his hands. Satan finds it hard to comprehend that Elle would invest so much credibility in order to overcome our demur. This angel was determined to show that unlike someone she knew, she was not cheap. She declared that she would stop at nothing to eradicate the demon breed wearing a determined expression. It's interesting to note that in this game, Elle appeared to be a demon sword. There was nothing this king of demons could do about her. In order to gain greater plausibility, RMC was now preparing to stage a larger incident. Even though he now has 63,000, he was not content. He intended to take advantage of the current momentum to up the ante in this conflict as much as possible, and he will make the stakes himself if not exist. Dex was able to bring out the hero that the evil camp was in dire need of, and now took the shape of Archimedes, the top lock mage of Arcadia. This implied only that the Holy Empire would require a representative as well. Our MC volunteered for the position and accepted it with gusto. This person did not resign in the domain of golden evil. Later that day, Dex was going to punish the cruel sword. The recently crowned king and his advisors were holding an urgent meeting at the capital fortress of the Maroon Kingdom. This person is crying a little because he felt like everyone was pressuring him to choose. The young king was already being urged by one of his advisors to flee the imperial capital. While there was still more time, when things settled down, they could just take the throne once more, but the king would not want to take this simple route. Even at his young age, he continued to consider the people living in this kingdom. He also believed that his father would not act in such a manner. The king was informed by the other non-player characters in the room about the soldiers and exploits that were attempting to defend the stronghold. They found some solace in this news. They believed that they could just cooperate to fight this war. But as soon as this powerful aura filled the room, their brief celebration came to an abrupt end. "There is trouble outside," the king was told by one of the fortress's guards as he entered. This one panicked and stowed away right away. The fact that their first line of defense has already been compromised astounds him. There are simply too many undead approaching them. This lady, the Black Flame, Dragon of Darkness, was currently leading the new army of the evil camp, which was located right here. This young king was more than sufficiently frightened by this scene. The witch hunt's current state was once again displayed by the system. Over 48 million people have already died as a result of the evil camp. This exceeded everyone's expectations. It dawned on Black Flame Dragon of Darkness that they might lose this war before she got to the king. However, this was a pretty predictable outcome. Players belonging to the evil camp could simply charge through their opponents without considering the consequences. Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, however, believed that this was also the ideal moment to put her newly acquired strength to the test because they were now facing certain defeat in the war. She began utilizing Orgrimmar as power. All of the adventurers near the fortress could see the image of the greatest necromancer known to Arcadia, along with his army of undead. Some soldiers could do nothing but prepare for the coming conflict. "Is Orgrimmar ready now?" asked Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. This necromancer then responded to this. He was ready for anything. The evil camp's hero employed a technique known as Death Field or Dark Night Festival. She then used the soul necromancy skill as a follow-up. This woman was spot on. She could actually make this kind of use of our groomer's skills. The necromancer himself then praised her. He believed they could actually function as a one-man force. Right now only those with strength akin to an apostle's could overcome them. It was also more than enough for the soldiers and adventurers to be stopped by this army of undead. Then the dark flame dragon grinned. This, she declared, was the beginning of their siege warfare. She gave the order for each and every zombie soldier to advance and take the throne. These guys knew they were going to face an impossible battle, and it was starting to make them cower in fear. Dark Flame Dragon blush black. She found this scene enjoyable. She hasn't experienced this exuberant feeling in a long. After a short while the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of soldiers screaming. The army of undead then surrounded the Maroon Kingdom's fortress. The king's throne was gradually approached by the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. Now this one was deserted. This lady didn't anticipate the ruler running away as she approached the throne. The soldiers and explore his sacrifices outside were rendered meaningless by this action. She grinned, realizing that such a ruler was really unnecessary for this kingdom. Now this one was in front of the throne. The dark flame dragon made a statement as it touched the seat. Then the system told her that she had succeeded in assuming the throne of the Kingdom of Maroon. She was acknowledged as the throne's new owner as well. This implied that the witch hunt had been won by the evil camp. The honor of the Golden Throne as the new title bestowed upon the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness with complete sovereignty over the Maroon Kingdom. This way who had risen to the position of reigning queen. Glory be to the Dragon of Darkness Black Flame. This accomplishment truly brought her joy. In the history of this game, this was the first time an adventurer had taken over a nation. She was also anticipating her income as the monarch of the Maroon Kingdom. Now she was trying to decide what to do first. The Dragon of Black Flame and Darkness considered opening the treasury and taxing everyone. She also intended to conquer nearby nations and establish her own little kingdom. As she was enjoying her little party, someone spoke. He had inquired about her happiness as the new ruler like Flame Dragon of Darkness looked quickly to see who was speaking. Someone's silhouette caught my attention. You guys already knew who this man was, right? Apparently, he could have destroyed the entire army of undead veterans on his own. The man who was delighted about this development grinned when the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness questioned him about his identity. With the knowledge that her army outside had already been routed, the new Maroon Kingdom ruler unleashed her cursed arrow. All of them were aimed at RMC. Now, the true hero is here. Lean's footsteps is the skill that Dex used. It provided him with enough speed to avoid the impending blow. Now the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was curious about the identity of this player. Although she had never seen him in the rankings, one thing was certain. This guy's expression, combined with his speed and skill, made her certain that this one was too strong. Our MC gave her a polite warning. The feature he had already accomplished was noteworthy. The balance of the game had been upset by the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, and more indulgence would surely have disastrous effects on her. This woman was astounded by the amount of information this mysterious player possessed. Not to be deterred, she continued to cast spells at him. She asked him who he was, and all he could do is smile. Then he vanished out of nowhere. In an instant Dex was in front of her. He was like a lone shark. RMC told her prepared to take back the power she had borrowed. The Holy Sword began responding to the surrounding dark force as well. Arjuna recognized the sword's well-known holy power right away. The impact of RMC's attack was then communicated to these two players by the system. The End of Eternity sword has selected its victim for the test. It became apparent that the beginning of an ultimate death was near. And held Argentaria soul, it was evident that the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was battling RMC. Furthermore, she was losing all of the power that had been granted to her. Expressing to this woman that she was the whatever of darkness, Dex warned her that the magic of Cinderella was about to end. Now the two overpowered adventurers were locked in a fierce battle. Dex began to expose the Necromancer class's vulnerability to the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. This one wasn't very good in close quarters battle. She didn't give up though, because Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was the best black mage in this game. She went so far as to say that Satan the Demon King personally selected her. She mentioned this and a massive magic circle materialized beneath them. She informed our MC that a person similar to him was merely a joke comparator. Additionally, Dex put some distance between them with this amount of power. He then drew Satan's attention and inquired as to whether he could hear what the woman was saying. This demon informed his master right away that he had no dealings with her. Our gamer meantime continued to be afraid of the holy sword that was in front of him. Seeing this holy sword also meant that Arcadia was once more being meddled with by the heavens. He also recognized his master's face that clarified the reason behind the Demon King's unusual annoyance. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was then ordered to retreat by Ajuma. He was aware that they couldn't confront this man at this time, but this woman was perplexed by the advice. She believed they hadn't properly mysterious guy and that only someone with a possible level of strength could overcome them. Our MC used his ability to follow in Lean's footsteps while she was preoccupied. Then he materialized directly above the dark dragon with black flames. The woman then summoned to Death Field using her skill, and then there were hordes of undead soldiers. Our MC was going to have to face the people he used to roll. These were all elite undead combatants. Though this annoying skill was not helping, he thought he could end things easily. At that point, Dex was forced to make use of the Holy Sword's power. Then the system verified that anti-demonic energy was now enveloping this weapon. Additionally, its attack power has increased to 80%. Additionally, it will remove every magical resistance or defensive strength possessed by those with malevolent traits. Our medic simply leapt over the horde of undead and brandished his weapon. Then he struck the enemies with this great blow. Enough holy light emanated from the sword to illuminate the entire space. The armor of these undead soldiers was beginning to show signs of wear and tear. They were all vanquished at once. Our MC was able to return to the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness as a result. Fortunately, she managed to summon a shield. Now that all of her summoned soldiers had been killed by the sword's light, she was in disbelief. Then Black Flame Dragon of Darkness attempted to find out from Dex where he obtained his sword. Then this one gave her an honest response. Our MC simply borrowed this one. He had no idea where it originated. Her curiosity was piqued even more by this reply. Who gave him this holy sword, she inquired. Regarding this person, their drive came from a resolve to do whatever it took to defeat the devils. Then he thought it was powerful silhouette. The entire fortress began to tremble after that. And then there was a bright light shining upwards. All of the players who were engaged in combat with the legions of undead soldiers witnessed it. Now they were wondering if it was a player-on-player attack. If so, it seemed as though they were engaged in a different kind of game. Then one of these players recognized the face. He was the Dragon of Darkness Black Flame. One of the players was overpowering her from their point of view. The person battling her was carrying this brilliant sword. The sorcerer attempted to call forth a powerful demon to put some distance between them, but this was insufficient. Dex utilized the technique known as Silence of the Shadow. This high demon was then rendered eternally dormant. This implies that it cannot be called upon again. The Dark Flame Dragon was obviously perplexed. She was unaware that there was a force that could prevent her from using her summoning ability. Even so, this one was desperate. She believed that her numerical advantage would help her win this battle. They called in a whole contingent of skeleton soldiers. Dex said he was sorry and disclosed that he was using a continuous skill. These undead were once more encircled by the Holy Sword's light, which granted them eternal rests. The Dragon of Darkness, Black Flame, was truly in danger. Her abilities to summon were all sealed. Besides, we can't be sulking at this moment. At this point, she also came to the realization that the man standing in front of her was inherently hostile to her. Again, Dex referred to her as whatever of darkness. They will now wind things down gradually. He informed her, this woman can only look at Dex in silence. Additionally, the system alerted these players to our drummer's fearful trembling. It was a bit too late, but he truly wanted to get away. Already our MC has handed his opponent the death penalty. When the Great Holiness reads for body, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness screamed in agony. This necromancer experienced the same thing. This attack struck him straight in the soul. There were also fatalities from the attack. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness could perish at any moment. Then she questioned Dex about why he was acting in this manner. She asserted that there is no reason to continue doing this since the witch quest has already ended. Although the woman's claims were true, RMC disclosed that he had purposefully waited for her to ascend to the throne. He desired the evil camp to triumph and the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness had to perish after taking over the Maroon Kingdom in order to complete this puzzle. He warned the woman not to despise him too much. Dex declared that the holy and evil camp will come to an end as a result of her passing. The Dragon of Darkness, Black Flame, was not understanding him. However, she had already conceded her loss. Orgrimmar, though, was still hoping to avoid this destiny. Just before our MC swung his sword, Argument recognized his visage. He discovered that the man standing in front of him was the same one from whom he had previously borrowed his power. The last attack from next came after this. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was struck by the Holy Sword. Then the times of absolute death and judgment began to overlap. As a result, Argument, his soul was permanently scarred. Additionally, it destroyed the necromancers that can attract with the Dark Flame Dragon. When Orgrimmar went extinct, it was completely erased. This one expressed how angry he was about it. He is unable to accept that this was going to be his second death. The essence of his soul is destroyed. After that, Noble Judge was the new title bestowed upon our victorious MC. He informed Black Flame Dragon of Darkness that the outcome of this fight was predetermined before it started. He informed her that this was the cost of her power-related irritation. She was enraged about our waifu. However, she also acknowledged her loss. It had been a while since she had enjoyed the game, so she grinned. The Dragon of Darkness Black Flame was vanquished. Nice and well executed game. At that point, Dex ceased employing his Divine Descent ability. He was relieved that the ordeal had come to an end. After that, the system informed every player that Orgrimmar had been vanquished and that the Holy Camp had successfully completed the prerequisite for the witch hunt quest, and our MC had already set this goal as was to be expected. He was now curious as to how Arcadia would bring this outcome to a close. This one produced a contradiction since both sides succeeded in their objectives. At the same time, there was a contradiction on both sides and the requirements for victory were reached. The system just started exploding, but that message started appearing on the screen. The admin understood that this urgent notification only meant that the system window icon was now glowing red. Analyses were performed to determine priority. The admin just started making all sorts of calculations while taking in his own hands a certain puzzle. Most likely it was the control panel. He understood that the percentage of completed requirements for victory was 94% versus 50%. The Saints' camp prevailed. And since everything was going well, the system started searching for optimal scenarios. After reviewing a lot of options, it was even possible to say that hundreds of thousands of optimal scenarios were still found under the number 43923. Code 002. An emergency add-on was launched. Code 283 and auxiliary changes were applied. Both sides met the requirements for victory, so the system finally issued a message that the battle of the evil faction Saint Camp ended in a draw. Immediately, everyone started looking at this notification, looking and then raising their heads up. They couldn't believe that their battle had somehow ended in a draw. Even though they were fighting, they were jello of their strength. Finally, new abilities began to appear, and rewards were calculated for each of the factions. Rewards are given out according to the contributions that were made by users of ST Camp. The frequency of hidden tasks of ST Camp also increase, and people who looked at this notification were still shocked because really additional rewards were received for contributions. The church decided to give a reward not only to increase the rating, but it's just like that they were all happy about it. They were happy that they could now complete hidden tasks that not everyone gets. Most likely it was very similar to the lottery if you get this task. At the same time, another notice was dedicated, which said that the Black Dragon of Darkness had taken over the kingdom, the surrounding regions. All parts of a given kingdom are activated unconditionally by the world. So from then on the kingdom is under the supervision of the demonic state. So it is because if you look at this kingdom, then you need to see its roof. More precisely, the sky showed views of all the monsters. There were dragons as well as other dangerous demons. Now for a year no country can start a war with the kingdom. And the kingdom is going to become stronger with the help of clans of the forces of the evil faction. The people who are in the evil faction understood that now even they had some sort of base. They couldn't believe that the demonic creature had actually protected them, because after the defeat of the Great War, it was as if it had disappeared. So it was impossible to find even the slightest trace of it. Now Act 1 was finally finished. An additional quest called Appearance of the Forgotten Dark was added, and the Witch Hunt quest was completed. The Continental Law was also renewed. In the mass extermination of players on both sides was once again prohibited. One of the kings was watching all this because looking at all these notifications, he understood that most likely he would start something that had already been repeated in the past. He knew that the era of chaos would be waiting for them once more. Droplets of reason appeared on his face. He remembered the picture that was in the past, the picture of real chaos. Now no one even stuttered about the balance of good and evil, which is in the settings of Arcadia. Many people who looked at it all did not understand, because once there is a draw at all, or is the system window just like? But did the chief executive understand that this is not the main thing right now? The main thing is that no one even knows what to expect next. But still, everyone knew that they didn't understand anything except for one person. Sure enough, it was the same creator, the same boy. The girl just couldn't believe that somebody could get a class like Chaotic Wonder. Now a historical achievement has been achieved. The situation on the second continent of Arcadia has completely changed. The forces of evil have increased. The balance of power between good and evil has come. Now the title called Neutral Secrets has been around. About 210,000 decency points have been obtained. Our protagonist was very happy with this number, because all it was necessary to prevent something if the person who created this game, or rather his class, really wants something from him. Of course, our hero understood that fortunately, this time, everything went as planned, that he even tried to inform the user at least a little about his existence, but getting a huge amount of decency points. So also all this chaos that arose there. Now he was only wondering what he should do next, wondering what fate had in store for him. By the time mission number 2 was completed, he had discovered the hidden class of Chaotic Wonder as well as been granted special rewards, had measured the contribution that our main character made, what the trial of the 49 million wicked did here, the conquest of the kingdom, also the transfer of power, the disappearance of the LEC. Things were happening now on the division, especially on abilities. Our protagonist was incredibly surprised, because what will he get now? Now he was given a message that he can apply his decency points in a different direction. He can change the cause and effect, giving decency points to inanimate objects. Our main character, of course, did not understand anything, because the explanation was actually very strange. It did not even say exactly how much points should be spent, did not say that this is a good ability, so it is unlikely that it is aimed at a good cause. So since our character does not understand the description, he decided to check but what it is actually capable of is its new ability. He extended his hand forward straight to activate his new ability on one of the items. He knew that it would be faster to use it right now. So he took out his rusty iron sword that he had used in the beginning. His stats were at the very minimum. This and the demon that flew nearby understood that he hadn't seen this sword for a long time. But why did his master take it out again? Did he really want to remember the old days again and deal with novice adventures? Our main character only said that there was no reason for him to do it again, and in general asked his companion not to annoy him because he took only in order to try out new abilities. Who flew nearby could not believe but that our friends actually killed newcomers. But our hero already had everything. Even if he had a sword in his hand, he would transfer his order points directly to the sword. As soon as he used this ability, an incredible aura began to radiate out of it. An incredible light immediately blinded the demon, and also why is this light so bright at all? But the sword has already received its points. The system looked into the past characteristics of the selected object. Everything went well. Now this sword was called a bloody rusty iron sword and the required number of decency points is 9,000. Does our main character want to give decency points to this item? Our protagonist initially thought that some unique item from the same Tan or Ella would cost exactly the same amount, but still, his interests prevail, because it turned out to be much more expensive than it seemed. But he was still interested in curiosity, so he decided to check it out. Our main character's eyes just lit up, a smile never left his face. Now the same aura that was next to your protagonist earlier radiated from him. Now the probability points were transferred. The settings that appeared on the iron blood ball also changed rapidly. Now the rusty blood sword reached a higher rank. All the memories that were involved with this sword were reflected in his new abilities. Rusty blood sword was given an item that was suitable for his rank, and he received an item called Bloodsucker. The characteristics of this sword were simply incredible, but the main thing was that in the description, it was written that this sword was actually one of a kind, which was filled with the blood of people sacrificed by one assassin in the past. It was formed twisted by an unknown force, becoming much more powerful. Of course, it's a pity that it hasn't changed much, but is it really worth so many points? And what did our main character expect from an ordinary rusty sword? Tang, who was clearly indignant, asked, after all, what exactly happened? What did his master just do? After all, did he really have such abilities before? But why didn't he use them before? Ellie, who also saw it all, understood that it seemed like a lot of money had to be spent, so she decided to just check how much power the ball would have at all, which Mr. hits more and more. Our main character, looking at them, and also understanding what they want to say, said that he was pleased to hear their words from them, but asked them to remember that Jesus free only to the mousetrap. So if they want to exchange decency points, then everything should be done only with a fair deal. Both companions immediately became embarrassed, but the main character continued to look at the very dream that he had created with his own power. Anyway, regarding the skill, it was definitely worth the further investment in it. He was still hard to believe that it was possible to achieve such performance for such an item. And now his sword looked more like a level 70 item. But what would happen if you tried to sell this item or protocol? And immediately changed his face. An incredibly strange and intimidating aura began to radiate from him, and both companions realized that he was up to something. But he's our character, and when he opened up his inventory, he realized that if his skill changed so much for a very ordinary item, then what did he do with all the items he got from 10? Our character took out the demonic cave destroyer, and then tried to give it some decency points. The system also started saying that it started looking into the past characteristics of the selected item, but nothing succeeded that at the moment. There is no workout that can be done for the object. Object simply could not pass decency points. Even the main character did not understand what the problem was, because why he did not manage to pass the points. What does it mean to say about the past characteristics? After all, if these two items were one of those that he had used for a long time, then it turns out that you can't just transfer points just because he had used this item for a long time. There remains only one difference that can be clearly considered in this sense. Even the protagonist immediately understood. He held up his finger and said that it was how much this item had a direct impact on the world of Arcadia. The two companions who are looking at the sword at this moment were all shocked. Why was there such a terrifying aura from this sword? Why was the blood so thick that it resembled the blood of a high-ranking vampire? but our main character, who immediately put this sword in his inventory stealing his companion, said that he seems to understand everything. Tammy was pleased with this because our character immediately stole the sword he was looking at from under his nose. The main character said that there is nothing to look at the sword, because the vampire's treasury will already be filled with even more valuable items. And even more so, he would still be going to sell it. Did this sword even surrender to the vampire? The vampire didn't understand why our character wants to sell this sword at all. And in case of gold, it's not necessary because the vampire has a lot of money, that the vampires are willing to offer a lot of things for the sake of this sword. What do you need to do to get decency points? The vampire just asks not to worry about it because he will exchange them at the most favorable rate. Ellie also joined in on the discussion, saying that they actually had gold in abundance. But our character just looked at them with a sideways glance and said that he didn't need money at all because one way or another, he was going to earn even more and more every month. For example, he would sign a contract with the Baroness or start selling videos. The vampire was not very happy with all this. He asked why you are the one he wants to sell this knife. What's the problem to start with a new one with the one he went with before? Isn't our protagonist interested? But our main character just smiled, looking at his suspicious face again. He said that he was certainly very interested because the first is the only item in the whole world. So still awesome characteristics that can erase the whole world. This minimum requirement also allowed almost anyone to use it. However, what would happen if the item ended up in an auction? The vampire suggested that chaos was likely to break out, and Ellie put the word of peace in her thumbs up directly to her companions and said that he didn't know himself. So he decided to put up and understand what would happen next. In fact, this item was the only one of its kind and was also sent to auction. The next morning, when our main character finally came to his university, he was very tired, which means that the very first couple is the most difficult thing to eat that day. He's even considering moving the entire evening group next year. But then our protagonist sat down suddenly, who asked him because what is he doing at all? Our character didn't understand what his friend was talking about, because did he really have trouble with his head? But his friend just started showing the same auction, asking our protagonist not to pretend, because if he did not know, then everywhere you can see the name of the seller and how magically it looks like his nickname, or rather the nickname of our main character. Where in general did our protagonist find such a powerful item called a bloodsucker? Dex, who was obviously happy with himself and was walking, smiled and asked, because if he was talking about it, he would tell you now. His friend was still in shock, because he just couldn't believe his eyes that the only item of its kind, he had never even heard of such a thing. Did some hidden class really work here? Otherwise, he doesn't understand how he was able to find it at all. But Dex only said that everyone has their own methods, keeping silent about the method of finding this item. Of course, the friend did not want to come down. He began to ask how he got this item, asked him to tell them because everything will remain a secret, and asked him to see for himself, because no one still knows who actually reveals the most famous Dex. By that time, the auction had already begun. But the people who were sitting at home in the offices began to talk about the fact that there was just an incredible item at the auction. Bids started at 800 gold and many people took out loans to finally bid on them. Many owners of towers and guilds were willing to pay as much as they needed, and money was not a problem for them. They only asked to bring this item. But at one point, as soon as the bid for this product reached incredible numbers, an urgent notification was announced that there had just been a surge in bids for one particular product. A freeze was activated and trading was temporarily suspended. Many people who were sitting in Arcadia's office couldn't believe that someone was willing to buy this item for 5,000 gold. The currency was also quite expensive, because if one gold coin is worth about 10,001, then the whole thing is worth about several billion. We were looking at Arcadia, the Korean branch. Everyone came up to one of the managers and asked what it meant, a rank called the only one. The general manager said that this simply could not be because there were only a few levels of items, or rather 8, usually magical, rare, epic, unique, legendary. In addition, all this time, it was possible to sell goods of no higher than rare rank at the auction. But then what exactly was in front of him now? The CEO, looking at this sword that Dex was selling, thought it was a tank, that it just couldn't happen. After this incident, the remaining auctions that were related to the bloodsucker item was suspended. In addition, it was completely withdrawn. Such a decision led to a lot of discontent among users, but from the point of view of the Arcadia developers themselves, they had no choice but to prevent the appearance of goods that could disrupt the balance of the game. A lot of problems were caused to all employees of Arcadia. Since then, everywhere they were users, there was constant talk about this product on the street, in homes, the guild. During the day, more and more players became interested in the seller who put this product up for sale after seeing the name that you've heard about it before. If someone hadn't heard of this name, they explained that if they didn't know a person with the name Dex, they were probably behind the times. They said that this was one of the most brilliant players who always goes along, and even real professionals didn't stand next to him he plays with, but then they decided to leave these disputes, because until recently, no one even knew what he was doing, and now it's spread all over Arcadia. Someone considered this person a legend, regardless of what item he put up for sale, but someone still did not know anything about him at all, and someone even began to hate him a long time ago. That's how, or rather this is how Dex let everyone know about his identity in Arcadia. Standing on one of the roofs, he thought, after all, it will also happen now. The person who is still looking at the given item was raised that the shape of this sword is familiar. 100% that it is very similar to the same sword that was held by that Murata in the video, which is a pity for all newcomers. At that time, there was no single way to find out who he was, and especially with his rights as a regular administrator. The same goes for the creator of this item. The person understood that it was impossible for there to be even more of them. He was incredibly annoyed by the seller with the name Dex. He was annoyed by an item that was registered with a bid of more than 5,000 gold it must have been, but our main character, in their opinion, strongly wants to take this item back. So if he wants to do it, then he will have to come out into the light. The men thought that he had finally caught him, that he was trapped. But Dex, who in turn was convinced by the message that bidding for the goods restored by him was submitted by the administrator, surprised him. A little video asked him to contact the customer service center for more information. Looking at this, he knew that it was likely that the item's characteristics were actually quite deceptive, and he knew that the administrators would step in sooner or later, but he didn't know that they did it so directly. Tang, who had been following this all along, asked his master what had happened in the first place. But in our case, the protagonist only reminded about the very sword that he recently made and also said that it was taken away. Tang was shocked because if anyone dared to do this, they should have immediately found this gas, then punished him. After all, so many points had to be spent. He just took it away, because there's even the protagonist understand that this is a real robbery. Ten assured that there is no need to worry because he is always ready to help him. Bond is decent. He is ready to do more than that. But our main character, after a little thought, immediately smiled and turned to the vampire. That then you just need to give him these points because you can make another such sword and try to sell it again, because most likely Tan has quite a lot of points. Tan disappointed looked at our lead character. I asked him, after all this, you think that he is actually a rich young man? Of course, our proto was not joking. He understood that now the game company clearly hates him. In addition, they don't know anything about him at all. He put up a product that he made with the help of decency points, while Sonic, in other words, the only thing they know about him is that if his actions were in his favor, they would have allowed him to sell this product without any problems. But these managers only went to extreme measures, simply taking it away. The smile never left our main character's face. He understood that they not only did not impose any sanctions on him, but did not even try to contact him, which means that even though they now know his nickname, they still do not know who he is, where he lives. Despite the fact that even in the past, they have not tried to contact him, the game can't track it. They definitely shouldn't have used any drastic actions against him. He said that this was most likely the strength of the hidden class called Chaotic Wonder. Otherwise, what right did he have to calmly start chaos and even make it so that the management couldn't stop him? What a crazy freak made this class, and every time our main character wants to meet him more and more so, one way or another. But thanks to these abilities, he is completely safe. By pulling your gloves tighter, it seems like now is the time to blow the administrator's assets even more. Once again, we see the Korean branch of Arcadia, where people were just shocked that they couldn't do anything. Everyone looked at the CEO with her because they knew that most likely the only thing they can assume is that the help desk department has been overworking a lot lately, staying at work late. But the CEO just kept repeating the same name, or rather the name Dex. Unfortunately, at the moment, they have not been able to find the culprits. But here it is clearly visible that this item was actually created by one of the users. The CEO, who was reporting back to their superiors, said that all the recent incidents from the witch hunt to the rest of the item problems weren't in their plans. Not that it wasn't planned, but they couldn't even imagine something like this just by watching from the sidelines. They just needed to take some action. But what would the director say? The girl who sees didn't worry at all, said that the CEO should tell her if they can even predict what will happen tomorrow. But the director only said that they are the main faces of the company, not fortune tellers, so it is only natural that they cannot predict further events and do not know all the actions of users. But at this point, the girl stopped talking, saying that it was still a shame that they were still waiting for this. So now it was time to take a step back. She asked if the CEO remembered the same plan they had prepared the other day. Immediately the CEO remembered, judging by his surprised face. He couldn't believe that he would finally be able to use it, and the girl only gave the go-ahead for the execution. Most likely, the very announcement that we see now in front of us. or rather the Battle of the Bamboo Stick is the very plan. This event says that there will be one room for him, and for him there will be a room where everyone is equal. For the first time since the release of Arcadia, an official PvP championship has been announced. But what kind of event is this that no one has ever heard of before? At the same time, many popular posts appeared on one of the sites saying that the forces of good and evil are fiercely opposed to each other. But which side will people choose? All these posts were constantly considered by our main character. He even read that the raid set from 120th level will soon take place. It seems that he miscalculated because the user growth rate is much higher than it turned out. Finally, users above the 100 level began to appear. So they say that now the struggle with foreign servers for primacy in the game has been unleashed. So in the future pumping users will become 1,000 times faster. In other words, over time, its losses will only continue to grow because now the level system is not what you look like, and there is no question it can. What was happening now was exactly what he had been dreading all the time he had been walking towards his goal. However, as he stretched out right on his desk, he decided to calm down because even if someone tried to attack him, he only needed to spend a few points to take advantage of the fact that he was used to go if he will acquire an item. So it will definitely be this happy. Smiling, he realized that one way or another it was time to leave them to their own devices. And besides, one very interesting event was about to begin very soon, which would interest not only him but all this administrators. At first people were laughing, and what can be countered with a bamboo stick? What did this event come up with over the years? Maybe another spy from another industry. Maybe they just want to spoil this game. Well, in the end the rules turned out to be extremely simple. It's enough to read the name and you will already be waiting for all the necessary information. This is literally a large-scale PvE championship, which even attacks only with the use of bamboo sticks, and the last survivor wins. It is allowed to use abilities and skills, but only with the help of a stick can a person deal damage. This all turned out to be quite very interesting. This damage which does not depend on physical strength and on any other indicators. In other words, any independent class has a chance to win. This sentence that was used at the end, the last survivor, was quite attractive. The fact that this event has appeared right now suggests that they are trying their best to catch our main character, although he originally didn't plan to participate. But the winner is too valuable. By becoming the last survivor, the player will only be able to get a certain item from the inventory of the users they killed as a reward. However, it can become no one is going to take these items away from them. They will be completely safe, just couldn't keep them to themselves. He was not just interested, it would be very him to refuse such fun. By this point, he finally connected to the channel, and a week later finally, as soon as they hit the Fantastic Island, a special map is here for the bamboo stick fighting event. It was all like an amusement park. Absolutely all the people who were there talked about the fact that Next himself who will participate in this event, that all this week users only talk about it and also say that in the Battle Kingdom, he is almost invincible, and it will already be possible to enter the top 30. Excellent result. They were talking about a team game. But one of the people said that he probably didn't hear, and then that the users couldn't stand it and conspired against him, because even so they probably couldn't win. Everyone thought that our people were just a monster, a real god of fighting. There were even rumors that our character was taken over by the game developers themselves, not allowing him to breathe. Dex, who finally got into this world, understood that there was enough air from denial, and the players are still the same, because 2 years have passed since he completely finished and they still follow him around. Every move he makes causes quite a stir. But as for the map, he didn't even expect anything special at all. But the map has fulfilled all his expectations. After looking around for a month, you could not even believe that you can safely eat delicious food here while not worrying about extra calories. Yes, and get to all sorts of interesting places without wasting time and money. Maybe this is exactly the same innovations that virtual reality has brought to their lives. But at this rate, all the travel companies will soon go bust. And at the same time, people who are around began to say that they were beginning to be haunted by a strange feeling. Ellie said that not only were the bottle itself in an incomprehensible space, because it was within people, but also not in the world of ghosts, as if a completely different dimension. Tan, on the other hand, was also incredibly angry, because he knew that he didn't care about her, but it was still like there was a contract between him that he should take care of him, because it seems to me or to him that escaping another dimension is too much. But our hero only said that in the end, they still flew to him. Tan, without pointing to the portal that he was in the middle of it, said that they still had to suffer to find it, and what is the problem to say about it in advance? Does someone not know how to use the language? Of course, both companions realized that there was no point in arguing with the owner. So they decided to ask, after all, what wind had brought him anything at all. Something was definitely wrong here, because how could they not know that? It turns out that there is this kind of majestic dimension somewhere. But Dex, looking to the side, said that this measurement is quite interesting. This character was immediately distracted by a certain girl asking him to excuse her for bothering, because she just wanted to ask after all. Not in front of her. Was there a hidden class player? Sure enough, judging from the reaction, it should have been the green-haired girl in front of him. Clearly a mage based on her attire. How did she even know that? Was it really that clear? But the girl who had a certain strange glow in her eyes replied that it would be hard not to guess after they were easily able to rush space, almost tearing it up. The girl was certainly talking about familiars that were right next to our protagonist. Our character just didn't want to believe it, that the girl in front of him could see Tan and Ellie. The girl said that she actually saw them. Of course, it cannot be said that it is very clearly visible, but they gave off an incredibly strong energy. They're definitely not ghosts, but maybe pets. From the looks of it, this was actually someone who could summon helpers. Even the main character realized that his business is really bad. It is impossible for someone to use or find out this. Even before the start of the competition, there was a look of reason on his face. He was really in a mess. He thought that he needed to get out as quickly as possible before other people sniffed out something else. But as luck would have it, the people who were standing right behind him started shouting that there was a star witch standing next to the carousel. Could this really be the same woman who is in second place in the ranking? They also noticed a man in a certain hoodie, or rather our hero. They didn't know who he was because our decks had never been seen before, so his only solution was to cover himself with the hood. Of course, the Star Witch asked for forgiveness once again, because of her extra attention is now riveted to him. She asked me to misunderstand her, but she was just very interested in his appearance. She didn't even want to annoy him. She introduced herself as Stella, a maid user who plays for the hidden class Star Witch. She looked directly at him and said that even with her own eyes of truth, it was extremely difficult to see their creation. So it seems that the person of truth is much stronger than it seems at first glance. However, if he is afraid that she will reveal him, then she will not interrogate him again. Even the main character, calming down a little, said that it was very nice of her, and he thought in his head that the Star Witch, otherwise the witch, was connected. Of course, he heard about her. She very often flashes in hot headlines. Many people began to approach her and squeezed her hands, asking to take a picture right with her. But while they were taking pictures with her, the star was looked away at our main character as if it was time for him to run away. She was only thinking about what else to do. As soon as our main character ran away, both companions couldn't imagine that she was able to see them through their defenses, which is actually a strong girl. But our main character only understood that the girl stuck to him for a very long time, that they would definitely see her at the competition. But then she noticed him from the start. Of course, something told our protagonist that this time everything would not go as smoothly as it did before, but the street was already crowded with people. The fireworks were still flying, and the Ferris wheel had a lot of visitors. Finally, one of the assistant administrators appeared. She was very small in size, dressed in primitive clothing, carrying a bat as well as bright hair. After calming down a little, she immediately announced to all the dear players that they had eaten well and had a lot of fun during all the time that he was giving them. Well, since they had rested now, she would finally be able to announce what she hadn't been able to announce for so long, since they had all given birth. Up to this point, it was cool to join the competition called Bamboo Grove. People who looked at her compared her to a goblin because she was actually small in size. Many people thought she was cute, but the girl just pointed out her broken energy, asking for their attention, and then saying that in fact, the long-awaited battle on bamboo sticks will begin. Now every person who was nearby received the bamboo stick itself. Her description stated that this weapon was simply made of you in any beech tree, symbolizing the equality of all people in the properties. It was described that this weapon had completely instantly, it simply died regardless of any armor. It was not susceptible to any blocking as well as magic accounts. Our main character, who had a lot of hair on his face, realized that now there were actually hair hanging his body. It's for the first time in a long time. The girl that was in the air now turned her bat into an incredibly huge size. Broken Dachi knew that now was the time to get rid of all the junk that they didn't need. Swinging her bat, she said that she was summoning him, the Golden Knight, and then she hit all the rides with her bath. The people who were in the area were a little scared. What is the little thing actually doing? Why is the ground beneath them starting to change? Star Witch, who managed to get him back, decided to go up. And another participant castle is also realized that everything begins. Most likely all the main characters of this event appear in front of us. There is even a certain Angelica. The protagonist wasn't scared. He just stood there and watched as the area below him changed, and at one point, many people moved into a certain building, and the girl who was right above them was starting to follow. Now everyone got a bamboo stick. That's, after all, it was actually an unusual item. Girl or the administrator began to say that the number of participants is somewhere 3 million, a huge number she has not seen for a long time. So as she said, it will be one of the most hellish survival rules. Nothing can be done. So for reference, the remaining number will be displayed in the sky. She immediately started shouting and asked everyone to start a fight, because until there is only one lucky person left. Many people started to join the battle. A lot of bamboo sticks started to justify their opponents, which was interesting, because as soon as the competition started, but already such a fierce battle had begun, everyone who was an ally became an opponent, or vice versa. Many people were happy about this, but then they were also disappointed by the defeat. She also thought that all people were lying down and had used all their strength from the beginning. So just like she said, they were just weaklings who wanted to take a seat, but there were still some things that could fascinate the view. Stella, a certain night girl or our hero, which in turn thought that all opponents were reversed, and yet he now started to deal with this item, which is able to finish off any user with just one hand. But now each of them has a certain amount of power. So it's only natural in the plan that someone can't go against their wishes. So that powerful equipment, one of the people who is right behind our protagonist, also tried to finish him off, but Dex managed to dodge. The experienced person said that most likely the enemy decided to run away because he was very scared. Judging by his equipment, he is generally a novice. The attacker said not to take offense at him, but unfortunately, Tom will have to become his first victim. Our main character, who was looking directly at him with complete disgust, asked to look up. The attacker thought it was just a lion, but at the same time, a bamboo stick fell on him, forcing him to go to another world. Dex understood that he would need stealth skills to participate in this competition. But what kind of skill would spiritualism provide him with? Ten was very happy with this offer. He said that the main thing is to pay with points and water cleaners, and in addition to water at the place and time. He immediately decided to summon the one he wanted. Our character before the competition began learn something new while trying to understand the skills of spiritualism, namely that it can be used to summon not only people but other creatures, as well as ghosts. At the same time, a ghost named Mist was recognized and spiritualism was activated. A certain outfit for our main character. This ghost that he summoned doesn't really exist. In reality, it looks more like a black cloud, but this time, it's perfect for this event because it easily dodges all attacks. All the attacks that were made by our main character or passed through him. Of course, people thought they had pierced it, but they didn't succeed. So our Dex just had to be sent to the other world. Looking at all this, it was very clear that there were no rules in this competition, that it was only a battle. This is something of a big bonus, because the most important thing was only to survive. From now on, you will have to try a little to avoid falling into the eyes of others. Ten, looking at this, thought it was a great idea. And did he understand correctly that now our protagonist decided to hide well then attack strong players from afar? But our protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about. Because it was time to hide, it was time to have a good time. He even used spiritualism for this. So in one word, you can say that if there are no witnesses, it's like going unnoticed. On the face of our hero, a new cruel face appeared. Ten thought that this was not a real person, but real demons in the flesh. Dex went in search of new player kills as well as forcing them to come to their own despair. Of course, they decided to attack him themselves, so it's no big deal for him not to attack them too. The Star Mage also understood that I was in a very advantageous position. As a result, he was attacked by many people who were also defeated by her. A certain magic circle was formed under her. Apparently she is actually a great magician. She only decided to find the only one who can satisfy her. She could not wait for the moment when she could finally fight with a really strong opponent. Really, with those weaklings that she now met next to her face showed the desire of a strong opponent. We in turn understand that the bamboo hit. It was this bamboo stick that prompted people to either go crazy or actually believe that they are strong people. At this moment, we were faced with the formation of people who said that it was in front of the bamboo stick that they were all equal. So now the future under her protection. It was time to show everyone what the anger of the people really looks like. They talked about how they should punish those unscrupulous pranksters who engaged in violence in order to achieve more. They formed a revolutionary organization and were even given an exclusive outfit for the competition area. They thought that its first target was just the unknown to the user, who is our main character, but he only said that those in the river would definitely not be able to do anything about it. One of the captains said that since he did not respect them, he and his soldiers would have to deal with him, which would help them with a bamboo stick. At the same time, all the opponents rushed straight at our desks. Here in turn, I stood looking at them and do not understand what is happening. There was no expression of heart, delight, or any other emotion on his face. As soon as the bamboo stick was about to hit him, his presence only disappeared as if he wasn't there at all, as if he was dust. All the guards who tried to hit it couldn't believe their eyes, because how is it even possible that they hit it accurately? But Dex, who appeared right in front of them, just smiled, letting them know that they would not succeed. All players were shown that they could not attack this object. This skill was called Unstable Presence. It was the basic passive effect of using ghostly mist, and it allowed them to completely avoid any kind of attack. People said it wasn't fair that you couldn't use such skills, but our character didn't see anything wrong with it. He said that it's not fair. It's just a passive effect, but now it's not fair. Starting with the bamboo stick and killing all the henchmen of this revolutionary club. people more precisely. The head of this club understood that 4 strikes in 1 second, while not using any skills. How many % do you need to be in sync with the capsule to do something like this? But she, the main character, no longer felt anything other than the real ecstasy received from the fact that he was dealing with all the members of the club. Now the head himself was defeated with a single attack, evaporating. He said that he shouldn't have lost like this, but it was already too late. The Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization was destroyed by one user, or rather our main character. Dex that one that the other, they all attack only with the help of this insignificant stick. So most likely in the near future, exactly, no one will come across him. Although now is clearly not the time to stand out exactly, otherwise, you will just be in tatters safely. An incredible achievement. He was able to defeat more than 1,000 people with just a bamboo stick, then most likely embodied the meaning of equality, which is symbolized by bamboo sticks that are in the title of Revolutionary Fighting for Equality. Even with these achievements, he was only counting on this event to finally end, and after looking at the number of people that were left, it was already less than 3,000. In the first hours, more than hundreds of thousands of people died, and so quickly that the number of players decreased extremely rapidly. But now that there were only a few players left in the game, nothing, their number almost does not move, and the character realized that if you want it all to end as soon as possible, then it's time to start doing something. He knew that the map was too huge, so catching each survivor one by one was not a big problem. But while Dex was thinking about this, a certain girl rushed at him, asking him to get out of the way. It was a frightened girl, who was rushing at him with a bamboo stick. The girl understood that she could not stop, that she was about to crash into our main character. Well, as soon as her body was supposed to come into contact with the body of our protagonist, she just rushed through it, then fell to the floor. She was very scared. Her because she thought that there was a ghost in front of her, because she thought that she would knock him down. Of course, our Dex replied that everything was something like that, but he understood that it was all thanks to passive skills. But what kind of girl was this in front of him? If you look closely, she looked more like a certain novice, although if he was still alive, then in fact a little bit that's what it is. At the same time, the same star witch appeared, who was quite happy to meet our main character. She said that when they first met, she had a strong feeling that something that had definitely hooked her point was hovering. She was right that the person in front of her was actually a special person to be able to survive up to such a point. Stella was ranked second in the overall ranking by that time, and the girl who almost ran into Dex was asking for his help. And our character who looked at her thought why would even need to help her, but the girl was just silent. So our hero said that if he understood everything correctly, then he understood that the star witch was chasing her. So why would he interfere in someone's affairs and help? Especially when your opponent is in second place in the ranking, and in addition also has magic, although in reality, players can only die from attacks made with a bamboo stick, but the magic still works anyway, and this is even more annoying. Of course, the Star Witch now understood that the person in front of her was much more perfect than she had imagined. Dex, having decided not to do anything, said that he needed to finish what he had started, and then said that he was already leaving from here. Of course, he wouldn't mind fighting someone who had good skills, but it was still too early for that. So he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Well, just as he decided to leave the place, he received a certain message that startled him. He looked back and saw the Star Witch trying to stab the girl behind him with her bamboo stick, but our main character decided to stop her. He said that he didn't know what he was doing, but then he shouted that he needed to protect this girl who was right behind him. Angelica was in shock. While our character was actually trying to protect her, he actually received a message saying that our main character is the one who is working tirelessly on him to plunge the world into chaos. So he needed to find an ally who would be marked with certain points. Just such a dot hung over Angelica. Of course, at this moment, we had another mysterious world of Arcadia in front of us. The first thing a person has ever heard when they find themselves here in this mysterious world: is this really a game? But it turned out that she probably didn't belong here, that it didn't play games too much. This was too special a world that a girl as ordinary as her would definitely not be able to find anything in. It was because of this that she found that he was unlikely to be suitable for someone like her who lived a very ordinary life. But at that moment, there was someone who agreed to teach her everything. She was approached by an old lady who realized that the girl was lost. The old lady immediately invited her to become her disciple. This old lady was dressed in a black corset, had blue hair. This turned out to be an NPC completely different from the rest of the characters. Angelica was a little shocked, because was she supposed to be offered nice at all, or something like that? But by the time I started learning, the old lady told her that if we talk about magic, then the most important thing in the question is just to expand your mind, your knowledge and skills. Angelica can only know her if she starts looking at the world in a completely different way and devotes herself to broader ideas and concepts. When she looked at the moon, she asked her to look at the sky, at the way the stars were shining, and how the moonlight seeped through her entire body. Is it really ugly? Unlike the others, she as an archmage is most attracted to nothing but the ever-shining star and the majestic moon dodge. She taught this special magic, which she created herself, to two of her students, namely Stella, the Star Witch, and Angelica, the magic girl of the moonlight. She gave them to grimoires, each saying that she was going to go on a long journey very soon, and that what she had given them in her hands was her gift, the last gift of her life. The day when these two magical books will merge into one, Sonya, will be the day of the birth of one of the great wizards, whose abilities go beyond human knowledge and exceed any limitations. In each girl's eyes, a distinctive sign appeared, a sign of the very magic that she had been trained in. It was this book that was the chance to become a great wizard, and he got even such an unremarkable girl. However, it was the teacher who did not know that chance could become for her. On the contrary occurs, it was immediately clear that Angelica was not to blame for anything, but Stella was clearly already dreaming and wanted to become the same majestic magician that her teacher told her about. And we are back to the moment when our protagonist noticed that Angelica had to hang a certain sign. He remembered the very task that she had told him and made him find his companions. Of course, I wasn't happy about this outcome, so I had to stand right in front of Stella. Stella was clearly not happy about this outcome, because wasn't it just that our main characters themselves said that he wasn't going to interfere? Of course, our pro finally apologized for all this, but still, despite the fact that he went against his words, he can't do anything about it, so he asked the girl to let Angelica go. Stella, who was clearly not happy with this, judging from her expression, asked what would happen if she refused. He just said that he had no choice but to get rid of her, and he also took out his bamboo stick. But it was quite possible that it was going to start like this. Stella, what's not clear is that he's probably joking, and asked if he thought it would be that easy. She immediately activated the chain lightning magic with a frantic expression, sending flying straight across the ground. Even the main character couldn't have expected this. He didn't expect that Stella would be so fast that even a defensive drain wouldn't be able to save him. Our character was hit by lightning with me. His stamina began to drop sharply. He was paralyzed. So for a while, he simply will not be able to move. And then he noticed the fireball flying towards him, magic grabbing, and also a star slash, the only circular magic that could be used at the moment. Angelica realized that Stella wanted to finish off our main character as quickly as possible. Angelica immediately started shouting at our logger not to try to stop these magic charges, but just to run away. But it was too late. Lots of explosions and stuff like that were ahead. Angelica was only looking at what was happening right in front of her, where our character was already on the verge of death. So all the stats were snowflakes due to the fact that death can only be done with a bamboo spear. Dex, who was finally able to say at least something, said that of course, it is impossible and not for nothing. In this event that everyone is equal, players cannot be killed, nothing else. Except for the letter of the stick. The protagonist, having already lost all his strength, could only lean on his elbows. But it is quite possible that all the strength left his body stood. Who watched it from a high place said that most likely she was in vain worried that in front of her such an enemy. She thought he was special, but in reality, he couldn't stand it. Even if they met again, she hoped that she wouldn't be too upset that he died because of her. Stella, who had already picked up her bamboo stick and also anticipating that she was about to gain the upper hand, said that whatever it was. But the first one started Dex. There was no need to pry into her business. Our main character, despite the fact that he was in such a deplorable state, only continued to smile. Of course, these are just ordinary events. There was nothing to be offended. Standing there looking at him, he thought that he had already accepted his defeat, that he was actually an interesting guy in front of her. But at the same time, he decided to hit him with a bamboo sword. But the notification that she couldn't attack this item threw her off track. What kind of notification was this anyway? Why couldn't she kill him? But it was too late. Our protagonist just took in Piercer bamboo and stick. He also said that as they agreed. In fact, it is not necessary to offend each other. He said that this is just an event. She clearly wasn't happy with this turn of events because what the heck is this? Why wasn't the in front of her killed? And he said that he was very lucky that the skill was activated in time, or he was definitely already defeated. Angelica, who had only been standing at the side for a single turn, she lowered her bamboo stick, or rather dropped it from the surprise point that the person in front of her had defeated, the very one she couldn't beat, that she was in second place in the ranking. She still until recently thought that our character has no chance, but who in general was in front of her. Dex, who pretty much spent all his strength, realized that he was busy. So Angelica also ran to him asking if he was all right. Dex, who responded that he was doing well, said that except for the fact that he didn't die, he was pretty happy about everything. But Angelica only began to bow at his feet, saying that she was very grateful, because if it wasn't for him, she would definitely be dead by now. Our main character, looking at it from the side, he would say that he almost did nothing, but still just say it because why Estelle needed it all. Angelica immediately began to hesitate a little, and then said that it was too long to tell. But in short, before their mentor left somewhere, she gave them each an item. If one of them tries to master these two, they can probably become a strong wizard. Our main character realized that Stella seemed to have gone crazy for this idea and started chasing her in order to eventually kill her and take him away. Angelica, saying that this is all really so, only began to stutter, which point she usually stood motionless. But then our main character asked her what she was going to do next. Angelica didn't understand what the question was at first, but then our Paris Nash said that Stella is not an easy player, because if yes, I forgot, but actually in second place in the rating. How is Angelica going to overtake her? Can she hunt at all or improve? Angelica, the crowd looked at the floor and said that she didn't even know. Dexas asked the girl what her level was, but the girl said 43. Of course, it was somehow incomprehensible because this level cannot be called not low, not high. But what is much more serious? He decided to ask because isn't she now wearing the same school uniform that is worn at the 20th level? Because there was not even that accessory as far as he remembers, but it is given as a reward for completing a quest at the 15th level. Of course, the girl replied, a little embarrassed that she simply did not have money for another one, since she had to constantly run from her opponent. Our main character, after thinking about it, immediately understood and came up with a solution. He decided that he could try this thing that he had been storing for a long time. He remembered the very skill about transferring decency points. He immediately jumped on Angelica with an incredibly happy and joyful face. Angelica was a little embarrassed, but it was too late because our protagonist asked her to give all the items that she has. As soon as the girl did this, it was noticeable that all the objects were lying on the floor. Of course, she was embarrassed because she thought it was a little strange, but our protagonist, despite the fact that he had a developed girl in front of him, told her to move away a little because he had something to check. Angelica, having done this, now began to stand aside because the person in front of her did not even look at her. She is standing there worrying just like, and probably the person in front of her can definitely be trusted. But our main character, I understand, or rather, having understood, judging by her story, decided that those things that are now in the form in front of him must be used for a very long time. He also activated his power directly at them. His hands lit up again. He said the table that it was necessary to say such moments, or rather the phrase about the transfer of decency points. The girl was surprised because what other decency points are there? She was very afraid of the very light that just burst out of the hand of our main character. Now there were objects of the only quality in front of her. The first was Paulsock poverty, then the mother of you poverty, shoes of poverty, as well as everything else point turned out. Finally, in the gray characteristics were increased. It turns out that depending on how the item was used, the effect of transferring decency points is also determined. Angelica, Nadia, couldn't believe all her new clothes on herself, because really, these are all her items. Dex said that it was true, but fortunately, on the one hand, it was a good thing that she had wandered around with them for so long. Otherwise, I don't know if it would have worked at all. Of course, he knew they weren't very strong commas, but they were a good place to start. Anger Erica, who was standing on the sidelines, knew that she should be grateful for such a gift, but why would someone like her help him? She immediately asked. After all, who in general is the front one? Who is he? You know. The protagonist smiled and said that if only he were a new partner. Then I took her hands again. He looked her straight in the eye, saying that they still have a lot to do. Now in front of Angelica, and dedicated a notification that a player named Dex has sent her a friend invitation. But does she want to accept it? Angelica was very surprised, because she had already seen this nickname. Of course, she was wary of whether he was being too kind to her. So he also cheated on her, suspicious of some kind. But now all doubts were dispelled. I still can't believe that such a star, as soon as one in the rank decided to make friends with her, is simply incomprehensible to the mind. However, at the same time, our main character asked her for one promise that no one would know about this, or rather about this friendship. Angelica, with full seriousness all over her eyes, replied that it would be so she would never tell anyone about it. Tan, who was sitting in the hood of our main character, said that this is probably a strange decision, because until recently, he did not want anyone to know who he really is. Our production said that this is actually true, but he still changed his mind. He thought through all the options for events. Now, because of the recent auction house incident, everyone knows that he started playing Arcadia, so there's no need for him to hide his nicknames, especially those he trusts. What is important is how exactly it should appear before people, evil or good. At that moment, Angelica asked him to look at one of the main things in this event, or rather at the counter of people, what was left in this test. Very soon there will be less than 1,000 players. Our character, looking up, realized that in fact, there were only 2 people left, while out of more than 3 million players there will be 1,000. He did not know who was behind this, but clearly some scumbags. At the same time, 2 people appeared in front of our main character, who thought that this would be an easy goal. After looking at the outfits of our heroes, they realized that most likely not some sick people, but also a couple. Why didn't anyone finish them off at all? One of the men was clearly an assassin or rogue, and the other was a berserker or tank. they realized that they were newbies, so they thought it would be incredibly easy today. Of course, our main character was happy, because now all the hundreds who are waiting arrived in time. Right, by the way. So he asked Angelica to immediately deal with them. Angelica was shocked at this request, because what can she do really, just hide so as not to interfere with anyone. But she's the main character, said that she doesn't have time to worry. You're now time to test abilities on new items. So those two are on her. He asked her to sort it out. Angelica was still shocked, but the people who are standing right in front of them had already lost their temper. They immediately attacked Angelica. Angelica, who immediately started to worry, decided to use all the items from this map as soon as possible. The staff's power was activated, so it activated the shield. The robbers thought that there was no way they could help it, because it was a first circle magic skill. They thought that as soon as it broke, it would dance. Angelica in turn was very excited, because she saw that the shield was cracking, that it could not continue like this. She needed to do as our salesman himself taught her. She started using the shield spell over and over again, after which in fact, a lot of holes were formed in the air. None of the enemies understood what was going on. After all, why so much magic was used in one moment? Even the main character, looking at it all from the side, understood that now the items that were equipped on the girl were of course some incomprehensible, but high-rank monster she definitely would not have defeated. However, it is also impossible for her to forget about this, and the most important thing here is 100, which means that when they are all used together, it means that Angelica can use the magic of the first circle at least to the last, because the effect with this one is 100, which reduces the mana consumption of the first circle by 99%, the second by 50%, and also increases the mana consumption third round for 1000%. With incredible pleasure I looked at all this means, despite the fact that Angelica continued to use the spell point, that magic missiles were approaching them. This is the last thing the opponent saw before they died. After exterminating the last two players, the number of remaining survivors has now reached the 1000 player mark. The first stage of bamboo sticks was completed. And these two probably did not know that today was not an easy day, because the great magician of the first circle of magi, see now a real psycho and PvP beaten to the brain to the rush psycho, who will finish you off until your brains run out, namely, the day when the real Angelica appear. Angelica was actually happy, and there was an incredible sense of joy on her face. The candidate for the position of assistant has reached the level of trust, so a player named Angelica becomes your assistant. This is the notification that our main character has now received in his system. Depending on the assistant's game, you can earn decency points as a reward. So the number of points earned at the moment was 243 points per character. Looking at the name of the assistant over Angelica only made him understand that now he feels like a king. He only hopes that she will turn into an invisible monster, which many people can't delete. At the same time, the CEO, who was watching this competition, realized that even the main character was finally caught. He wanted to follow the mysterious player, but at the same time, he was notified that he did not have enough authority to request information about the selected user. The CEO didn't know what he was up to this time, but he wouldn't let it go that easily. Now that the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was starting, a lot of people were gathered in one place. The girl who was knocked down in her hand started sitting on the roof again and started saying that the unexpected happened. She expected that there would be many high-ranked rankers left at the end. But in the end, it turned out that most of the and even low ranks, she can see that even level 43 survived. So there were also users who didn't pass the level 50 threshold, which was just amazing. But is it really just all a matter of luck, or is it still ability? Of course she was talking about Angelica, so that at the same time, she began to smile and say that everything that she does not understand they will learn in the second stage. The girl began to jump and laugh, saying that before starting the second stage of the festival, she should explain to them two extremely important changes. The bamboo sticks immediately began to glow with a different glow. And the girl said that they would not worry because everything is fair. They just decided to improve some skills as they showed everyone to childish. First of all, the bamboo spear can now be evaluated not only for physical, but also magical attacks. In other words, tricks such as ignoring physical attacks, or absolute defense will no longer help block the power of the stick. Of course, she said all this about our main character, Tan. It's clear that she's actually doing all this, but it seems like it's in his line. So what's he going to do now? But our character just smiled and said that he will now just be extremely careful not to run out of fights. So he will also see who wins this competition. The girl continued to speak, and many people who listened to her speech could not believe that there were actually those various skills called ignoring physical attacks and absolute defense. They understood that it was absolutely unfair, who even used it. But the girl immediately said one more thing, that also because of some items, there is a serious imbalance and their festival is a war for equality. So such items are contrary to their principles. So in the upcoming second and third stages, they will not be able to use any lotions, effects for equipment except for regular weapons. Angelica knew it was about her because what about herself? But the girl has already finished said that it was all changes. So now you need to start the second stage. But is everything happy? Of course, our main character was not happy. Who understood that even if they were not, it was unlikely that they would care, because why would you even ask? The girl also said that from now on, a poisonous gas will go out from outside the map. It will spread as fast as a person runs, so they will have to be a little diarrheal. The girl, with an incredible thirst in her eyes, decided to announce that now they're starting at this festival is open. Now the administrator, who continued to use the third level skills, realized that the emergency patch had been completed. That now some of the festival's restrictions on different side sticks had been changed. Of course, they do not meet the criteria of the system. For this there would have been some penalties, but the CEO did not care. One developer who looked at the CEO and asked him if he was sure now advised him to avoid fines as much as possible. He replied that everything was fine. He was worried because if something happened, it would be him who would get off and pay for it. We play. The director said that our character was the one who created the bloodsucker. It was because of him that the huge problems they went to such measures. The biggest benefit for the management is to disclose all the circumstances. First of all, this is exactly this festival, that very festive event in honor of the creation of servers. This is something like the trump card that their Korean brands put forward in order to resolve all the complaints and dissatisfactions of the players. It is necessary to get rid of such a problematic kid in the second stage. By that time, our character, looking at pitifully, told her that they need to split up because if it works out they will meet in the third stage. Angelica couldn't believe it, because did anyone really want to get rid of her now just because she couldn't use her gear anymore? Our main character said that in general all the items were made for her and I forgot someone to use them, got rid of her a long time ago. So after she contacted this witch, then nothing good, but it did not earn. All these words directly stabbed Angelica in the heart. She also told the main character that he was joking, but now he is not sure that he can protect her. He immediately patted her on the head. Yes, that she actually trusted her. He also stood up and said that he had one plan and it was too dangerous. Angelica, after listening to this, could not understand what kind of plans it was. Our character just waved his hand and said that the girl can still use her weapon. So the main thing is just to try not to get involved with some freaks. Angelica, looking at his back, said that now the next meeting will take place in the third stage. Now our protagonist was quite far away. Angelica, looking at him, understood that that passive skill was only protecting one of his personal attacks. But could there still be something in this person? Of course. She exhaled and said that most likely even our protagonist would not cheat if he wanted to. But as soon as Angelica thought about it, then at this time, our main character used spiritualism. He asked to turn him into a dark king. It was more like a lot of doctor. A demon beast creature that penetrated the player's body. Our character was now able to temporarily use his powers, and more specifically to poison resistance, invulnerability, and the ability to use poison. All of his skills were focused on poison, as well as the antidote. Ellie, who was standing nearby, just couldn't believe her eyes that now our main character decided to contact the demon world again. It definitely upset her very much, but our protagonist asked her not to say that because it's just useful for his skills more effective on the part of the demons at the moment. That's all. Our main character looked at the vampire and said that regarding his idea, there are probably too few problems with you. They don't pay attention to them. Tan, after a little thought, said that most likely there will not be so many problems, and as he understood, it most likely looks like some kind of competition. But would our hero be slapped because he wants to cheat again? Of course, our main character understood that sometimes it seems that he is too naive for the devil. Tan, surprised or rather did not believe in it all, asked, after all, is this really so? But our protocol did not say that this is all true, because the rules themselves should be included in the map, and more precisely, they should not be designed specifically for the situation to be beneficial. So it is he who will act differently from the others because of the toxic gas. They will eventually gather. Everything is in the center of the map, and then a fierce battle will begin when all users will face each other. The first stage killed a lot of players, and now that you can't do anything special, you can pass the second stage quite calmly. But the only way to do this is to beware of the rest of the points until the whole 1000 people, with the exception of him, gas up to this point. It was already said that our character went to the realm of David. In his midst, that deadly no slowly covered the player's body. But the passive skill called resistance to poisons was activated. Invulnerability nearby was also activated. Blood, but I absorbed the poison, also seeped into the blood, because I also could not oppose anything to our as the main character. By that time the administrator was watching as the second stage was gaining momentum. As many skills were used in an instant, such as walking when shield smasher. She was laughing, because this is much more interesting to watch. Unlike the last stage, only the strongest will survive here. She even had fun from the fact that everyone's level was different. But in any group there is the same one that he wanted to go beyond the standards. Most likely she was talking about a girl with white hair with the nickname Cassius. A group of as many as 4 people came out at this girl, but in the next moment, when the girl accelerated a little, she used the rampage of a swordsman, after which she was able to cut everyone who stood in her way. Someone was aiming at her from the side, sleepily, with a sniper rifle, using magic on her or an arrow. It was still an arrow, but it couldn't hit its target. The girl was able to dodge, which surprised the shooter very much. Are there really people with such a reaction at such a distance? But it was already too late. The girl found him. She also rushed to one of the roofs, jumped to a huge height and decided to pierce him. Regardless of the man himself, it was clear that most likely Castle is had a hidden class point. Having cut, her opponent understood that there was simply no word for his skill, because even now everyone is afraid. But he stands aside. Where is the very next hiding? Clearly this girl knew who he was or had met him before. By the time the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was completed, there were only 2 survivors left, namely Cassius Dex. Up to this point, Cassius had repeatedly won first over all the players who came directly to her. Many corpses lying under her feet, and she had managed to win 8 times in a row. The people who were defeated by her couldn't believe what they were just seeing, because was it really some incomprehensible combo attack of hidden skills? And they themselves said that the fight on bamboo sticks was fair. What kind of justice was this? How can you even defeat such a was in front of them? But Castle is only thought that she was only talking for 3 minutes, which was definitely not enough, because in this sense, nothing is different from the game she played before. You need to be even stronger to defeat your worst enemy. We understand that Icaros is an RPG game that was released 20 years ago. Previously, it was so popular that it was called the national game, but at one point, the game published a notice about the termination of the service, although it required the most severe control and physical skills. But the game engine was old. The game imperceptibly went into the past, and all because of the outdated graphics of the game system. The girl in front of us was one of the users who sincerely loved this game until the very end. She thought that this message was just a lie, because this game was not an easy game for her. It was 20 years of her life that were filled with achievements and memories. Therefore, no one could take the first place away from her, not even once, until one of the players appeared. She saw a player with the nickname Dex who was able to hold her up for the first time. She also got killed after being defeated in PvP. The girl just couldn't believe that everything happened so quickly, because why did it happen so quickly? For some reason he attacked 3 seconds after the effect of the rage strike. Did he really use a trick with the server varnish? And something like that? Most likely. Our main character knew her game much better than her, but what's going on anyway? She also noticed that this person wrote a message saying that this is generally not bad for the user. D1. But it seems that now he took the first place again, so it's time for him to fold. And then the same one left the game. This is something that has all too easily trampled on her pride and that of Caviar, in which she played for 20 years. Hidden classes that the girl received can be fought with any weapon that comes to hand, or rather a hidden skill of quick selection. Thanks to this skill, you can lead a similar fighting style to her last game. This hidden class was created as it for her, so it's hard to believe that this is just a coincidence. She got another chance, so she will definitely use it to keep up with her opponent. This was her chance to reinstall the same. The CEO who had that moment was looking at our main character, who was sitting in a fog, asked one of the developers, because how did the poison fog set up here in general? The developer immediately said that according to the data set by the construction site, someone had a deadly poison that caused toxicity of the 200 level and higher, something up to the highest level on the server, about 160. But this guy survived 30 minutes and was crapped by the fog of level 200. This is not a unique item effect, but rather a special characteristic in front of them, as there was a restriction on carrying items. At the same time he raised his finger and asked, is this the effect of a skill? But the CEO clearly made it clear that this wasn't the case. So the developers only had to agree that there was no such thing as a physical skill. The resistance had to be lower than the 3rd rank. So even if he had such a resistant skill, he had to be at least the 5th rank. It wasn't a level that could to be a player with basic skills. The developer said this all in order to calm down the CEO a little. He was already too late. The wheelbarrow realized that if we continue in the same spirit, then most likely our main character will withstand the fog, which is not prepared, and in the end, it will be a scenario in which when falling was definitely not acceptable. So at the same moment, the CEO again turned to the administrator, where he asked for the use of the administrator's authority. He added to the construction site, which is ignored against the phenomenon, a higher level of detoxification status. Although the administrator's authority was used as it was aimed against the contract player, this is an illegal change, so there was a warning that there would also be a penalty in this regard. He is currently under the administration of the administrator. 2 illegal dimensions were introduced, so we needed to keep in mind that in the case of applying additional illegal measures in the settings, the application requests may be rejected. But in my opinion, it is not actually named. There was a background warning of the immediate application of penalties, a salary reduction fueled decisions of annual let's go, and tips to the directors on the size of the point he would survive such a fine. All he raised was that the head and employees of Arcadia worked hard to run the game for a long time, so he wouldn't let one free get his take full responsibility. So at the same time, a notification was displayed that the effectiveness of the poison mist was significantly increased. and it was now impossible to use any resistance skills. Our character, who looked at it with surprise, believed that there were changes again. He realized that now all the administrators were openly targeting him. So even the Thane who flew in the country understood that no matter how poisonous as a car was, but a rare time at this level was simply impossible. So what could they do now? Of course, our main character also didn't think that it would work until the end. So we had to finish everything properly. Ken did not understand what our protagonist was talking about. So our main character only looked at the participant scoreboard and said that after so much time, his old opponent appeared that in fact, most likely her skills improved the third stage and the file of fights on bamboo sticks began. Cassius waited for this moment for an incredibly long time while our protagonist was already going to fight. Of course, we said that it wasn't like him, but Dex was very impressed with me. He understood that he probably shouldn't even change the summon to another one suitable for PvP. 10 already chose good options. But our main character only said that he was this time she will refuse, because he has already planned something in advance. He immediately asked the angel to provide him with power. The angel, not expecting to be approached, was very happy. She said that all the heavenly beings were willing to put aside their power. Now our character in his right mind apologized to her, but that he ignored her during all the fights on bamboo sticks. It's his fault that his ability is not enough. So he asked the river god to provide him with a master of all weapons. Now Calypso, the celestial being, was in the player's body. Now our protagonist could only use its power. His skills were 100, that he was the king of all weapons. It was an intangible weapon created with purely magical power, which is freely changed with the will of the user. All this was quite interesting. So at the same time, our protagonist tried to create several copies of weapons that could help him in bits. He created, for example, a shield, a dagger, and the bow. The demon was shocked by such an incredible use of magic power. The angel also understood that the owner of this power would not be able to change weapons so quickly. Apparently, our main character was just talented. So our main character had no choice but to say that we can start, because he practiced and the instinct skill was activated. The winner, the fighter's eye skill, found a worthy opponent, or rather Cassius, who was clearly waiting for. She barely had time to react to that. She was glad that the one she had been waiting for so long finally appeared. But our main character asked him if she was running around too much, because it was obvious from her that she came from a collective farm game that was closed because there were no players. So he asked her show her hidden eye. Cassius is clearly angry at him, started throwing her weapon. She was clearly not happy with all this. She lost her temper, but our main character, looking at her skills, understood that changing weapons with incredible speed. So when you see something close up that looked like magic, both skills of our heroes were similar to each other, because now our character can do something similar. Cassius, who was also a spectator of our protagonist's skills, was surprised, and immediately in front of her, our main character was able to change weapons, or rather change them. Is this really a hidden class? The battle was much fiercer now. It was an unbalanced combo attack just like her, but did the facility make the same skill for himself? Dex threw the girl right into one building, said that it would be very awkward if this time she lost again. He asked her to try her best. Obviously, the girl had to prepare for the worst. The moment of battle continued, both opponents changing their weapons at an incredible speed, changing their shape using many different skills to surprise each other. But Cassius clearly wasn't happy with our protagonist trying to do the same thing. She thought it was all unfair. What and so on. What now? While she sat and played her favorite game. I think quick pick is literally a skill that allows you to quickly change and put on items of equipment. However, the weapon of the person in front of him just picked up and transformed. She couldn't even keep up with him using quick picks. She thought that she definitely had to win the point. But as soon as the battle went on a little more, it was clearly clear that it was a little sad, because our character was ahead of her in terms of his capabilities. He said that he expected much more from her standing right in front of her. The girl wanted to win as quickly as possible. I didn't want to lose once again. It was clear that her pride was at stake, and she looked at our character and asked him because he also has a skill at all. But Dex, I said that if she means master of all weapons, but most likely this skill is very useful. Cassius is having obtained such a powerful skill that would be useful to him in the future. And in the battle with her, I started laughing, and he said that luck is a kind of skill, so I should be so surprised. Cassius, he thinks so. It's now confusing her every time, so she's also now using all her skills. Will do her best. She hit her bamboo stick directly into the ground, and then moved her hand forward from where she got a blue glow. She started talking about how I thought it was impossible to fight him with a weapon I wasn't used to, no matter how powerful the weapon was. But if it was possible for me to fight, it was useless. She thought about it all the time as she continued to train, as she continued to kill her opponents who got in her way. Our main character, looking at her with a slightly drowned look, said that if you throw the bamboo to the side, then there is most likely something else. So the girl paused for a while, that before she strikes with a bamboo stick, she will completely destroy it using all her strength as well as her sword. Of the girl's eye that was standing in the country began to glow. She took the scabbard of her sword, and then began to take it out little by little. The sword was the same bright shade of blue, but did she have some antiques in her hands? Why didn't it look dangerous? Of course, our player also wanted to look at the weapon that is worth fighting, but it was already too late, because the girl made one attack after a millisecond. This attack immediately hit the throat of our main character, but did not kill him based on the characteristics of this competition. Cassila, having done this blow, was incredibly focused. She didn't say a single word to me as the saint did before critical damage was inflicted. There was a fracture to bring up bleeding, otherwise the healing of movement will be limited. Our character, who grabbed him by the throat and then fell to the floor, realized that it was still so fast that even he could not have expected such speed. Tan as well as Ellie were completely shocked, asking if everything was all right, but only Angel noticed that this sword was very familiar to her. Cassila, as she continued her attacks right at our main character, who used these defenses, use the skill, so even if he uses a shield, the next one will also be blocked. Or did the person in front decide to resist me? Of course, although it's sad, but it's true. And all our protocells could do now was block attacks with his skill, but he knew for sure that it wasn't his fault, because the opponent in front of him had become faster since she pulled the ball out. He knew that it was exactly what was happening in it. So after a bit of hesitation getting up from the ground, he decided to do right in front of him what the celestial being asked the player to do in the dialogue. It was all very strange, because now it was really a tense moment. But now the angel understood what was going on. She went to her master and asked him to look at that ancient sword that was in the girl's hand. At first, she thought that this item was a bit strange, but she knows something about it. She said that she had a message from the master of all weapons, who is being as the main character. He said that originally this ball belonged to him. He prepared it for his successor, who was to continue his work. She explained that this is not all, that it is a skill. She said that in addition to this sword, which grants a class increase, there is also iron, which transfers skills and as the user becomes stronger. But now the owner of this ball does not feel the traces of this necklace at all. So therefore he is unpleasantly angry. He was raised that something is wrong. So the situation is that the well of this ball is simply closed. The angel was a little embarrassed by this suggestion, because it was clear that Cassilis is most likely has the skills of a celestial being. So now it was clear that she not only has abilities similar to them, but they are exactly the skills that are inherent only in celestial beings, but rather the master of all weapons of Calypso. Cassilis is noticing this thought that in fact, the atmosphere had suddenly changed, but are the protagonist, who was looking at it all from the side with an expression on his face, now realized that he could not get a word in, that now he would only feel sorry for one person, or rather Cassius herself. At the same time looking at the girl, he asked her about the ball because did she get it after completing the quest. Cassilis didn't know what the question was about, if she was trying to stall for time or something. But our character only asked her to answer his question, because if she wants to finish so quickly, then she also needs to answer quickly. He repeated his question about the sword again. The girl, having returned to her stance, rested a little herself, replied that everything was exactly like that, because she received this sword after completing a quest from a strange tramp. But if there is any problem from this situation, did she really do something wrong? Or did he want to tell her something about this sword? The master of all weapons of weapons Calypso. He couldn't help but ask about the necklace that came with the sword. Our main key characters, I'm a little worried myself because I knew that most likely something would happen right now. I asked because besides the ball was there no necklace. The girl was shocked because how did he know about this? They definitely did not mean even earlier. How did someone find out about what she did at the very beginning of her journey? Of course, it was not important, so our character that he is only interested in the presence of this necklace is it now with the girl. Cassius, who squeezed it a little as if answering without any feeling at all, said that it was true that in addition to the sword and got from the tramp also necklaces, but in contrast, it was an unidentified object, so she did not consider it necessary. Warbler's owner in the village, he was then and said that he didn't have the skills to test similar items, and that she should buy it for the stage, not to test his features. Our main character, who clearly began to understand what really happened, only began to worry even more. He asked with a trembling voice, "What happened?" He just asked God that all his guesses were not true, but Cassius didn't need to spend so much money to buy a scroll for the assessment. So in any case, it was a relay that couldn't attract even in its class she just spent together with other items in the same shop, in the same village. She even told how much she got for it. She got about 15 bronze coins, thinking about how the price was the same as your appearance. Now the master of all weapons was simply shocked, his eyes filled with anger, misunderstanding, disgust. He was furious that his successor sold out his legacy, so that the whole boys declared that he was disowning this. There's so many notifications and indignation. We're now from the master of all weapons that the notification just flooded the screen of our main character. So many alerts just hit our main character's head. What does the master of all weapons want to do anyway? But at the same time, the notification that appeared at the very end just hit our main character. He saw that the master of all weapons asks the player to temporarily completely let him into his body. Someone promised that after moving in, he will take on all the difficulties. He knew that if this person was fighting in his place now, he would be grateful, but if it was even possible. He asked the angel because this was the first time in this situation. She replied that according to the rules, this is impossible. But if the master of all weapons is fully prepared to bear the potential costs, then most likely the load will be huge. Is it worth it at all? Angel Hold Your Head understood that everything was rather complicated, but if he was so determined, then first of all, if it concerns the relationship between the teacher and the heir, then it may be based on interference in another world. So in the name of Archangel Michael, Angel allowed the master of all weapons to interfere at the same time. Huge forces hit our main character as if pouring into him over and over again. The girl was shocked because it was an incredible power did that same love some abilities. The master of all weapons completely possessed the player's body. So now the entire body was taken under control. Temporarily limited independent play. The player switched to observer mode. Now for our main character, the master of all weapons spoke. I asked the girl for the front. In fact, she sold to the heat. He is very sorry that the heir could not understand the deep love of the teacher who took his love so seriously, as she published a little more penny to the greedy merchant. The girl didn't understand what the speech was based on either, but then looking ahead, she noticed that our protagonist, or rather, the skill of weapons began to use all his powers that he had used up to this point. It received burnout status, so it was clear that even the battle required time to rest, which was worth treating your physical condition carefully as much as possible, and also received fatal damage, and attacked the ground without realizing what was happening. The ancient sword, whose name is lost, also reacted strangely what was going on. Well, the master of all weapons only directly approached her. They say that quick choices is not just the skill that was created with the goal of quickly changing weapons. It is a passionate desire to own the entire existing world. Already the power created by Pot apt to use the power to own any weapon. The girl hearing all this could not believe her words, and the protagonist, or rather, the master of all weapons, said that this is power. This is the highest power that Tammy was able to get by following his teachings. Now the girl realized that this was not the same Dex that she knew before. The girl really couldn't understand who was in front of her because she definitely understood that it wasn't our main character in front of her. She couldn't understand why her sword reacted to this person in the first place. But now the master of all weapons only looked at her with utter disdain, saying that the swords were very sad. He was sad because something had lost his pair here, or rather, the necklace. The girl didn't know what she was talking about, because the master of all weapons was talking about everything, only in his mind. Master started to talk about how they had eaten a little more time, then she wouldn't have been so reckless. She would have been able to find someone really worthwhile and make them their successors. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time for that. So he was only able to find such a worthless disciple who is now in front of him. At that point he took off his hood where only his glowing eyes were revealed, and said that he should be grateful that he had met a noble person who had lent him her body and was therefore able to meet his successor again, no less. Began to tremble even more. Nameless sword, or rather, his feelings became even sadder. He cried. Tremble stuck out at the same time on the ground. The master of all weapons, smiling a little, said that despite the fact that she is not smart, but is this idea devoid of common sense? Because in a sense, but it is fate that this sword fell into their hands. The only option that remained of them with it is something that the master of all weapons has now come up with. The girl who was looking at this with complete surprise couldn't understand if the person in front of her had just started talking with the sword what was going on right now. I just closed my eyes and said that now I need to take care of the who is standing in front of him. While I turned to my old friend, that is the nameless ball. The old nameless sword began to express dissatisfaction, but decided to understand the situation as best as possible. Recognize the owner, found his name, now began to unlock hidden ability items. Rating the item magic to unique. Hidden quest received in search of the last necklace. The girl noticed that Les began to speak even more, and she began to feel the soul of the sword. Her hands trembled with the great power that now felt in her hand. She felt a deep longing determination, so she realized that now she understood the true meaning of the hidden class that she got. Having already exhaled and did not mad said it reminded him of old times. Now a warning flashed on the screen, saying that the master made the weapon made the maximum allowable intervention, that now full control will be disabled. The sword master apologized because of this, that he had to meet such a bad student, but still thanks our protagonist for allowing him to witness such a great fusion of the master, also a student. Now control has been returned to the player and observer mode is disabled. Our main character, who now only looked at his main hand, understood what he was expecting, but this level of interference is simply unacceptable. All thanks to the master of all weapons. It was thanks to him that he saw something special. But as soon as he said this, the girl who was right in front of our protagonist already fell infuriating. There were some magical wounds all over her body. That was a death state buff. The entire body of a woman didn't have it. So she was holding on with her last strength. The larger our duct is, without looking at it, the more poisonous it seems. But he still decided to wait for it a little, otherwise the chance for a conversation can no longer and will not fall out. As soon as the girl woke up, our main character asked her only one thing: did she really sell weapons? Is she really that? He clearly made it clear to her that at first glance, it was clear that this was a hidden quest, rather than a completely modern RPG she didn't play. It's almost a cliché in the current era. All these words hit the girl's self-esteem. She listened to it all and did not utter a single word. And our protagonist continued to laugh as long as possible, saying that no one even thinks about selling the necklace that goes in the set using a sword. But the girl only replied that the game that she played before did not have such quests. All these words really annoyed our protagonist. He thought that this was a high school that would not give anyone anything new. In any case, it seems that this necklace is a very important item. So our main character advised her that when everything is over, you need to go to the owner of the store and ask to return it back. The woman, of course, that she has no choice, realized that she was going to do it anyway. But what kind of class does our main character have? Because why is the person who fought with her just now not him? She thought that as if someone had possessed him or something like that. The spirit. Well, you can't hear our channel. He said that it definitely looks like he has a class like hers. But he was very nervous because he understood that I was a little bit at the girl's incredible level. But he started to smile and say that now is the time to solve the last question while pointing at the bamboo stick. The girl, it is clear why he dodged or walked and smiled. She said that it will take her another 3 minutes to get out of the special depth stay, that the poison fog has already reached them, the signal of the end of fight, so it seems that the decision has already been made. They will not be able to fight again this time. It was as if too close. People were saying goodbye at the border. So our character only replied that it was a pity that it ended like this because it would be nice to fight properly next time. But the girl, with a still wide smile on her face, replied that he needed to wait a little longer. And next time in the next meeting, she will definitely be able to come out the winner. She is the main character's. Held a stick in his hand, said that this was to be expected. He even feels that he should give up. And then immediately pierced his opponent with a stick. Flashed an alert that our character finally managed to win a match with the last player, while saying that he would like to meet her again in the future. Now she finally announced the last final winner. Our main character, on his head appeared to crown. All the main battles and bamboo stick fights were broadcast in real time. Numerous candidates were taken out to win the highest rated star with. Sevilla Wheelbarrow Revolutionary Stick Group called for equality to the entire community. And the girl who fought against our main character at the very end, who showed the game and lasted until the third round, was suddenly defeated. A new player named Dex appeared, whose victory seems to be enough. But the reaction of users was different. Absolutely all users just blew up the internet, saying that they believed in our main character from the very beginning. That they were crying because the girl took second place. The same nickname that hit all the players began to give publicity to absolutely the entire community. The people who flocked to the monitors only thought that he was rumored to be their opponent, which they are only now beginning to understand. In front of us was a black dragon of darkness, whose real age was 24 years. She was a girl. Why at her computer and realized that it was in the bamboo stick fights that she did not participate. She almost met a person with whom I would never want to meet again. The receptionist, who appeared right above our main character, started laughing as she took a huge button in her hands. She was thinking that now was the time to present the prize. They had promised so much. Immediately, a certain box called the mysterious box appeared. It was a very ordinary box that the description stated that it was created by a mysterious force. There would be an item that a person dreams up. In fact, it was because the administrator said that there are a lot of people there that he defeated. The administrator will choose one of them specifically for our protagonist. So I asked him to choose the best possible item so that I wouldn't regret it later. Of course, there was a huge list. A lot of items were unique. The administrator understood that even from one end, text if and so on, but our character that there were only crappy items in front of him. The difficulty of finding such items is not even 10,000. Most likely, there is not even anything normal here. But at that moment, I realized one thing. He turned to the administrator and asked if it didn't matter what the item was, as long as it was the items of the defeated users. I asked the administrator if it was like that. Then most likely, he decided. But as soon as she looked at the item that our protagonist chose, she was very surprised. She said that it was a bit strange and all that, but our main character only told me that it was the subject of a worn player while smiling. They say that the administrator promised her. The people who are watching our main character's item selection couldn't believe that the receptionist, who was smug from the beginning, is now crying. Why does she look so worried? But the receptionist at that moment immediately agreed to meet the conditions of our main character, handing him a bamboo stick. Our protagonist was incredibly happy. And this is exactly what he wanted from the very beginning. People, or rather, the CEO, who looked at it all, was incredibly shocked by the choice. We see the Korean branch of Arcadia in front of us. Many of them gathered at the same meeting. The CEO asked for everyone's attention, and also thanked everyone for participating in this emergency meeting despite their busy schedule. So first of all, he asked them to listen to what he had to say. He wanted to tell them about the bamboo stick fights that they had worked so hard to prepare for, and come to an end a couple of hours ago. So as you can see from the monitoring, but the problem occurred in the process of issuing the reward. Of course, the girl immediately raised her hand. She said that I went and could not conduct monitoring because of overtime. But how serious is the problem? Many CEOs just drowned their eyes and told the winner to choose an item as a reward that they didn't even expect. So at the same time, they said that it was much easier to see than to explain. They showed on the screen the very item that the player chose, or rather bamboo decline. All the people that were sitting in the office at this moment, they didn't have a word. That's why the CEO is personally at the briefing. Of course, the biggest problem was the special feature of the bamboo stick. The statement of instant death of this main problem is that the specific purpose is not different. This applies not only to bosses in high difficulty raids, but also to targets that are currently considered invulnerable. The general manager said that this is true. So if our hero uses this weapon to attack invulnerable creatures like Arcadia, the Dragon Lord, that target will probably die instantly. They all knew that it wasn't 100% confirmed yet. But given the Arcadia code system, it was quite likely immediately there was a mutiny in the hall. They still couldn't believe it. If he didn't even come to the Dragon King, but just an important NPC, then the whole main scenario would just collapse. Should they quit now? Many CEOs only said that he actually made a mistake, because I couldn't prevent it despite the monitor. Well, whatever it was to avert the worst, you can require intervention. Now the head of the company herself appeared, who said that now you will have to contact Alice again. Alice got in touch at the same time. Thank you. So what do you want from her? But the girl only said that she had a request related to the event of mutual letters of sticks. The point was that they would like to prevent the choice of an item. But Alice only said while looking at all possible options that this action is impossible. The director asked why not. But Alice said that the user who received the item already had 2 unsubstantiated patches applied, was promised that no additional patches would be applied to it, and was provided with proof information. At the same time, the CEO swallowed his saliva while feeling guilty. A video was shown where the CEO himself promised that this was the last patch that was related to this point. The CEO, who clearly did not want to get angry at all, said it seems like she asked him to avoid her interference as much as possible, going beyond the scope of authority. It seems he needs to explain himself. I got on pins and needles. He also started making excuses, saying that it was our protagonist who was to blame for everything. But it was too late, because we are again transported to our main character, who can finally swing his bamboo stick. The vampire who was flying around didn't understand why he got goosebumps from this item. But our protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about, because didn't he also see it during all the fights? But vampire, I told you that using this item next to them or in this dimension there is a completely different thing. Angle also said that the vampire had spoken correctly, that the moment he was transported to this dimension, he had a huge opportunity, enough to turn an entire continent upside down in one swing. Incredible power. Our character, who was holding a bamboo stick, only said that it was the right decision to choose it as a reward. But at the same time the administrator asked the player to contact him. But does our protagonist want to answer this call himself? Of course it was very interesting. Even curious, so that the answer to the challenge was not waiting for anyone. Now the use of all skills was limited. The latter would now be moved to a separate space. There was the administrator Arcadia, who introduced Selenia. She was more like a fire elf who hoped to be understood, since she requested this challenge due to the results of the bamboo stick fights he received. Our protagonist immediately asked to get straight to the point. Why was he called? He understood that the admin customization was done in the elven race. This may not be an available option yet. Admin means admin. But the administrator only began to say that everyone already knows that for talking about fighting on bamboo sticks, that the item that I chose here is very special, and it was not intended as a reward for the point. And if it is used in Arcadia, it can have a significant impact on its course and cause serious damage to the game. So which is why it was decided that adjustments to this item were necessary. Our protagonist asked if this meant that they would take away the item he received as a reward. But when the receptionist said no, because the gentleman standing right in front of her got this spear in a private way. So this is a mistake of the administration. So they plan to get his consent first and then send a request for adjustments. Does he even want to hear the terms? Now the management has put forward 3 plans. The first is to limit the number of times the bamboo stick is used. The second is to limit the scope of the bamboo stick. And the third is to laser the side stick and replace it with the appropriate item. It was a risky decision, recognizing the danger of bamboos and sticks from a pre-solved problem. In other words, it was a decision that only the president could make. Of course, our character understood that there was no plan that he liked, so they thought through the matter as well. But he decided to say that he understood the basic meaning. But what will he get if he agrees to the adjustment? The administrator, who understood the meaning of the game and his style of our main character, said, or rather thought, that he would immediately come in and take an aggressive position. But it turned out to be much calmer than expected. She said that this will be solved by the user reward program, which is controlled by artificial intelligence. So simply put, this is an algorithm similar to the same administrator during stick fights. Since this happened due to the fault of their company, he will be provided with appropriate compensation. Does he want to check in at least once? At the same time, a strange notification appeared right in front of our main character's face. But will they really give him such a compensation? The admin team just said that they don't have the right to review the user's compensation. But that's exactly what it is. They are at Arcadia, who responsibly promises to pay compensation, and perhaps this is a personal decision. But there is something else. Our main character became interested, and the administrator approached directly to his face with the words that if he contributes to them in this matter, then their management will never harm him again. They promise not to apply additional unjustified patches to him. What does our main character think about this? This personal decision clearly piqued the interest of our protagonists. But was it enough for the administrator to accept it? The receptionist replied with confidence in her eyes that it was just like that she was promising it on her own behalf as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. After hearing this, was this really the real CEO in front of him? But the receptionist just turned around and said that he was grateful that she was listened to, and then said that they will meet again. Put our main character in confusion. The administrator only asked to work together in the future, because this will definitely be a good excuse for them to continue their relationship. By that time, a lot of people on the street gathered for the virtual reality exhibition. There was a stand of Arcadia, where the woman standing next to her was sure that most of the audience was interested in the product. That this device is very similar to the old Arcadia connection device, but this system has a virtual reality integration called Sweet Dreams. So it will tell you why it was created. When they upload Sweet Dreams and present the appropriate picture, a unique program considers the image and bodies its graphic applications and programming. So in simple terms, this is a fantastic device that can create a whole world with just its imagination. They invite everyone to test it at this fair. Of course, after trying it, our main character realized that it was a little more difficult than he thought, and the picture was so bad that he thought that his vision had deteriorated. Our protagonist decided to go as far away from this place as possible because he wants to sleep. But then he started hearing that people started talking behind him, saying that many people started using more than 10 minutes. The main character, who was clearly having fun instead of our excuse. It happened at the bamboo stick fights. Our main character, despite the interest of his friend, only told him that he would not tell anything. But in case we accept that at that time, a bilateral agreement was reached regarding the adjustment of the item so that the bamboo stick item was changed to an item that can only be used once. 1 million decency will be received as a reward. Now our main character is granted full immunity for the patch applied to him, as well as 10,000 gold secret message, which said that the chief executive should be contacted if there were difficulties. There were her numbers. A few weeks passed. Some people were called to an emergency meeting. There was a man sitting there whose face was not visible. He greeted all the people who are gathered in this room. His team. He said that they were all waiting for one moment with impatience that Dex finally showed up. He asked all the people to gather in Arcadia. At this moment, Arcadia has warmer days. Many people enjoy the aura, the atmosphere that they could decide under the sun, and also discussed all the fights on bamboo sticks. We could not win, but we would also choose Bamboo Hid, which now seems to be our main character, who actually now has a lot of problems due to the fact that because of that famous stream, now a lot of people recognize this on the street. He tried to go unnoticed, and because of the stream, everything. Now all eyes will be drawn on him. So I decided to disappear as quickly as possible. He called a celestial being who would help him escape and immediately disappear. He got into the forest where he was caught by a vampire. I asked, because why is his master so worried? But he, is the main character, only replied that he was looking for a place somewhere extra eyes, which his henchmen did not understand. Maybe they thought that many people want to enjoy fame and so on. An angel who was flying nearby asked why she feels the fear that comes from our main character. Our gas mask only said that he should be afraid, because he has been hiding for years from the crazy stalkers who are chasing him. An angel, also a demon, asked what kind of stalker is this, but at that moment, they realized that they were talking about those people who came to Arcadia, who started looking for a person named Dex. They didn't approach every person on the street and ask if they were Dex or not. A lot of problems were not delivered to people who are on the street, but the girl who was helping her friend said that she heard from the very crazy fans who are chasing our main character. It's the infamous new guild called What Color Are Dex's Panties. Now the vampire is finally understood what his master was talking about, that it was also very hard for the master. The angel didn't understand what she was talking about, so the demon only said that a freak like her with chicken wings wouldn't understand. If someone was outstanding enough to attract the attention of society, then they would follow him to the point of exhaustion. Or maybe she realized we were talking about fanatics, so she asked the flying mouse to help her. Both insults were taken very seriously, so there was a conflict between yours. Our protagonist, who finally exhaled, said that all this annoys him, saying that those very fanatics are freaks, who, in his experience, continue to follow him even if he kills them. But what do we do now? But the demon only thought that this was actually true, because he was also in such a situation, because after becoming a devil, there were corals to take his share. Of course, he solved the problem by killing everyone, but he didn't expect that this problem would also be solved easily in the future. So he spent a lot of time creating one item called the Trickster Mask, which had a mythological level. This mask was sewn from the skin of the high level, where we are to hide the true self and show others just what it wants. Our protagonist asked him if all this wasn't created for combat, such a simple thing in a room of physical quality. Shouts say that this mask is much more valuable than it looks. Do you know how much high level where we have slaughtered for the sake of its manufacture? Earthman couldn't say anything, but he could guarantee that this mask was a powerful power. No amount of power or skill would be able to penetrate it and cover up the real person. So in short, only if he didn't want to, then no one would be able to reveal him. The demon said that he could borrow this mask if he wanted to. Our character, looking at this mask, immediately turned to the They button and asked how many points he wants. The same is not going to demand decency current because it is an item mythical rank. The demon immediately started making excuses, saying that there would be a lot more problems, that he was only asking for 100,000 points. Our protagonists knew that S was fine. It was quite a huge amount, but there was nothing to do because he already received 1,000,000 decency for fighting on bamboo sticks. And this mask seems to be best suited to avoid those people who are chasing him. At the same time, the mythical item was powered deception in disguise, shrouded the player's body. Now the player's identity is hidden. The same stalkers that were in the city said that they searched the whole city. The end. But their goal is not there in the gun shop, but the man who was at the head. Basically, a bully just started cheering on all the people. They say that he could not have gone so far, because they received a message that he was there 30 minutes ago. Of course, the witch and so on thought that Tom couldn't really escape them. But where was their goal? By the time the main character finally appeared in the square, his hair had taken on a white hue and his eyes were starting to shift just like a demon's. He thought that this thing was actually useful, and demons boasted that he wasn't actually lying about it. Now our protagonist could watch the market situation walk among people. Previously, it could not track information and gold prices. After looking at the table, Novice Dam noticed that the most record-breaking item that was bought was only 1 billion, but the mask that he just bought was worth about 10 billion, which was a huge amount. As soon as our main character went a little further, he met with his stalkers. They started looking us right in the eye, but after a little thought, they thought that this was a completely different guy, that it just couldn't be compared to their goal. Our character, who was quite happy with this mass action, admitted that it was actually very useful, and the demon only replied that it was actually so. But who is the masked beauty anyway? The demon immediately replied that it was the face of a vampire named Rod, who opposed him and killed him. Looking at those red eyes, you remember that? He had a pale complexion and it was different from him, just perfect. Of course, our main character, yes, he has a patent that his self-consciousness is too much. But who was this person? It was these words that were constantly heard behind our main character. So he clearly made it clear that with such a face, he would get tired of the point where we did not understand what the problem was. Because if I liked it there, then he could change the appearance as he wants. After looking at the functions of this mask, he noticed that it can disguise itself in a compartment that has already been killed. So this is actually an interesting item you need to play now while completing the mission. He actually knew that it was time for them to do something, but he also knew that he needed to go to his old friend's house. Now we can see Angelica again, who was next to Dex. She was very happy that there were no things from him after the fights ended. Our character apologized, because he was just very busy with something. Angelica, still sulking at him, said she understood that she was facing a celebrity and all, but wasn't it too much to ignore her messages. However, at this point, our character said that the reason he contacted her was because of the second-rank Star Witch standing, who was hunting her down to kill her. Not seems like Tam was going to survive using the items he gave her, but that won't work because the magic fighting dude's controls that she demonstrated aren't comparable to surpassing her. Dark compared to the Star Witch, she's just a little kid and couldn't even get past her second round of bamboo stick fights. Angelica didn't understand the point of deviating, but did she just need to give up or something? But Dex just smiled, said that everything is simple because she needs the grimoire because of which he is chasing her, and in the meantime develop your skills. For this he prepared the very woman who will now stand at a distance. It was Cassius. She immediately ran up to Angelica and started asking questions. After all, is it really her who will have to train Angelica? Greetings to the girl was generally excited, but our protagonist said that in fact it is Angelica who needs to be trained because her skills are not bad, but she still has not enough experience, so she wants Cassius to train her. Cassius asked if she did, as he said he would not forget his promise to arrange another meeting with her teacher. The protagonist also said that it is not necessary to worry about it right now because it is difficult, but one day it will definitely be possible. Angelica was still tense, but our main character only continued to joke about the girl. They say that she will not have enough courage for that meeting with the teacher. He immediately took her by the shoulders and said that he was just counting on her, because he can only trust her, an expert in shitty games. Cassius clearly wasn't thrilled with the compliment, but still said that she made the girl so that she wouldn't be so far behind that she would survive wherever she went. Angelica didn't understand, because really they were talking about her, but it was too late because now two allies were leaving in the distance right in the woods. Our main character was looking at the breaks. At first he saw everyone's PvP, or rather Angelica, a mad woman who scores until they fly apart, and the story of her recovery began exactly like that. Now Cassius is out of the team, but our booster is already on his way to Earth. He was reading his weird assignment where I talked about making connections, but one day he came to the bridge and was met by a guard. The guard obviously did not want to let go, ask for documents. Our character, so as not to cause even more problems, said that he was in the first section. So the guard immediately pointed out his feet and in rush, he needed documents. Who was standing right next to his shop greeted the sheep in the land. He said that if anyone, that is they have several documents that he needs to sign, he should have taken a moment. She immediately started telling him lots and lots of things that would clearly cloud his mind, but she really started reading what he thought was written in the contract, where there was a pile of underground stones. But our character, I said that he had heard that they had been selected as one of the 10 most unfavorable for players for a while, so when he gave advice, it was better to cross the line. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but it was too late because our main character now asked to meet with his brother. Now we could see these very mansions in which the Baroness lived. There was a lot of money in front of her. She was glad that our main character came to her. As soon as he entered her room, he asked her what was so interesting and did not do while looking at all the gold that was on the table. But the Baroness just pointed her finger up and said that now there are too few people coming here to look for adventures, although this is not enough. But she would try as much as she could to harness even the most inexperienced the number of people available for the mind, or rather just money cows, that now they are difficult to find. Point our protagonists. I understand that created a terrible monster, said that if they use their adventures like this, it might get around them. This kingdom has also fallen into the hands of an adventure seeker named the Black Flame Dragon. Is this worth considering? But she said about us that you shouldn't worry. That's the natural order of the world. And besides, she offers you a large amount of gold because isn't that the most important thing? And in general, by the decree of the ruler, she was asked to provide support. Everything works exactly like that. Of course, it seemed to our character that in front of him was actually some kind of distraught woman, so that Anessa was simply scarier than he thought. But at the same time, the profit that he had received up to this point was brought to his ward. 734 gold coins were received, as well as several silver and bronze coins. It seemed like an incredible amount of money, from 10 gold to 703 months. It's just unimaginable. But the Baroness went on to say that there are such things as inviting high-level masters to their lands, arranging routes, and so on, so many things that she would like to consult about now. But first you need to listen to the reason why he came here. She said that she would do whatever they asked her to do. But our main character, I told you that there is a person with whom he would like to meet by that time. He was taken to one of the mines called Peony. He said that if they were newbies, they wouldn't work as well as the rest of them. But our protagonist was only looking for one person who had the same badge as the rest of the allies. This guy had a speed much faster than everyone else, so she expected the hero to ask around, damn, just who is this guy? The goblin also replied that the first switch seeker that I am now honored to be working at their mine stopped to run to other lands, but they mostly caught him, and for his act, they're squeezing the maximum out of him. Of course, now it was obvious that this person had a loot of rank 5 or even higher, so he asked the goblin to allow a conversation with him. Points. Number 1 immediately looked to the side and saw that she was the main character calling him Point. He went to the manager, and our hero thought that he can't work anymore. He did all the work this week, that he will be scolded. But our main character only asked to talk to him. Rap number 1 asked who is standing in front of him, but our main character only replied that he was the one who would give him freedom. Now, number 1 has told his story, said that he escaped but was caught and now works here. Our protagonist asked him why he signed the contract because he should have noticed when he read it. The person only replied that he just signed it all without counting, and also said that he was only 15 years old. When the protagonist hit himself on the head, he realized that he actually needed helpers, but the angel who was now next to our protagonist ran up to him and whispered in his ear, saying that the smell of fire emanates from the boy, which also comes from the spirits of fire or those who are closely associated with the properties. Usually, such people had innate fine blacksmithing. She hadn't seen such people in a long time. Our protagonist asked the boy if he was willing to do anything if he was released. The boy also said yes. Again, without listening to any conditions, he immediately fell to his knees and began to say that if he was released, he would serve faithfully, but they just begged to take him with them. He said that he no longer wanted to mine iron. But at the same moment, the contract of the player's jacket was broken. The chains from the boy flew off. Now it was possible to test his skills, but once the skills were reviewed, there was something that clearly aroused interest, or rather the inscription that this is the oldest fire seeker. The first beta tester, Arcadia, of course, was developed with great secrecy right up to the release itself. So if our protagonist actually closed beta versions of such a game, then it was quite strange. Even the main character asked him, but who is he anyway? The boy immediately began to talk, but then hung his head and said that this game was given to him by a friend. Anyway, our protagonist didn't believe him, so the boy decided to tell him that it's not like that, because he has one very smart friend, but it's a secret, so he can't really talk about it. Dex, while exhaling that, judging by the way he shakes, it seems that they are lying, and then said that you can end this conversation with this. So I asked him if he would like to take one test. This test was to get this boy to fight. He has killed a kobold with his own hands alone. Thought it was actually cool. In fact, he said it was cool because he was on the verge of death, but in reality, he thought that combat skills were no good and crafting skills were also very bad. Crafting here is known for its difficulty, so no one is 100% good at it, but it's still a shame that it's been here since the close beta tests. It's still at this level. Why does he have to be his assistant? Is this really some kind of punishment? However, the angel who was flying nearby said that there was no need to think like that, because do they really think that blacksmiths only need the blacksmith skill or something like that? A blacksmith needs not only his talents and abilities, but also creative abilities to put his spirit into creating a tool. However, in our opinion, this is not the most important quality of a blacksmith. Yet standing in front of a furnace that burns with the heat of fire, hitting metal heavily with a hammer. Most of all, they need perseverance to never give up, and after hundreds 1,000 hammer blows with unbending willpower, a weapon with great power is born. This is how a blacksmith should work. The child who was standing right in front of him coped with a difficult situation and did not give up. So the angel feels that he has more potential than anyone else. Our protagonist asked, after all, where Ellie is so well informed, is one of them sack, or rather, why does she generally rate guys so highly? Ellie said that it was all difficult to explain, but then said that, unlike the rest, if such information was leaked, it could have a big impact on the entire continent. Earlier, during the intervention of the weapon master, Tut acted against decency and the heavens took the knife on themselves. But if this happens again, then it will disrupt the order of heaven. Instead of setting an example like an angel, our character realized that, to put it another way, if she has enough decency, she can identify information that she doesn't dare share right now. Ellie said that this is all true, but it was too late, because our character said that he will pay his decency all the way she wants, because information that can have a big impact on the cabinet, and it is clearly worth the money. He has such a temper that he can't stand it when he's burning with curiosity.